Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Flor's Fiasco by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Felicity Monroe and Sean Crisden. Chapter 1. Flor. I scratch on the privacy screen covering the door of Gail's hut, my project basket balanced on my hip. "You in there, Mama? Or should I come back later?" That gets an immediate reaction. Footsteps thunder across the boards of the floor, followed by a "Slow down" in a total mom voice. I'm grinning as a half-dressed Zeren pulls back the privacy screen and gives me a goofy look.
"She's my mama, Tita Flor. You can't have her."
"She can be my mama, too," I say, unable to resist teasing the kiddo a bit. "Can't she?" "No, she can't," Gail calls out. "I'm not that much older than you, so stuff it." "Where should I stuff it? In my ear?" I call back, and Zeren giggles as if I've told the naughtiest joke ever. He's too young to get all the implications of that particular joke, so I keep rolling with innocent body parts. "My nose?"
"Your nose is full of boogers,"
Zeren cries, because he's at that age when boogers are a shocking thing. He chortles at his own joke and then wraps 3 arms around my waist, and the 4th one goes fishing for my covered basket.
"What did you bring over?"
I say. "No peeking or it's bad luck."
"You say everything is bad luck."
"Kasi tatoo. That's because it is." I shake my head, tisking. "You're lucky you have me here to steer you away from it." "Come on in, Flor," Gail calls to me. "And Zeren, come back here so I can finish tying your tunic." The kid is an absolute dervish. He gives me a sneaky grin and races back over to his mother, who works on the tunic flapping loose around his shoulders. I wait in the doorway to be polite because my mother would smack the back of my head if I didn't respect Gail's hospitality. I watch as Zeren squirms in place, impatient to be out the door. When the last tie down the back of his tunic is knotted, he races off, pauses, races back to Gail's side to give her a kiss, and then races off again, darting past me. "Pak and Rukar are playing ball on the beach with Nurav and Tita Devi," I call as he runs past. "They could use another."
"Bye, Tita Flor,"
he yells at me. Gail just shakes her head and gets to her feet. I do not understand how that boy has so much damn energy. Him and Vaza both. I swear their cooeys are set to 11. I chuckle and set down my basket before moving to her side and taking her hand in mine. I bow and then touch my forehead to her knuckles. "Bless Po." "I told you not to do that," Gail scolds. "My nanai would have my head if I didn't respect my elders," I tell her mischievously. "And you and Vaza are the elders around here." She gives me a wry look and snatches her hand back as I straighten. "Elders," she huffs. "You're an elder too, then. You're older than all of these young ones." She waves a hand at the beach, indicating the tribe. "Nah, I'm the auntie," I say, picking up my basket and sitting down by her fire. It's a very different spot in the social strata of the tribe. Every family's got to have at least one auntie to spoil the children and gossip about everyone else. By the way, Callie's cooking tonight, and she said to tell you that she's using the last of the not potato you chopped up last night. I'm supposed to pass along the message. Gail pulls out a couple of cups and ladles me a bit of hot tea from over her fire. She hands the cup to me, and I sniff it, admiring the scent. The others love shrimp tea, but Gail makes her herbal tea strong enough to put hair on my chest, and it reminds me of home. "All right," Gail tells me. "I'll have to think of something else to make when it's my turn again." "I'm tomorrow night," I point out. You're not for a few days, but if you want to go gathering this afternoon, I'm game. I need some herbs, and I might as well go look for some knot potato. You busy? She grimaces. I can't. Zeren says his boots are hurting his feet again, so I promised I'd piece together new ones for him. Gail shakes her head. That boy is growing faster than a weed. Maybe take Daisy with you? I shake my head. She's out fishing. I saw her take Odron's raft, and Ojek went with her. I wiggle my eyebrows as I sip my tea. Gonna get a little steamy on that raft if you ask me. Gail chuckles. You think they made up then? I thought they were fighting. That was earlier. I talked with Erek, though, and he says that Ojek is smitten, but he's scared to act on it or something. Judging by the way he chased after her the moment she got out that raft, though, I'd say he's no longer scared to act. Plus, Erek saw him talking with Juth earlier. Said Juth was giving him a firm talk. What about, do you suppose? Daisy, of course. Erek wants her to be part of Shadowcat. He thinks Ojek's just being stubborn. He doesn't care if they make a non-resonance baby. He just wants more Shadowcat babies, period. Mm-hmm. Gail gives me a questioning look as she sips her tea, seated across the fire from me. Erek sure likes sticking his nose in, if you ask me. He just wants the good of the tribe. I can't blame him. He looks at his interference as his personal duty to ensure that Shadowcat flourishes. Because you stick your nose in, too? Gail teases. She's not wrong. I love gossip and sharing information, not just because I'm the unofficial auntie of the tribe. I am the chismosa, the gossip that sticks her nose in to help out. These are my people now, my extended big family, and after despairing for a time, I found my niche. After it came out that I wasn't going to resonate anytime soon, and I wasn't the one with the healing cooey, I flailed for a while. If I'm not a nurse and I'm without my family, who am I? But as the years have passed, I've found that while others might be the best at hunting or fishing or even healing, I have my spot. I've appointed myself the unofficial glue of the tribe. I'm the one that brings spirits up. I suggest celebrations or feasts. Steph might be the actual counselor, but I share gossip and stick to those that look like they need a friend, and basically clown around to bring smiles to the group when people seem down. Just like Erek views himself as responsible for Shadowcat Clan, I consider myself responsible to bring a cheerful mood to my fellow human women. I do stick my nose in. I agree cheerfully. I'm not even offended. It's just part of my job. But if I didn't, how would you know that I caught Bridget and a Tam in their little pottery cave yesterday, and they weren't making bowls, if you catch my drift? I wouldn't know that, Gail moans, making a face. And now I wish I didn't. Could be resonance, I say cheerfully. Might be another baby on the way. Or they might just be horny. Or it might be that. I agree. Speaking of, how is Vaza today? Horny, Gail tells me in a prim voice, and then chuckles. He's lucky he's got such an understanding mate. Now who's the gossip? It's not gossip if I'm the one sharing it. Gail grins into her tea. It's just me bragging on my man. God, they are so cute. I smile at her words. I love that Gail is totally into her element and finding love in her 50s. It gives me hope that my silent cooey isn't a total write-off. After 4 years of absolutely nada, I'm convinced mine is either playing hard to get with our Jal or I'm going to have to wait for someone in the next generation to grow up and go all cougar on them. I'm really not sure how I feel about either scenario. Our Jarl is difficult, but so is the thought of getting sexy with anyone else. Then again, Sam and Sessa are incredibly happy, and Sessa's years younger than her. Then again, Sessa was the oldest of the young generation. Anyone else that resonates is going to make me a cradle robber in about 10 years, and that's kind of creepy. Rukar's a sweet kid, but he's barely 10, and I don't even want to think of him as an adult. So, for now, Auntie. But I can still love Gale bragging on Vaza. He's a horny old goat, but he's only got eyes for Gale, and that's just the cutest. Where is your man today, anyhow? Out with his traps. He'll be back for dinner. What are you up to, anyhow? She gestures with her cup towards my basket. What's in there? The reason why I'm here, I say brightly. I'm working on birthday gifts. A worried look crosses her face, the look of a mom who's forgotten something important. Whose birthday is it? Mine. I pull my basket into my lap. So, in the years before, I never really had the time in advance to work on things. But this year, I've got a little free time since everyone's all paired up, right? So I'm just sitting alone in my hut, and I thought I'd use that time to work on gifts for everyone else. My mom always did it when we were growing up and said it was a custom back home. Since everyone here is my family, I thought I'd make gifts for everyone else in time for my birthday next month. And right now I'm working on a croquet set. I pull out a pouch of leather-covered balls that I've created. They're not completely round, so I rolled them in strips of stretchy leather, kind of like rubber band balls I used to make when I was a kid, and I want to dye them bright colors. Not only that, but I need them to taste bad. Gale's eyes light up with understanding. Because of the little ones. Yeah, so they won't mouth on them. Not only do we have kids of all ages on the beach, but there are more every year, and each toy is considered precious. I know that if I give a croquet set out, everyone is going to use it. So a dye that makes nice colors and tastes like shit. I thought I'd see if you have any ideas. These are a good size, Gale says, picking one up. I used to play croquet in my backyard when I was a kid. Who's making the mallets? Do you want me to get Vaza to help? I shake my head. Erek offered to do it for me. Gale gives me a sharp-eyed look. You sure do spend a lot of time with him lately. I'm not surprised the conversation went in that direction. I'm a single woman, he's a single man. It's not anything I haven't heard before, but Erek has made it clear that he's waiting for Tia. It's not like that. We're friends, and he owes me a couple of favors. So, can you think of a dye? I chat with Gale for a bit longer, have a second cup of tea, and then drop my basket off at my hut and switch it out for my gathering bag. I sling the large leather satchel crosswise over my shoulder and clutch my bone staff with the sharpened end that I use for digging. Everyone's busy, and I still haven't seen Daisy, so I'm going to go out hunting for the tiny, curling leaves of the young sweetweed plants. Gale says that the immature ones taste terrible, and they'll make a brilliant blue when mixed with a dark yellow fat, so I'm going to give that a try. A baby cries as I pass by Veronica's hut, and I can't help but stick my nose into things. I tap on the doorframe, even though it's open. It's Flor. Need a hand? Veronica comes to the entrance with a squirming baby in her arms and a frazzled look on her face. Oh, gosh, I hate to impose, but do you have a moment? That's why I asked, I say cheerfully. I set down my bag and pull, and then take my shoes off before coming inside. What can I help with? She jiggles the little one in her arms. I need to feed this one, but I'm trying to cook up lunch for his brother, who doesn't want to wait. He just got up from a nap and is cranky. Mama! Wails Catamnius. I'm hungry! I know, baby, Veronica calls back. Give Mama a moment. She gives me a pleading look, even as the baby in her arms whimpers. Right. This I can help with. I wink at her and head inside. Tita Flor is here, Kata. I'm gonna make you some lunch. You want a booger stew? No! He cries and breaks into giggles. Uh-oh, but that's what Tita Flor knows how to make. I move to his side by the fire and tickle him, then press a kiss to his crazy, puffy, golden hair, a sign of his dad's strong genes. Let's see what Mama made for you then, huh? Oh, a yummy porridge, and it's almost ready. Let's stir it, shall we? I end up staying at Veronica's through lunch as she feeds the baby, and Kata firmly tells me that I should call him Catamnius because that's his name and Kata is a baby name. I let the little one scold me and pretend to be chastised, biting back a smile. When the healer burps the baby in her arms and gives me a grateful look, I feel guilty that I once harbored resentment towards her. She got the healer cooey, and I didn't, and it made my expertise as a registered nurse rather useless. Knowing wound care and how to handle illnesses and take care of patients is redundant when a healer can fix everything with a touch. But I've come to know Veronica, and she's utterly guileless and sweet. She's also over her head with 2 strong-willed baby boys and just looks frazzled at the moment. Where's Ashtar today? Oh, he went off looking for Daisy and Ojek, she tells me, rubbing Verukal's small back. Said there looks like there might be more storms today, and he wanted to make sure they didn't get washed out to sea. He's heading over to Croatoan tomorrow and just wants to make sure he isn't needed for a search before he heads out. Are they missing? Veronica shakes her head, a wry smile on her face. Have you seen Daisy paddle that raft? I don't think they can get far. More like Ashtar's just being nosy and using it as an excuse. I laugh, because Ashtar is as much in everyone's business as I am. Fair enough. I don't suppose you have any of the really young sweetweed leaves in your herbs, do you? The tiny curled ones? When she shakes her head, I sigh. Okay, well then I'm still heading out. Didn't you hear the part about the storm? Veronica chides me. Don't make me send my maid after you, too. It's just more snow, I joke. And I'm not going far. Just up the hill and looking for some of the sweetweed. I'll come right back to camp. I won't be gone more than an hour, maybe 2. And I'll bring a cloak. I'll go with you, Tita Flor, Catamnius says brightly. Veronica frowns down at her young son. No, you will not, sir. You're going to stay in camp.
I shall go with her.
I cringe at the sound of Arjal's voice. Damn it. Do we have to do this song and dance today? I turn towards where Arjal stands at the entrance to Veronica's hut. I'm not entirely sure if he followed me here or if there was some other motive, but I'm a little annoyed at his presence. Doing my best to hide it, I smile brightly. I'm sure you're busy, and I've got to go get a cloak. He holds up a spare poncho with a hood on it. My poncho. The one I left in his hut 1,000,000 years ago and never went back to get. Well, shit. Smiling tightly, I take it from him and slip it over my head. Your timing is amazing. Really.
Thank you,
he says, not catching my sarcasm.
Shall I carry your bag?
If it was anyone else, I'd be all over that offer. but because it's Arjal, I practically snatch it away before he can touch it. Everything with Arjal comes loaded with a ton of guilt. I've got it. Veronica gives me a sympathetic look. Maybe you shouldn't go out after all. I'm tempted. Spending the afternoon listening to Arjal's self-recriminations is not high on my list of things I want to do. He's clearly torn with what he wants from me, and I'm just done with it all. But at the same time, I want to work on the dyes. If I don't go out and get the leaves today and a storm comes in, I'm going to be sitting in my hut twiddling my thumbs. That decides me. It'll be fine. Come on, Arjal. I'm heading for sweetweed plants. I grab my walking stick, salute Veronica, and head for the distant cliff paths that will take me up into the snowy foothills. Arjal keeps to my side, even when I slow down as the path grows steeper and a thick snow starts to fall. To his credit, he doesn't try to push me into returning to camp. In fact, he doesn't say anything at all. It's unusual, but it suits me just fine. I head along one of the paths, scanning the cliffs for the sweetweed. There's a fair amount of plant life that thrives under the snow. I guess they don't require much sunlight. That the Dvisti eat. But for our part, we tend to stick to the stuff that clings to the cliffs and the bushes that dot the landscape. Sweetweed is one of the cliff vines, so I keep to the rockier parts of the trails and wander along, keeping an eye out for tiny, curling leaves and a bluish-green sort of plant.
I fear we are not friends any longer,
Arjal says suddenly as I climb over one large rock. Oh, how do I answer that without being unfair? Things just get weird between people when they break up. Not that we were together, but you know what I mean. It's not just you, it's how I feel about the situation, too. All of it is just kind of awkward.
I do not know what you mean,
he says gravely.
What is broken between us?
He has to ask that? Is he being deliberately obtuse, or is he truly that clueless? I frown in his direction, and then I'm saved by the sight of a sweetweed plant halfway up one of the cliffs. Aha! I say, pointing at the object of my desires. Found one! Arjal practically races forward.
I will retrieve it for you.
He's clambering up the cliff wall before I can protest. That's a little irksome, but it beats having a tough conversation. This is probably difficult for him, too, and I feel a twinge of sympathy. Great! You get that one, and I'll head farther down the path. Where there's one, there's got to be more. We collect in silence for a bit, the retrieval of the plants occupying our time. The moment Arjal points one out, he heads for it, and so I deliberately go find another. And I think about the awkward situation that got us here. It was all during that first year when everyone was resonating right and left around us. When it seemed like it was just a matter of time before our cooeys went off like rockets and solved the problem of who we'd mate to. I'd been flirty with Arjal for a while. He's handsome and thoughtful and sweet. Very gallant, something that makes me appreciate his selflessness. And he seems more mature than a lot of the others. As the oldest single woman amongst the humans, I can appreciate a bit of maturity. I thought we were a natural fit, and the way he shyly flirted back with me, I thought he felt the same way. So one night, during a party to celebrate someone's resonance, I don't even remember whose, I approached him, took him by the hand, and led him back to his hut. Once inside, I stripped out of my outer layer of leathers, put his hand on my breast, and kissed him. Let him know that I wanted to try being pleasure mates, no strings attached. I let him know I was his, that I was leaping forward in this next step. And he said no. It baffled me then. It still baffles me a bit now. A man turning away a willing woman? But our jaw was firm. He wanted to wait for resonance. He wanted that special bolt of lightning, and he was convinced it was just around the corner, and all he needed to do was wait. So I turned and left. At first I was humiliated, but then it made me angry. And as the tribe has whittled down with only a few single people remaining, it's ironic that both Arjal and I are yet unresonated. Something tells me that fate is going to pair us together, and we'll have to give this mess between us another shot. And I'm a little bitter about that. Apparently, I'm only good enough for him if resonance says I am. All the flirting, all the sweet looks, and the few stolen kisses, they don't mean anything unless we have that song going in our chests. It makes me mad. What if I never resonate? What if I'm not fertile because I'm over 35 now? Am I just not worth anyone's time unless I'm a fertile womb? Fuck all that. Just thinking about it again irritates me, and I hack at the next sweetweed plant with more than a little annoyance. When I climb down from the cliff wall, Arjal hands me another cluster of vines.
We should head back soon. The snow grows heavier.
You go ahead. I'm not done yet. Please, please just go away. But Arjal doesn't take the hint. He gives me a sad-eyed, soulful look.
I never meant to hurt you, Flor.
I shake my head at him and head farther down the path. It occurs to me that I've gone a lot farther away from camp than I anticipated, which means a long walk back in the driving snow. Don't care. Snow is just more of a mild annoyance with the cooey keeping me warm, and I know how to find my way home. I can keep going a while longer.
Will you talk to me?
Arjal asks. What is there to talk about? I threw myself at you. You said no. It's the end of the story. I gesture at a distant cliff. I'm going to find more sweetweed. He grabs my arm when I turn away.
I would like for you to ask me again,
he says in a low voice, his somber eyes shining.
This time, my answer will be different.
I gape at him. Is he serious? But I can tell from his expression that he truly is. He has no idea that the last thing I feel for him right now is attraction. And yet he wants me to give him another shot? Is this because Daisy has decided to pounce on Jack without resonance? Is he feeling desperate now? Is that it? He's desperate and decided I'm good enough once more? I try to wriggle out of his grip, but my poncho gets in the way. Look, Arjal, we weren't together, and you made it clear that even if you were attracted to me, you want to wait for resonance. That's fine, but what makes you think I want to jump in the furs with you now? How do I know the moment your cooey decides to light up for someone else, I won't be booted out the door? I shake my head. That kills any sort of attraction I might have had. The lady boner is dead, all right?
Lady boner.
It's just a phrase. What I'm saying is that you want to wait for your best shot, which means I'm always second best. And I'm not good with that. It tells me that you think you're not going to resonate to me, so sleeping with me would be a mistake. Arjal scoffs.
I do not think I am going to resonate to Taia, if that is what you are worried over.
Oh, no? Some part of you must, I point out, and try to delicately pull my arm out of his grasp again. Because you're still waiting for resonance. He shakes his head.
Kiss me again. Kiss me, and I will show you that I want you.
No, I snort. Absolutely not. A stubborn look crosses his face.
Then I will kiss you. I will break both your hands, Tall Horn, if you touch her.
The dark, angry snarl comes from down the path, and I'm shocked to see a wreck storming towards us, and he looks pissed.
Chapter 2. Eric. When I hear that Arjal is sniffing around Flor again, I drop everything and race off into the hills after them. To think that the tall-horned fool cannot leave her alone bothers me. Today it truly, truly bothers me. Flor has told me all about how they had mouth-mated, and she had hinted that she would like more between them, but he never approached her. And when she approached him, he turned her down. He is a fool, because it is clear to all that now he regrets these actions. He sends her sad looks when he thinks she is not paying attention. He finds reasons to stand near her at feasts. And it annoys me. Flor is kind and thoughtful and devoted to the tribe. She is as attractive as she is wise. And he would have been a lucky male to have such a female in his furs. If I were not already claimed by Taia, I would have pursued Flor, I think. But he pushed her away and hurt her, and now I feel responsible to protect her from him. I make sure to stand near her around the fire. I occupy her time when he looks as if he is going to approach her at camp. I am just being a good friend. Like today. Today, I am going to march up to that tall horn and wring his neck for cornering Flor into heading out on the trails with him. I know she does not want to be alone with him. I know it like I know my own tale. And it enrages me. It is not just that he is Tallhorn and therefore my rival. It is not that Flor offered him everything and was rejected, and if Taia had offered me the same, I would have leapt upon such a chance. It is that Flor has become a true friend to me over the seasons, and I hate the thought of Arjal making her miserable. She deserves better. Just thinking about how Veronka told me that he volunteered to gather herbs with her makes fury boil through me. Normally, Arjal is an annoyance, a buzzing fly like we had back on the island. Today, fury makes my steps faster. Today I am furious that he yet does not realize this female is not for him. Today, I shall enlighten him. I storm up the paths, my nose picking up Flor's delicate scent entwined with Arjal's. Smelling the two of them together is like sand in the furs, a grit that gets under my skin and rubs me raw. I hate it. Our hush would tell me to calm myself, that I am being all temper and no sense like usual. But today it is different. I do not know why, just that I cannot sit back at camp and wait for them to return. Something pushes me to rush after them, something that pounds in my head at the thought of Arjal putting a hand on her warm, golden skin. Of Arjal touching her and mouth-mating with her as if he thinks he has any sort of claim to her. Perhaps it is because Taia will be returning soon. She has hinted as much in her messages to me. All of my pent-up longings and frustrations over our situation will be resolved soon. Perhaps that is why I race after Flor and Arjal as if the great smoking mountain is bleeding fire at my heels. I had other plans for this afternoon, I think, with a snarl. I wanted to ask Flor to read through my messages from Taia once more, to see if there were hidden meanings I had missed, some sort of hint at how she felt about me that I had not noticed yet. It does not matter that I have had them all read to me a dozen times. Perhaps something was overlooked. Taia sends messages to me on leathers, and they are full of stories of her life in Croaton, the other village. She tells me about herbal plants and things she has learned to make. She has even learned how to create something called wool and to knit from another female in Croatoan named Tafni. She tells me of the weather, of the animals they keep as friends there, like Qatar does with his flyer, Kiki. She tells me of others and their kits. She never tells me that she misses me, that she wishes to mouthmate with me when she sees me again, that she thinks about me. It is frustrating. I cannot help but feel as if I have missed something. A female would not stay away for 3 turns of the seasons but write messages to me if she did not have some caring for me. I do not understand it. and that is why I need Flor and her help before Taia returns. I do not want to be surprised by anything. I hate surprises. I want to know what to expect when Taia arrives at Icehome Beach. Should I be happy, or should I give her space? Should I prepare my furs and my hut for a mate? The sound of arguing voices makes me speed up, and I forget all about Taia for the moment. I can hear Flor arguing with Arjal. The tone of the tall horn hunter's voice is sad and apologetic, while Flor's sounds angry. Good. She will not be taken in by his soft eyes and beseeching looks. I march across the snowy valley, but I do not think either of them have noticed my arrival. They are too caught up in their argument. Flor wears a leather strap and a hood that frames her face, and even though she is small, she glares up at the much larger Tallhorn. Impressive female, I think admiringly. She will not let a male tell her what to do. I like that.
No,
Flor says, pulling her leathers out of Arjal's grip. She has a dangerous look on her face, one that I am wise enough to avoid.
absolutely not.
Arjal does not seem to understand the danger he is in. He takes her by the shoulders. Then I will kiss you. Rage explodes through my mind as if my head has suddenly burst into flame. Never have I been so furious. I bite back a snarl of pure fury and storm forward. I will break both your hands, Tallhorn, if you touch her. How dare he? Both of them look over at me in surprise.
Irek?
Flor says, and there is a look of intense relief on her face. She pulls out of Arjal's grasp and steps toward me, neatly putting herself between me and the Tallhorn fool.
What are you doing here?
I am here to take care of your problem, I growl.
My problem?
She asks. Arjal tries to step around her, only to be thwarted by Flor's neat sidestep. Your Tallhorn problem. I bare my teeth menacingly at Arjal. My words make anger flash across her face.
You're not going to fight. Arjal was just leaving.
She is defending him. My nostrils flare with irritation, and I pick up an intense scent, feminine and sweet, musky and delicious. I want to bend down and sniff Flor to drink in that scent to make sure it is hers, but Arjal stands far too close nearby. I will not fight if he leaves you alone, I offer. Truly, I am benevolent. Arjal scowls at me. Flor and I were talking. You should not be here. I should not be here. I laugh, the rage bubbling in the back of my mind again. How many times has she told you to leave her alone, Tallhorn? How many times have you not listened? My tail lashes, and I can tell the fur on it is prickled with alertness. I am going to make you listen. Flor rolls her eyes, again, at me, and then puts a hand on my bare chest.
Irek, stop it.
Her hand is small and cold against my chest, and for some absurd reason I feel the need to grab it and warm it for her, take care of her, look after her. It is clear Arjal is not doing these things. He is letting her get cold. He is letting her get too far away from camp to be safe. He would be a terrible mate for her. Just the thought of her mating him runs up my spine the wrong way. I shudder and place my hand over hers, gazing down at where she touches me, because I cannot look away. I am not doing anything, I say, and I sound sulky even to myself. I am just here to protect you. She taps a finger against my chest, and it feels like a secret between the two of us.
Bring it down a notch. You look ready to murder someone.
There's amusement in her voice.
I'd hate to have to explain this to Rahosh, okay? I'm handling things.
Flor gives me another meaningful look and pulls her hand out of my grip, then turns and faces Arjal. To my surprise and immense pleasure, she remains directly in front of me and puts her hands behind her, as if trying to hold me back. She is choosing my side, and the realization fills me with delight. I shoot a triumphant look at Arjal, but the male is watching both of us with an odd look on his face. He looks as if he has just bitten into something sour.
Look, I appreciate the help today, Arjal,
Flor says in a cheerfully sweet voice that nevertheless sounds firm.
But I'm done having this conversation with you, and I think you should go back to camp, all right?
He eyes her, his gaze sliding back to me. What about Derek?
I'm going to talk to him, and then we'll be along too. Tell the others we'll be back shortly.
And she smiles at him.
Thanks for the help today. You're a good friend.
Our jaw flinches, and I can tell from his expression that he understands her words. She is telling him she does not want his kisses. She is telling him she does not want his attentions now that he has decided he is tired of waiting for resonance. She is done with him. I shoot him a triumphant glance. Again, he eyes me with a quizzical stare as if he cannot quite figure me out. I will tell the others you will be along soon, yes. He pauses as if he wishes to say more to Flor, but then shakes his head, and the infinitely sad look returns to his face. I know you are safe with him.
I'm safe anyhow,
Flor calls out, puzzled as Arjal leaves. I watch as he goes, and there is a strange slump to his shoulders that wasn't there before. A defeated slump. When I first arrived, he was bristling, as if he would indeed fight me. But something has changed, and now he acts as if he has lost everything. Is it because Flor said she would not kiss him? If so, good.
Weird,
she says after he disappears from sight. She turns and eyeballs me, her expression skeptical.
Now, do you want to explain to me what the fuck that was all about?
I do not like that she's mad at me. I would much rather have her smiling. I did not like that he was here with you, I say, and the sulky note is back in my voice. He was trying to get you to kiss him.
Yes, and I said no.
She puts her hands on her hips, gazing up at me like she will fight me for daring to argue with her.
You're in a strange mood today.
I am, I agree, rubbing my chest where she touched me. My head feels as if it is full of fire. Every time I see him, his face fills me with rage. I do not like the thought of him bothering you. She clucks her tongue and then moves forward, rubbing my arm.
Are you all messed up because of Tia?
I grunt. Truthfully, I am not thinking of Tia right now. Flor's hand is on my arm, and it is very distracting.
Well, look.
Flor squeezes my upper arm, and her hand stays there.
I know Arjal gets on your nerves, but you can't fight him. No one fights in the tribe. That's a sure way to get kicked out.
Her gaze goes to her hand on my arm, and she squeezes my muscle again, as if feeling it. Then, as if realizing what she's doing, she jerks her hand away.
Just, if you want to fight him, promise me you'll come talk to me instead.
I do not like that he thinks he can get you. That now he has decided maybe now he would like your kisses. She smiles up at me.
So grumpy.
I want to protect you from him, I tell her, and it is the truth. She deserves so much better than Arjal. Someone like me. The moment the thought bursts into my head, I shove it aside. What did he say to you? Flor makes a face, her pretty features screwing up as she pats her leathers, looking for something.
He had a talk with Ojek, and it made him realize that he shouldn't have turned me down. I kind of wanted to scream, duh, in his face, but that seemed childish. It's weird, though. Today's the first day I wasn't angry at him, though. Normally when he starts talking about me and him, I get upset, but today I just didn't care. Like it felt 1,000 years too late.
She shrugs. Her words please me far more than they should. I am glad that she is done with him, glad that she is tired of his games. Arjal desperately wants a mate, but one was standing right in front of him and he turned her away. He does not deserve her. If my mate was standing right in front of me, I would claim her in a heartbeat. In front of me, Flor lowers her hood and then pulls at her long hair. It is stuck in the collar of her leather poncho, and so I reach over and absently pull it free for her, brushing the strands away from her neck. My fingers skim over her neck, and the heat of it shocks me, jolting me all the way to my cock. She stares up at me, her eyes wide. I cannot stop looking at her dainty form, at the warm shade of her skin, at the silky length of dark hair that flows through my fingers. Arjal is a fool, I think again. How can he possibly walk away from this? Flor's mouth opens, and then she closes it, biting back her words.
I should get my gathering bag.
Where is it? She does not move, and I find I am reluctant to do so as well. I cannot stop looking at her, breathing in her scent.
Near the cliff.
Flor pauses and then makes a small wordless sound, and then turns, presenting me with her back.
My leathers are caught in my belt. Can you fix them for me?
I grunt and then grab the poncho she has hanging over her back and pull it off, tossing it aside.
Her breath hitches as if my actions were unexpected, and it seems she is as aware of me as I am of her.
My movements feel slow, as if I am underwater, and I watch as my hand reaches out for her belt. Her leather tunic is caught against her belt, and the belt itself is twisted. It is a simple action to work it free and smooth her clothing for her. But my blood roars in my ears. I can think of nothing but Flor and her maddening scent, Flor and her pretty mouth and her soft skin, Flor and the curve of her bottom as I reach for her leathers. She seems to lean into me when I touch her clothes, and instead of placing my hand on the snag of her tunic, I place my hand upon her buttock. Flor whimpers. Her eyes flutter closed, and she sucks in a breath. In the next moment, she pushes her bottom back against my hand, a not-so-subtle gesture that my touch is welcome. A groan escapes me, and I bend over her. She is tiny compared to me, her head only reaching the top of my chest. But that means I can envelop her against me, and I do so now. I wrap my arms around her, burying my face against her neck and taking another deep breath of her scent. So perfect, so maddeningly perfect. Mine. I realize in that moment that my mate is in front of me, after all. Flor makes another soft whimper, turning her face towards mine. I will not waste this moment, not like Arjal would. Just thinking of him sends another possessive, furious flare through my veins. With a groan, I turn her in my arms until we are facing one another. I cup her face and tilt it up, claiming her mouth. I slick my tongue against hers, my movements hungry and ferocious. This maddening female wraps her arms around my neck and sucks on my tongue. I growl low in my throat as she hitches one leg around my waist and then the other. Flor is in my arms and I stagger towards the nearest rocks, looking for some way to support my balance so I do not have to let go of her. There is nothing nearby but a few jagged cliffs, and I cannot rut her against sharp, piercing rocks. I drop to my knees in the soft snow and mate her mouth again, my tongue deep and hungry against hers. She tugs at my leathers, dragging my belt free from my loincloth.
Now,
she begs.
Now.
Yes, now. The blood rushing through my veins will not let me go slow, will not let me be soft and gentle. Her need sings through her as hot as mine, and I yank at her leggings, hauling them down her legs. They snare at her hips, and with another angry growl, I get out my knife and cut delicate laces and ties until they fall from her body. Flor only lets out a throaty sound and grabs my tail.
Inside me,
she demands, panting.
I want you inside me now.
I have never done this before, but somewhere in the haze of my blurred, hungry thoughts, I recall everything Atam has said, every comment Udran has made about his mate. Wet. She must be wet or it will hurt her. I slide my hand against her folds and the breath hisses from my lungs. By all the ancestors, she is so hot and so very wet. I have never felt anything so incredible. With another groan, I kiss her harder, then lift my mouth from hers and brace a hand next to her head. My other hand guides my cock into the waiting spread of her cunt, and then I am sinking into her. It is indescribable. I keep expecting there to be resistance, but her cunt is hot and tight and so perfect around my cock. She is small, but I go slow, instinct telling me to make small rocking motions with my cock until I can seat myself fully inside her. Flor's mouth is parted, her lashes fluttering as I drive into her. Nails dig into my backside and then my hips, and I realize she is lifting her body to meet my every thrust, to increase the friction between us. She is beyond incredible. I thrust into her harder, and she locks around me, her cunt squeezing and gripping me so tight.
Fuck you, spur!
Her eyes squeeze shut.
Fuck. It's as good as they said it would be. Oh, fuck. I need you to go harder. Faster.
You need more, I growl, gripping her face with my free hand. She immediately turns her head and grabs my thumb into her mouth, biting down on it and swiping it with her tongue. Ah, the scrape of her teeth against my skin, followed by the hot suction of her mouth that feels just like the hot suction of her wet, perfect cunt is too much. With a full-body shudder, I erupt, pumping into her with such force that I shove our bodies across the snow.
Not yet,
she cries out.
Not yet, not yet.
Her nails dig into my back, desperate.
Eric, keep going.
Stars flash in front of my eyes. Black spots dance in my gaze as I pound into her, determined to give her every drop of seed. I strain against her, the climax rolling through me like a slow wave that I am helpless to stop. I pant, trying to find my breath even as I flex my hips, moving deeper into her. Flor practically climbs me, wrapping her arms and legs around me and wriggling against me.
Hold right there, right there.
Hold. More spots burst behind my eyes and my entire frame shakes with the effort. But I hold. I hold. Flor drives her hips up against mine with little jerks, whimpering and tensing, and I want to help. Her need is overwhelming her, and I do not know what she needs. Only that she needs more of it, and the position we are in is difficult for her. I roll our bodies until I am on my back and she is on top of me. She makes a little cry and rocks down against my cock, her hand going between us and her eyes closing as she holds the folds of her cunt around my spur and rubs against it. I jerk my hips, my tail flicking against the snow as I push her down onto me, and she cries out, her cunt squeezing me. With a low groan, I realize I can go again. I grab her by the waist and rock her down on my cock. I am still impossibly hard. My movements frantic, and she braces her other hand on my chest, moving over me faster and faster.
Again,
she pants, frantic.
Need to come again.
Use me, I growl. Use me.
I am.
She throws her head back and pumps her hips furiously over mine, trying to move faster and grip the folds of her cunt at the same time. I am fascinated by that little motion, by the hand squeezing her cunt. I can do that for her. I reach between us to where she shuttles up and down on my rigid shaft and pinch her cunt around my spur. It makes the drag of it through her folds more pronounced, and her mouth parts again. She makes a choked sound and collapses on top of me, and her cunt flutters all around my cock, gripping tighter than a fist. 2 more pumps of my cock and I am coming again, spilling into her once more as she remains collapsed atop me. This time, once I have come, I collapse backward on the snow, spent. There is not enough air. I take shallow, quick breaths, trying to find enough to fill my lungs. The heavy scent of mating is everywhere, in every breath I take, and it stirs my cock even as Flor remains motionless atop me, her breathing heavy. Then, I feel it, the slow, steady rumble in my chest. Like a Sakotsk getting to its feet, it begins gently and then grows stronger and louder until my chest is practically shaking with the force of it. Flor sits up atop me, her cunt squeezing my cock and making me hiss again because that felt far too good. Her eyes go wide and she puts a hand to her chest.
Is that you or me?
It is me. She rubs between her teats, her brows furrowing together.
I think it's me too.
Because I want to touch her, I reach up and put my hand where hers is. Just as she said, her cooey is singing its resonant song to mine. It is both of us. She lets out a breath, her other hand still resting on my bare chest. The snow tickles against my back, cold and unpleasant as it melts against me.
Oh, shit.
She's silent for a moment. Then her nostrils flare and she stares down at me in horror.
Oh, shit, Erek, what have we done?
We resonated. My mind is still full of fog, especially with her warm, wet cunt dripping my seed. I think I could go again, I realize. My cock is already stiffening in anticipation of another round. I need her under me this time, so I can pound into her and watch her face as she comes. I sit up. She immediately pushes a hand down on my chest again, shaking her head.
You're not thinking with your big brain. Think for a moment, okay? You and I resonating? This is bad. This is very bad.
Bad, I echo, still not understanding. Her mane is loose around her head like a fall of water, and her scent is everywhere. Her cunt yet clenches around me, making me twitch with the need to thrust into her again. I can think of nothing but her. Nothing but how she scraped those fierce little teeth against my thumb as I drove into her. Bad how?
Tia,
She breathes.
Archal.
Oh. I go stiff with the realization of what we have done. I was supposed to resonate to Taia. She was supposed to resonate to Archal. We have both been waiting for the day that will happen, patiently waiting for our mates. We are not supposed to be mates. We are supposed to be with others. By the ancestors, I say, stunned. This is a problem.
Use stronger words,
She tells me.
We're absolutely shit-fucked.
Chapter 3. Flor. Ang tang ako. Fucking my buddy was not on the list of things to do today. The realization of what we've just done starts to sink in. There's a vague sense of horror in the back of my mind, but it's hard to push past the foggy, needy feeling of resonance. I've always joked that resonance can't be as powerful as the others make it out to be, that they're just giving in to natural attraction. The reality is far, far worse. Even now, I'm seated atop a Rex cock, as fat and perfect a cock as I've ever felt, and it's sending quivers of lust through my fatigued body. I feel like I could come again with just a twitch or two. My tits are achingly sensitive, my heart is pounding, and I can't think about anything but Erek. Erek and that fucking sexy beard along his jaw. Erek and his massive shoulders. Erek and his spur that hits me in all the right spots. Erek and the dazed, sweaty look on his face that's somehow more handsome than anything I've ever seen. Erek that I just deflowered in the snow like a shameless hussy. I bite my lip, closing my eyes to try and get a hold of myself. Instead, I rock my hips against him, as if I'm possessed by some sort of sex demon. My cooey sings in my chest, loud and strong and growing more insistent by the moment. The shift of Erek's cock inside me feels so good that I bounce atop him again, unable to help myself. It's like being drugged, resonance. Drugged with lust and affection for your partner. I can't think of anything but Erek. And even now, with my pussy bruised from the pounding he gave me and his spunk leaking out from our joined bodies, I want to lean down and just lick him all over. I want to do nasty things to him.
Flor.
He chokes, his hands on my hips. He's not pulling me off of him. If anything, he's grinding me down against his cock, making the pleasure drag out. Shit, I know. Sorry. I bite down on my lips so hard this time that I see stars, and then I suck in a deep breath and force myself to roll off of him. Immediately, the cold air freezes my wet female bits, making me hiss. I slide my hands between my thighs, because that's not the worst part. The worst part is that I feel bereft. Hollow. Like I need to climb back atop him again and just keep grinding until I come a dozen times more. I can't think straight. He pants next to me, his hand on his chest over his heart.
I do not imagine resonance wants us thinking.
He's got that right. Even now, the urge to move to his side and just touch him all over is driving me mad. I want to eat up the sight of him. I want to lick each bead of sweat on his brow. I want to see if his horns are sensitive. I want to suck on his spur. I squeeze my eyes shut, grab a fistful of snow, and rub it in my face.
Good idea.
The crunch of snow tells me he's doing the same. When my ardor is somewhat cooled, only somewhat, I open my eyes again and sit up in the snow. This is fucked, I say again. What do we do? What will Tia say? At my side, he groans and stares up at the sky.
Nothing good.
Oh, God. What will our Joel say? I can just imagine the guilt I'm going to get now. The sad, dejected look on his face like I've crushed his dreams. That I'm the most heartless woman on the entire planet because I turned him down and then bounced on Eric's dick. A dick that I want to bounce on again. Right fucking now. Eric bolts upright, glaring over at me.
Why do you care what Arjal says?
Seriously? I glance over at him, and sure enough, there's a look on his face that I've never seen directed at me before. It's both irritation and hurt, mixed with a touch of jealousy? I shake my head. You are letting your cooey drive the bus, my friend. That's not you speaking. That's your hormones. An hour ago you wanted nothing but Tia, remember?
I have not forgotten.
But he has a cranky look on his face as he rubs his chest.
But Taia has made promises to me. You have made no promises to Arjal. It is different.
Are we really going to split hairs while we sit here in the snow? Naked? Covered in jizz? Resonating? I want to point out that up until he arrived, my relationship with Arjal has been that of a reluctant on-again, off-again fiancé. No, we weren't officially together, but it was just kind of understood that at some point we would be. And now everything is hosed. Ugh. Is this my fault? Did I show too much affection to the babies back at camp and now some spirit thinks I need one of my own? Or am I being punished? My mother would say I'm inviting bad luck, but my mother always thought everything was bad luck. Still, maybe she's not wrong. You think we're cursed? Somehow?
Bah!
Erek says with a roll of his eyes.
It is not a curse. It is resonance.
Oh, now he is just asking for it. I growl at him, grabbing a fistful of his thick hair. You don't know. His gaze flicks to my leather-covered breasts.
I know it is resonance.
I hiss at him and hop up, distracted. Don't do that. It's malas. It could be a curse. My mother would say it's a curse. Even though she's not here on the ice planet and probably thinks I'm dead, I still have some of her beliefs. I don't sweep my hut except in the mornings, because it's bad luck to sweep at 6 at night, and I don't know when it's 6 without a watch. I made sure all the planks in my hut are in the same direction as the step down to the sand. I keep my salt container full. I always cross myself before I leave my hut to go on a hunting trip. Oh, shit. Did I do that today? Or was I too lost in my problems? I gasp.
It's not a curse,
Erek says again, his voice husky. He reaches for me, his tail brushing over my butt. I flick him away with my hand, distracted. When I get home, I'm going to scatter salt in my hut. I rack my brain, trying to think what my superstitious mother would do. Probably clutch her scapular and say a prayer to the saints. I'm not even sure they watch over us half a galaxy away. Sigh. I'll have to resort to the old ways, I guess. Maybe a gesture of food of some kind. We need to get home. I might have messed up. I should probably do an offering of some kind. Erek makes a strangled sound. I turn and look back at him. His hand is on his cock, and it's fully erect, a dark, aching blue that just looks like it's begging to be licked. He's still wet with his release, but as I stare at him, another bead of semen glides down the thick head. And Erek, that absolute bastard, drags his hand up and down his length, and I don't know if I want to smack him in the face for distracting me or get down on my knees and put his cock in my mouth. With a whimper, I lick my lips. Why does he look so damned good like this? Why am I so damned needy for him?
I do not think I can walk back,
Erek admits, voice strained.
Resonance.
I know. Do I ever know? Even now I'm fighting the urge to race to his side and get on top of him. I scrub a hand against my brow. My pants, or what's left of them, are somewhere around here. My boots are still on my feet, but the laces are loosened, and the leather pools at my ankles. My pussy feels like a damn popsicle, and my chest just will not stop vibrating with resonance. We need a plan.
What plan?
He sounds as frustrated as I feel. Excellent point. I don't know what plan. I can't think of anything right now except resonance and the need to fulfill it again. I cross my arms over my chest, hugging myself. But that itchy, under-the-skin, bothering sensation won't go away. I know what my body needs, all right? And he's sitting a few feet away, his hand working steadily up and down his cock. Okay, I say, breathless. For now, we have to stop resonating. Is there a cave near here? One of the hunter caves? Erek nods.
2 valleys over.
I bend down and fix my first boot, tightening the straps that wind around my calves. Okay, we go there, we fuck like bunnies until resonance stops, then we go back to camp and then we figure out how to break the news to Tia and Arjal, gently, and then we figure things out from there. I fix my other boot and then straighten, glancing over at him. Erek is on his feet, grimacing as if in pain, as he puts his loincloth and belt back on. Can you make it to the other cave? I ask, snagging my gathering bag and sticking the scraps of my leather pants in them.
I will manage. Are you ready?
Snatching up the last of the cut laces, I nod. Yeah, I think I got everything. At least now if someone comes upon this spot looking for us, they won't see shreds of leather and wonder what the fuck happened. They're oop! The words choke off in my throat as I'm hauled into the air and flung over Erek's shoulder. Hey!
It will be faster if I carry you,
he says, his voice growly with need. Oh, God, that sounds incredibly sexy. So unfair. Why am I so turned on for Erek? Why couldn't I have resonated to Arjal and made things easy for everyone? A moment later, Erek's mouth presses against my upper thigh, and he groans.
Your cunt smells so good. You're so wet with my seed.
I wriggle atop his shoulder, whimpering, because my bare ass is in the air. Erek! Sucking in a startled breath, I squirm as his hand goes between my thighs. He pushes 2 fingers into my sopping, messy cunt and scrapes his teeth over my leg again.
Better,
he rasps.
Much better.
Oh, God. He's going to head to the other cave with his fingers inside my pussy, plugging me like I'm a goddamn bowling ball? I should be mortified. Instead, it feels so good it takes everything I have not to moan like a goddamn dying ballo. And then the bastard starts jogging. As if I'm not being tortured enough, as if the constant jolt of his buried fingers inside my pussy isn't driving me absolutely wild.
I am hurrying.
he tells me, sounding as out of breath as I am.
I want to be there as much as you do.
Oh, sure, he says that, and then his fingers move inside me again, and I claw at his back on the verge of coming once more. Between that and the vibration in my chest from resonance, I'm an absolute panting mess. I don't think I've ever been so aroused, and the fact that it's Erek, my friend, and who is very off-limits because he's in love with Tia, who's the one that's causing me to light up like this, makes it all feel dirty and wrong. Which, of course, turns me on even more. By the time we get to the cave, I feel as if I'm going to explode. I'm whimpering, squirming against those fingers that are seated so deep inside me and yet aren't even giving me the courtesy of hitting my G-spot. Erek sways, leaning heavily against the cliff wall just outside the cave, then staggers inside. The moment he sets me down, I'm attacking his loincloth. I don't have words left. All I know is that I need more of his cock. I rip it off of him with frantic hands, and then he's tearing at my tunic, dragging it over my head. I'm fully naked except for my boots, and then he picks me up again and hauls me forward, dragging me against the wall. With a whimper, I lock my legs around his waist. With a surge, he's deep inside me again. I cry out, digging my nails into his shoulders as he thrusts into me. From this angle, his spur is seated perfectly against my clit, rubbing hard, and each time he drives into me, my legs jerk in response, and my cunt spasms. He grips me tightly, holding me against him as he pumps into me with short, fierce strokes.
Mine,
he snarls, hunched over me even as he drives me against the wall.
Mine, Flor.
With another choked cry, I come again, hard and fast. Everything in my body clenches up and I wheeze, clinging to him as the newest orgasm rolls through my body. He thrusts a few more times, each one fiercer and more erratic than the last, and then more wetness rolls down my buttocks and thighs as he releases and slumps against me. I remain pinned to the wall for a long moment, Erek's muscular, strong body resting against mine. I feel the urge to stroke his back, to pet and comfort him like I would a lover, but I'm afraid to. He's not supposed to be mine. We've barely kissed, and I don't know that he would want or appreciate any post-coital cuddling. Not when every time we've touched it's been frantic and wild. So I remain quiet and still in his arms while he recovers. Erek sighs heavily and lifts his head. His eyes are heavy-lidded, from either the sex or fatigue. But damn, it's a good look on him, and it makes me tingle inappropriately. His gaze roams over me.
Did I hurt you?
I snort, trying to throw some levity on the situation. No, you might have temporarily rearranged some of my organs with that beast you're wielding, but I'm fine. He grins down at me, and my heart flutters at the sight.
You think my cock is a beast, eh? A Tam's is bigger.
I'm not fucking a Tam, I point out, and I'm also a lot smaller than Bridget.
You are small.
He agrees, his expression thoughtful.
You will have to tell me if I hurt you. I am still new to this.
Which reminds me that we're not supposed to be together. I grimace. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
He blinks at me. That it's me. We both know it should have been Tia. Erek grunts and then lifts me off of his cock, letting me slide to the floor. My knees don't seem to be working properly, and I sag against him. He puts his arms around me, holding me tight.
Come, sit,
he says, his voice more gentle than I think I've ever heard come from Erek.
I will start the fire. and we will figure out what comes next.
After he steers me toward a seat by the fire, I hug my knees, feeling awfully naked and vulnerable. Rubbing my chest, I joke, "Considering that I'm still resonating, I'm guessing I'm coming next." When he doesn't laugh at my crack, I bite back a sigh. "How about food? I'm starving. I haven't eaten since I left camp this morning." He looks immediately offended.
Our Jarl did not feed you?
No, why would he?
Because he wishes to mate you, that's why.
Erek shakes his head and heads deeper into the cave, eyeing the stacked supply baskets.
Piss poor mate that he would be.
"Stop it," I chide. "Leave our Jarl alone. He's just sad." Erek turns and shoots me a look.
He should be sad. He has lost you.
I don't know what to say to that. It's a compliment, yes, and I should be flattered. But a question immediately fires into my mind. Does that mean you're keeping me? I don't say it aloud. I'm not sure I want to know the answer. I'm not a thing to be kept, anyhow. I'm my own person. I've been in a hut of my own for years now, and I can take care of myself. If Erek decides we're just going to fuck to get this out of our systems, and then he'll return to Tia, well, then it is what it is. As long as we're both on the same page, I'll be fine with whatever is decided. Mostly. I can't deny that resonance isn't already fucking with my head. Yesterday, if you would have asked me how I'd react to the thought of Tia returning to Icehome Beach after several long years, I'd say about fucking time, because I know Erek's been waiting for her. Today, though, I just want to claw her eyes out and plant a foot in her ass and send her back. I rub my resonating chest and frown to myself. I'm not the angry, possessive sort. I'm the one that just wants everyone to be happy. This isn't like me. Then again, animalistic sex in the snow with a younger alien man isn't like me either. Erek returns to my side and unrolls a fur. He slides it around my shoulders and tucks it under my chin to warm me, then tucks it under my legs to make sure that I'm nice and cozy. After he's done fussing over that, he hands me some dried jerky.
There is a water skin here, but it is frozen. I need to make a fire, and then we can have a drink.
"Thank you," I murmur, taking a bite of jerky as he kneels next to the cold fire pit. He squats next to the fire in the completely shameless way of someone who's used to being nude. His legs are spread slightly as he works, and I get an absolute eyeful of full frontal nudity. Erek's cock is still shiny with wetness from our most recent mating, and it juts out from his body, hard and erect as if he's ready to go again at any time. He's hairless between his thighs, and so I get an excellent view of his balls, too, which seem rather large and tightly tucked underneath his cock. Behind him, his tail casually flicks on the floor, cat-like. As he breaks down some fuel cakes to create the fire, I catalog the differences in his appearance from our jaws. Tallhorn traits. Every single alien on this planet is attractive, and the full-blooded Masoka, like Marduk, are a strong-featured, noble-looking race. Like them, the Islanders have broad features and chiseled jaws. The Islanders are a lighter blue without the thick-plated ridging that covers the Sakui and the Masoka. Unlike the Masoka, our jaws' horns are sweeping and high, a bit like an antelope. The horns are very different for Shadowcat, as they all have the small, barely arched horns that sit along the hairline and are about the size of thumbs. Unlike the other tribes, though, Shadowcat are hairy. There's a dark pelt of hair on Erek's lower arms and lower legs, and his tail is more thickly furred than the other tribes. He's got a scatter of chest hair and a fine, dark down on his jaw that's almost a beard. If I'm biased, I would say that our Jarl has a more noble cast to his features, but Erek is more feral, more rugged and wild. And then I think about how hard we fucked in the snow and against the cave wall, and my thighs squeeze tightly together again, my pussy clenching on nothing but air. I should not be thinking about how Erek fucks. This is a problem. More than a problem. It's a disaster. We need to talk about a plan, I say as I watch him bang the fire starters together. He gets a spark and leans in to blow on it, and his ass goes up in the air. I stare at it, because now I can see 2 dimples at the base of his spine that are just begging to be tongued. And what the fuck? I cross my legs tightly, hoping the resonance sensation will drift away. It doesn't.
A plan?
Erek echoes, glancing up at me. His thick hair is normally pulled back in a tail, but today it just seems to be all over the place, and my hands itch to touch it.
What sort of plan?
For what we're going to do, I gesture between us. Me and you. We can use tonight to try and work things out of our systems, but we need to think about what comes next. He feeds more fuel to the fire, getting the blaze going.
You are speaking nonsense, Flor. I do not follow.
I mean, what comes next between the 2 of us? Tomorrow, do you want to go back to the village and say we got lost and that's why we couldn't go back? Do we want to just pretend we didn't resonate? Act like nothing happened? Erek gives me a look that says my suggestion is stupid.
Flor, there will be a kid. How will you explain that away?
Virgin birth? I joke, and then wince. Except I'm not all that virginal, and I don't think anyone here would buy that God would impregnate me for shits and giggles anyhow. Okay, you're right. So that's a lousy plan. But we could keep things quiet for a few months until you get Tia used to the idea.
Used to what idea?
He pauses, frowning at me. That we resonated? And you want to be with her anyhow? I pause. You do want to be with her anyhow, right? He stares down at his dirty hands.
I cannot think straight right now, Flor. I do not know what I want. All I know is that resonance is telling me to climb on top of you and push your thighs apart and make you mine again. It is hard to think beyond that need.
Boy, do I know what he means. Well, wash your hands first, I joke. But as for the rest of it, I know just what you mean. I guess let's handle resonance first and figure the rest out when we can think straight. Erek nods. He gets to his feet, and another bead of pre-cum gleams atop the head of his cock. My mouth waters at the sight.
Wash hands,
he says.
And then more mating. Everything else can wait.
The heated look he shoots my way tells me that I have about 30 seconds before he's on me again. And already my pussy is clenching with need at the thought.
Chapter 4. Erek. When dawn arrives, my cock aches and my hips feel tight from overuse. Every bit of my skin is covered in sweat, and my mane is plastered to Flor's skin. She curls up against me, exhausted as I finish inside her once more, and then I hold my breath, waiting for both the pleasure to ebb and for a sign from my cooey. If we have succeeded, it will grow silent, the song changing to a more pleasant, satisfied hum, and Flor will be carrying my kit. All is quiet except for the heavy sound of my breathing, and when my cooey begins to sing again, both of us groan.
What are we going to do?
Flor asks as I roll off of her.
She draws her legs up, hugging her knees to her chest. She told me earlier that elevating her hips might help my seed reach her womb, so we have been mating with the rolled-up fur underneath her buttocks. Even now, with exhaustion flowing through me, her scent is maddeningly tantalizing. I glance over and a drop of my release is on her damp thigh, and I sweep it off her skin with my fingers and then push them into her, giving her every bit of seed I can. We'll keep mating. It will take.
Maybe I'm too old for it to take, she tells me, worried. Remember Willa and Gran had trouble and Veronica had to help out.
I do not like her talking about herself as if she is the problem. It will take. You are not old. Do not say such things.
I'm 7 years older than you. On Earth, my mother would be despairing of me ever finding someone and having children.
She sighs, the sound growing sad.
This would thrill her. At least someone would be happy with this outcome.
My irritation rises. She makes it sound as if I am a terrible mate. I pump my fingers into her with more effort, watching her face, and her eyes squeeze shut, her lips parting as I rouse her once more. Am I such a miserable choice, then? Her gaze flicks over to me.
You know that's not what I meant.
What is it you meant, then? Flor frowns at me, lifting one hand off her leg and giving my shoulder a light, playful shove.
Don't get butthurt. I'm just saying, I'm not what you wanted. We fucked everything up for all 4 of us.
This is not what I anticipated, no. I have dreamed for the last several seasons of Taia and her return, of Taia's teasing kisses and the feel of her body against mine as she finally came to my furs. Instead, I have Flor in my furs, my friend who mates her tongue with mine as if she wishes to devour me, and whose cunt I cannot get enough of, who makes silly jokes and shares gossip with me and has always had time to read and deliberate over Taia's confusing messages. I am surprised and confused, but I do not think I am miserable. My butt is fine, I tell her, grumpy. My hips are sore from riding you, but that is all, and I have fucked nothing but you. She lowers her legs, grabbing my arm and halting the hand that works her between her thighs. She is so wet with my seed that her body makes squelching noises, and instead of being repulsed, I am fascinated and aroused, because she is full of my seed. Her cunt has clasped my cock and milked it. Her body...
How is it you're able to completely miss what I'm saying?
She chuckles, shaking her head at me.
Don't get mad, Erek. I'm not saying you're a problem or that you're bad at sex. I'm saying this situation is fucked up.
I am good at the sex. I feel the need to point out using her words and tickle a finger inside her, since she is holding my arm and preventing me from moving. I have made you come many, many times. She squeals and jerks backward, rolling away from me. Astonished, I sit upright. Flor? On her hand and knees, she has one hand pressed between her thighs, panting rapidly.
Whew, that was a lot.
What was?
G-spot,
she manages, gasping.
Too sensitive. Not today, Satan.
What is she talking about? I will not touch she-spots, then, fine? Flor's eyes flutter, and for a moment she looks dazed.
Normally, I would say for you to go wild, but not after a fuck marathon, that's all I'm saying.
She presses her cheek to the cold stone floor of the cave, eyes closing again.
Oh, fuck, I am so tired. I could sleep for a week.
Finally, she says something I understand. I scrub a hand down my face. I am tired too. Do we stay here another day?
I don't know,
she says, finally rolling onto her side and looking over at me. Her cheeks are flushed with color, her mane as sweaty as mine, but she looks fragile in this moment, as if she needs to be fed and taken care of. I am stricken with the realization that I am a bad mate, too wrapped up in my resonance needs to tend to her. That changes now. I get to my feet, wincing as the backs of my thighs protest, and I hobble over to the far end of the cave. She must eat and drink. Perhaps that is why she yet has not taken my kit. She does not have enough food in her body. I snag a bag of travel rations and a full skin of water, frozen solid, and tuck the skin under my arm to hold against my chest to melt. Come, I say, crouching next to her. You must eat all of this. Flor sits upright and takes the bag from me, nibbling at a bit of the spicy contents.
Thank you.
She eats a little and holds the bag out to me to share.
You think we should stay here again tonight or go back and face the music?
I do not think they would have started music without us, I muse. They will wait for us to return before having a resonance celebration. She giggles. What?
Nothing.
She holds a chunk out for me to take, pinched between her fingers. Eat. I lean in and take the food from her, unable to resist licking her skin as I do so. Her gaze grows hazy with arousal, and my cock stiffens once more, my cooey singing insistently loud and reminding me that resonance is yet to be fulfilled. She brushes her fingers over my lips as I swallow, heat in her eyes.
This could take a while, she whispers. Resonance between you and me? Sometimes it takes longer than anticipated. Maybe we should go back and at least be at home for the rest of this? You can come stay in my hut.
Her hut? You should be in mine.
I don't think so. You built it for Tia.
I flinch at the reminder. She is not wrong. I tried to create it in a way that would make Tia smile, hunting for the lighter pieces of wood because she said she liked that color best, creating a deep hearth in the center and doubling the protective rocks because she is always worried about fire. It all seems like a waste now. We can stay in your hut, if you will have me. Flor's laughter bubbles up, helpless and tired.
Silly man, you act like we have a choice right now. We're stuck together until resonance is done. Then, I guess, we can figure out what we want.
She makes it sound as if things are not already decided, as if she can somehow walk away with my kit inside her. I hate the idea, and I hate the thought that she does not want to be with me. Perhaps she felt more strongly for our Jarl than I anticipated. Annoyed, I pluck the bag from her hand and set it aside. I pull her against me, my hand behind her neck, and I cover her soft mouth with mine. She moans.
God, where'd you learn to kiss like that?
To Ia. Flor grimaces and pats my cheek.
In the future, don't answer that sort of question.
Then do not ask, I growl, irritated. I snag my hand in her mane and force her head back, exposing her soft neck. She has small marks there from my mouth, dark spots from when I sucked on her skin. She has told me they do not hurt, but the sight of them inflames me. I latch onto her neck again, sucking as her arms go around me.
Are we doing this again?
Flor moans, arching up against me when I lick the spot on her skin that I just created. I nuzzle her throat as my hand moves between her thighs. She spreads them automatically, and I press my fingers into the hot well of her body, making sure she is soft and ready before I mount her again. We will mate again, I promise, between kisses on her throat. And then we will return to the village. It is better we tell them than if they send someone out to find us. Because our Jarl will most likely volunteer, and I might attack him with jealous rage if he gets anywhere near Flor.
Chapter 5. Flor. After another rough but oh-so-good mating, we wash up quickly and then dress, readying to head back to Icehome Beach. I'm anxious over what we're going to tell the others. I'm used to being the one that has all the gossip, not the one that the gossip is all about. But of course, they're going to talk about our resonance. We were all but paired off with other people, and then fate stepped in and bitch-slapped us.
Here,
Erek says as we step out of the cave.
eat this.
It's another bag of travel rations. While I am a little hungry, I'm more thirsty than anything, and the last thing I want is more spicy travel food. I'll wait to eat until we get back. He shakes his head when I try to hand it back.
You will eat this.
I make a face at him. Fine. How do I look? I run my fingers through my limp hair, hoping I don't have a bird's nest at the back of my skull from all the frenzied fucking we've been doing. Will I pass muster? Erek studies me with that scowly expression of concentration that is so uniquely him.
You are the most attractive female in the tribe.
My jaw drops. That is really sweet and unexpected. I was just hoping I didn't look like a damn slutty mess when we returned to camp, but hearing that throws me for an absolute loop. Oh, thank you. He grunts.
You asked. If you wish for me to praise your appearance, all you have to do is say so.
I start to giggle wildly at that. Anyone else would find Arek's bluntness an absolute nightmare, but I like it. He's always completely straightforward and doesn't mince words, even if you want him to. He has no patience for bullshit, which also makes him delicious to tease. It's why I keep using slang around him. He misinterprets it, and it gives me a little burst of happiness each time. You're not such a blowhard after all, are you? Arek eyes me as if on to my game.
If anyone blows too hard, it is Arjal. He lusts after you like a carry in heat.
I giggle harder. You are too mean. What does it say about me that I like it? Not that he's being mean to Arjal behind his back, but that he sounds so grumpily possessive when he says it. Like he's jealous. It's that jealous note in his voice that makes my heart giddy for some reason. I wave him forward. Come here, anyhow. Before we set off, I need to fix your hair. He touches his mane, frowning. You look like you spent all night fucking, I point out. It looks that way because we did, but I don't want him rolling up into camp like that. Let me do something with it for you. Arek gives me another one of those grouchy looks, but comes to my side and then bends down in the snow in front of me. My heart flutters. I try to ignore it. Stupid cooey is making my brain turn to mush. With one of the cut ties from my leggings still in my herb-gathering bag, I draw his hair together, using my fingers to smooth out stray locks. I pull it into a knot at the back of his head and then study my handiwork. It's not quite a man bun. It should look ridiculous, perhaps, but drawing his thick mane back from his face calls attention to his blunt, heavy features and makes him look ruggedly masculine and slightly feral, like he'd fight a grizzly bear for even looking in your direction. It makes me absurdly turned on. That could be the resonance talking, of course, but I brush one last lock back behind his horns, unable to stop touching him. This is a good look for you, you know? I like your hair pulled back like this. He grunts, rolling his shoulders and getting back to his feet once I've finished fussing with him. But I can tell he likes my praise. Has anyone ever praised him, I wonder? He's the leader of his little clan, but being the leader can be thankless. Tam is handsome but kinda dim. Odron is friendly as all get out. Ojek is very loyal and steadfast. And Arek, well, Arek is cranky. I know a lot of the tribe tolerates him because they're family, not because they enjoy his company. They don't see him for the good guy that he is. He's handsome and devoted and clever, unrelenting, determined, brave, fucks like an absolute demon. Tia should be thanking her lucky stars he's so intent upon her. Just thinking about Tia sours my mood. Everything between us is still up in the air and will remain up in the air until we all come to an agreement. Arek hasn't said what he wants to do, and I haven't asked. Honestly, I'm a little afraid to ask. Resonance is supposed to be a done deal, but our situation is messier than most. Everyone else that resonated wasn't with someone. Arek's been patiently waiting for Tia for years now. He's loved her for what feels like forever, and I wouldn't ask him to give her up just because of resonance. He doesn't love me, and I wouldn't want to stay with someone that doesn't want me wholeheartedly. That's why I balked with Arjal so many times. I felt like he wanted me because he was lonely, not because I was endgame for him. But now, because of resonance, I don't get an end game. When Erek goes back to Tia's side, I'll just be Auntie Flor again, but this time with a kiddo at my side. There won't be any hope for a mate, and that thought is more than a little depressing. Why is it everyone else gets the fairy tale, and I get some sort of fucking soap opera? It's freaking unfair.
Come.
Erek says, taking my bag and slinging it over his shoulder. He hands me a pouch of trail mix instead.
We should go, and you should eat.
I just ate, I protest.
Eat again. It is good for you.
Weirdo. I take a piece of trail mix and try to keep my spirits up, though I'm not looking forward to returning to camp. So, who do you think we're going to run into first when we get back?
Hannah.
He says immediately, as ready to gossip as I am.
She is the nosy one.
She's more of a busybody, but I think he's right. Hannah is. And you know a Tam will say something crude.
And Arhash will scowl and shake his head at us as if we are naughty kids.
Erek continues.
And Lige will bark a bunch of words at us that mean nothing to me.
He shoots me a wry smile.
But it is because we are naughty kids to her, too.
His smile warms my heart. I walk at his side, and we leave our cave and head back towards Icehome Beach, gossiping all the way. I smell the smoke of campfires before the village even comes into view. My belly clenches with a feeling of dread, and I instinctively move closer to Erek. I'm not sure I'm ready for this. He puts a hand on my shoulder, drawing me close.
We have done nothing wrong. Resonance has decided, not us. We merely followed its wishes.
Yes, and that's the entire problem. I chew on my lip, mentally picturing Arjal's crushing disappointment and Tia's devastated face as they realize what's happened. I'm supposed to be bringing smiles to everyone, not destroying hopes and dreams. Isn't life hard enough as it is? And to make matters worse, the moment Erek pulls me close, I want to crawl under his skin. He feels warm and familiar, and my pussy clenches, hungry for more. My cooey fires up, the song loud and insistent, and Erek's steps falter as his starts singing too. Why did we decide to come back to camp? We should have stayed away until resonance was done. This feels like such a bad idea. Maybe we should turn around, I say quickly. Find another cave, hunker down until we stop resonating.
Ho!
Calls a voice nearby.
Erek, Flor, ho!
Fuck. I'm not ready. As if sensing my panic, Erek turns and carefully draws me behind him, blocking me from the view of the others as they approach. A warm rush of gratitude sweeps over me at his action. He's going to take on everyone just so I don't have to. No one's ever done that for me. I hear a flurry of footsteps crunching in the snow as the others approach.
Vaza.
He greets, and then less warmly,
T'chai.
T'chai is Tallhorn, and I suspect that less than enthusiastic greeting is because of T'chai's relation to Arjal. I give Erek a chiding poke at the base of his spine.
There you are.
Vaza calls out cheerfully, his voice booming.
My mate was growing worried when you two did not return last night, but Arjal said all was well. Did you need help with anything? Can we be of assistance?
I peek around Erek's arm, and my gaze meets that of T'chai, who is watching me closely. Flushing, I give him a faint smile, and then I notice the kids behind him. There's Pak and Rukar, Ayla and Zaren. Oh no, they're all at that age where they're loud. And sure enough...
Tita Flor, why are you hiding behind Erek?
Pack says, and he's loud. Oh, I was just getting a bit of dirt off his back. I dust my fingers over Erec's back as if to hold up my lie and step out from behind him with a bright smile. My cooey, activated by that quick touch, purrs long and hard and loud, and all eyes are immediately drawn to me. Erec grimaces, rubbing his chest as his sings even louder than mine.
Whoa,
Vaza says slowly and rubs his nose.
that explains the scent.
T'Chai smirks, and I'm horrified. I lean closer to Erec, sniffing, because humans don't have the senses that the aliens do. Sure enough, he smells heavily of sex. I probably do too. Great. We probably reek, and no amount of finger combing our hair will hide the fact that we've been going at it like wildcats. Well, that, and I've lost my pants. My tunic is decently long enough and covers me to my thighs, but I feel naked as hell.
It is resonance.
Erec says, voice stiff. He pulls me behind him again, stepping forward and blocking my view.
That should be obvious. Very obvious.
T'Chai murmurs.
Come, kids. Let us find the trail again. We cannot be distracted from the hunt by other scents. Who has it again?
But they smell real bad, Ayla complains. How are we supposed to smell anything when they're stinky like that? If it wasn't me this was happening to, I'd be laughing my ass off. As it is, I'm mortified, but still trying to smother a few giggles. Erec's tail twitches, and he clearly doesn't find this as funny as I do. T'Chai chides Ayla, his voice receding as they walk away.
A good hunter will always discover the scent trail. You can find it again. Come on.
More footsteps crunch, and I lean in closer to Erec, drawn to his body. He's not wearing a vest like he normally does, and his back is exposed and ripe for the touching. I want to drag my fingertips all over him, and especially those dimples at the base of his spine, just above his thrashing tail. Leaning in, I let my breath whisper over his skin, and I know he feels it, because he tenses, his tail going still. Vaza clears his throat.
Shall I head back to camp ahead of you both and tell the others? Why?
Erec's tone is full of irritation.
You are both clearly still caught in resonance.
Vaza chuckles.
You will not want to talk to anyone until it is done, I imagine. And when I resonated, it took 3 days before my mate's chest stopped singing her mating song. During that time, I wanted to tear apart any male that looked in her direction. Some males get possessive when they resonate. Are you handling it well, or shall I help out?
Erec is silent. I glance up at him, and he automatically puts a hand back as if shepherding me behind him once more. Yeah, I'd say he's getting possessive. It might be a good idea, I call over his back, just in case. Vaza chuckles again.
Ah, I remember my resonance. What a good time that was.
Erec shifts his feet impatiently.
Let us hear the story some other time, my friend. Yes, of course,
Vaza replies.
I will head back ahead of you and clear the way. Shale will find you something to eat, so you do not have to emerge from your hut until you are finished.
He gives a breezy sigh.
Ah, resonance. It always has such odd timing. There will be nothing for turns of the seasons, and then a flurry of new matings. First Sabren, and Pani again, and then Daisy and Ojek. Now you both.
I nearly fall over, panic hitting me hard. Stepping out from behind a wreck, I stare at Vaza. Wait, what do you mean, Daisy and Ojak? They resonated? Just now?
Yesterday.
Vaza says, his voice as proud as if it was his own resonance.
Ashtar went looking for them and discovered them in a cave down the shore. They will not be back for at least another day, I do not think.
I let out a moan of horror. Oh, God, this is bad. This is so bad. Erek gives me an odd look.
Why is this bad? You are not happy for them?
I smack his arm. Are you serious? Siblings cannot marry in the same year. That's bad luck. He blinks at me. Once. Twice. Tilts his head.
I am not Ojak's sibling.
You're his clan brother. It's the same thing. I press a hand to my forehead, moaning. We're cursed. It's a sukhob. Any good luck we would have had is now going to be split with them.
Bah, I do not believe in curses,
Erek says, and puts a hand on my shoulders, tugging me close. He settles me under his arm, offering me the comfort of his body. And even though my cooey jump starts and wants nothing more than for me to stick my hand down his pants and jerk him off, I'm comforted by his solid presence. You said Atar found them. Where is he?
Ashtar or Ojak? Your shadow cat brother is busy with Daisy.
Vaza says, grinning slyly.
And Ashtar left camp this morning to go and retrieve Tia from Croatoan.
Erek stiffens. You see? I cry. We're fucking cursed. Bad luck all around.
Chapter 6. Irek. Flor looks at me with despair, her fists pressed to her face. She is upset. Of course she is upset. She resonated to me instead of our Jarl. We yet resonate. And now we must return to the beach, smelling of sex and singing with resonance, and Atar is left to retrieve the female I have dreamed of for 3 full turns of the seasons. It is a disaster. I do not like Flor's worry, though. We will handle things, one problem at a time. I move closer to her and put a hand on her shoulder, rubbing awkwardly. Viza will go back to camp and ensure we are not disturbed, I soothe. And we will figure out the rest later. No, she says, straightening her shoulders. She takes a deep breath and then puts her hands on her hips, her expression resigned.
Arjal is at camp and he deserves to hear from me what happened.
She turns to Viza.
I appreciate the offer, but we need to handle this like adults.
Viza raises his hands in the air. If you like, I will rejoin the chai, then, if you do not need me.
We're good.
She grabs my hand and hauls me forward, marching toward the distant camp. I slow my steps deliberately, tugging on her hand. This is a bad idea. He is not going to want to see me with you, Flor. Arjal is not as quick to anger as I am, but even I would not prod him on this. It seems cruel. Leave it be for tonight. She turns and gives me a strange look.
You're not going with me. You're going to do something else, and I'm going to talk to him and let him down easy.
The small hairs on the back of my neck stand up and my tail lashes behind me. Leave her alone, with Arjal, with her body singing of resonance to me, with her cunt drenched with my seed and still begging to be filled again? Why would I do that?
Because I don't want you there.
We are resonating, I say, as if that explains everything, because it should. Flor shakes her head, marching ahead of me toward the village.
It's something that should be discussed in private between him and I. You know, he's going to be hurt. The last thing he needs is you glaring at him the entire time while I'm trying to be kind.
While it is true that Arjal and I have never been less than fierce rivals, I would not gloat, not over this. I do not want to leave you alone with him. You belong at my side.
Just call,
Flor exclaims, turning to look back at me.
She turns and grabs my hand, placing it under the loose collar of her now tattered tunic. My fingers brush between her teats against her skin, and she holds me there.
Do you hear that, Iraq? I'm still resonating. We are still resonating. I'm not going anywhere. Not when it's hard to walk in a straight line while this is going on, okay? But Arjal is a friend and deserves to be treated like a friend. I'm going to talk to him quietly, in private.
She lets go of my hand and gives me a chiding stare.
You won, all right? Don't be a dick about it.
I am not being a dick. I just do not like the thought of another male with my resonance mate while she yet sings for me. Scowling, I reach for her hand, which she turns away and clasps her fingers in mine, walking at her side. We are quiet as we head towards the village, and I can see Flor will not be moved in this. She wishes to speak to Arjal alone, and nothing I say will change her mind. If you go and talk to him, what am I supposed to do? She gives my hand a squeeze, and for some reason that small bit of affection eases some of my frustration.
Go get your things and put them in my hut?
I like that idea. I like the thought of adding my furs to hers. Flor continues.
You can stay with me until we stop resonating, and then we'll figure everything out.
That makes me want to frown anew. What is there to figure out?
You, me, and Tia,
she replies, not meeting my gaze. Instead, her eyes are fixed on the plumes of smoke up ahead, the ones that mark the settlement on the beach.
I won't stand in the way of you two.
My hackles rise again, and I scowl at her, tail thrashing with annoyance. So she thinks to just mate me and then toss me aside once she has drained me of my seed. She will give me up so very easily. I wait for her to speak again, and when she remains silent, I realize she is done talking about this. Irritated, I keep holding her hand. But it feels more as if I am clinging to try and keep her at my side, when it is clear that she has no intention of staying. This angers me. But what can I do? I am not in control. The Kui is, and when it is done with us, Flor will have my heart in the grasp of her small fist, to squeeze or toss aside as she chooses. We are silent as we return to camp, and the moment we hit the outskirts, she releases my hand.
I'm going to grab pants, and then I'll go find Arjal. See you soon.
She turns and walks away, leaving me alone and full of annoyance. How can she walk away from me so easily when it takes everything I have not to chase after her and bear her down to the sand so I can cover her once more? Even now, my mouth wants to kiss hers. My hands itch to roam over her soft skin. My cock certainly misses her. And I cannot stop thinking about her or staring after her like a lovesick fool. I remain where I am, frowning as she darts toward her hut, waving at a few people as she does. She emerges from it a brief moment later, with a long skirt covering her legs now. She moves around the edge of camp, avoiding the cluster of huts, and heads down toward the beach and the violent waves instead. I clench my hands until the urge to follow after her fades just a little. Then I stare at my surroundings as if just now seeing them. The encampment looks as it always does, with a few kits playing on a blanket near females working hides. One of the strong-arm hunters scrapes fish clean of their scales at the edge of camp, and there is a cluster of curious people near the main fire, watching me. I do not head toward them. I breathe deep, filtering the scents that drift through camp. Shadowcat scents are faint but nearby. They are inside one of the huts then. I glance over at Flor once more, my Kui giving a painful thrum at the sight of her walking away. Rubbing my chest, I force myself to head towards my hut. Before I get to my home, I catch the mingled scents of Udran and Atam along with their mates. There is laughter coming from Udran's hut, and smoke trickles out of the hole in the roof. Are they having a gathering without me? Annoyed, I climb onto the platform for Udran's hut and shake the string of musical shells he has in front of it, indicating I am standing outside. The laughter goes quiet. Udran pokes his head out and then grins at the sight of me.
You have returned. We were wondering if we would see you again. Come, sit and join us.
I cast one glance towards the direction Flor went in, but she is gone. With a morose sigh, I grub my chest and duck into the hut. Udran's hut is a thing of beauty. The boards that make the floors are all perfectly straight. The edges of the hide above us neat and clean instead of ragged. He has a good eye for such things, and even the dried herbs and fish hanging from hooks seem to be in perfect order. Inside, Bushit leans back against Atam, her son in her arms. Arven is cross-legged near the fire pit, with Urav sucking his thumb and curled up on a fur next to her. It is nice inside, inviting, a home worthy for a mate. My mood sours when I remember that Flor did not want to be at my hut, that she feels it is Taia's hut, and not for her.
Come, sit,
Udran says, returning to his seat by his mate.
We were celebrating that Shadowcat clan now has 4 resonated pairs.
4 pairs. Yes, because even now Ojek and his beloved the sea are fulfilling residence somewhere down the beach. He is climbing over her and making her his, as I should be doing to Flor. Instead, I am here, and she is with Arjal. Bah, Arjal. Atam waves a hand in front of his face, his nostrils flaring as he makes a choked noise. You reek of mating, brother. I suppose that answers one question.
Resonance?
Bashit asks, politely elbowing her mate.
Congratulations to you and Flor. How do you feel?
What a foolish question. I rub my still-singing chest, annoyed that Flor is not at my side, and snap at her. How do you think I feel? She flinches.
Damn, sorry I asked.
Atam frowns at me now, and when I sit down next to him, he gives me a not-so-polite shove for being rude to his mate. I suppose I deserve that. Bashit is only trying to be friendly, but it is a foolish question to ask how I feel. I am yet resonating, my mate is off talking to another male, and I am making conversation with my clan instead of burying myself deep in her body. Any male would be beside himself with irritation, I tell myself.
It's okay, baby's just cranky. Look at his face, like he's been sucking on lemons all day. Flor probably looks the same.
Bashit gives me a wink to let me know she's teasing, her hand on Atam's knee.
Resonance must not be going smoothly.
Is she devastated? Atam asks, grinning. What a foolish question. Why would she be devastated? Atam barks a laugh. Because she could have had Tender Arjal as a mate, and instead she got you. They all erupt in laughter, but I am not laughing with them. I do not think it is funny. I scowl at Atam. I can be tender. That just makes them laugh harder. Irvin gives me a sympathetic look between her giggles, leaning against Udran's big shoulder.
No offense, but you're very different from Arjal. He's sweet and thoughtful.
Bashit agrees, chiming in.
Very considerate. That's not a trait that runs in Shadowcat clan much, right, babe?
And she pats Atam's knee again. Huh? Is all he says. I can be tender, I say again, louder. I do not like being compared to Atam, who fumbled his resonance with his mate, and badly.
No one's trying to hurt your feelings,
Arvin says, stroking her son's downy mane as the kid sleeps.
It's just that you're a bit more like a pull in a china shop than a gentle sort.
I do not know what that means, and it irritates me.
Oh,
Irvin thinks for a moment.
A bull in a china shop, well, it means that you charge forward without thinking. You act first and ask questions later.
Bah, she does not know what she speaks of. I think first, and I can be tender.
I'm sure you can,
Irvin says in a soothing voice, giving her mate a helpless look. Udran just grins. But Irvin's words are making me think. I rub my chest, considering. Every time I have mated with Flor, there's been very little room for thought. Instinct drove everything. Wild, frantic instinct. I think of the bites I left on her throat, and how she pushed my hand away when I tickled a finger inside her. Too sensitive, she told me. Because we were too rough with each other. Because I have more or less attacked her every time she came close, and was delighted when she met my greedy hunger with her own. What if that was not what she wanted, though? What if that is why even now she leaves my bed and races to Arjal's side? Because he is tender? I am disturbed. Leaning forward, I eye the 2 human females. I know Udran is good with his mate, but Atam had to learn how to listen to Bashit to give her what she wanted. Perhaps he needed to learn to be tender too. Perhaps I am not listening as well as I thought, and I am in danger of losing my mate. Tell me how I can be better at this. Bashit's eyes go wide. She stares at Irvin, then back at me.
Better at what?
A gesture at the females. At resonance, at tenderness. I need to make sure I am pleasing my mate.
Oh, boy.
Bashit's face colors, and she gives her mate a helpless look.
Irvin
waves aside her friend's shyness.
Let's cover the basics first. Your female's pleasure is just as important, if not more important than your own. If she's having a good time, you'll feel it in her body, and sex will be better for both of you. you're making her come, right?
Of course, I say, confidently.
No, there's no of course,
Irvin says, frowning at me.
Men think it's a given, but it's not. But I suppose resonance would help with that. You're doing foreplay, right? I would hope you're doing foreplay.
I do not know this word. I think of how Flor squealed when I teased a finger inside her, trying to tickle her from within. Tell me more of this foreplay.
Right,
Irvin says, and gives her mate a determined look.
Put on some tea, babe. We're gonna be here for a hot minute.
Chapter 7. Flor. Resonance really is a bitch. The moment I leave Erec's side, I feel like I'm making a mistake. I know that's resonance talking. I know that it's manipulating me into thinking I need to be at his side constantly until he puts a baby inside me. I know this, but it's still pretty darn effective because I see Arjal on the beach and feel nothing but guilt at the sight of him, and shame, like I'm betraying Erec. Which is crazy. We're just going to have a conversation. For all that things have been a little delicate between the two of us for the last while, we've been friends. Friends who assumed we might end up as more at some point. He deserves to hear what happened from me, instead of hearing it from Vaza or anyone else in the tribe, even if it pulls me away from Erec for longer than I want. I pause and head back to the cluster of huts. Maybe a quick kiss will sate my cooey for long enough that this won't feel like such an ordeal. I jog back down the beach like a crazy woman, just in time to see Erec's broad back disappear into Odran's hut. I head after him since I like the Shadowcat clan, and I suspect they won't mind if I steal him for a quick kiss. Or 3. I'm actually a little jealous of him. Coming back, he's got an entire clan of close family to share his news with. Every resonance means that their people aren't in danger of dying out, so another child on the way is always a celebration. In resonating to me, I guess I'm joining their family in a way. I'm actually really looking forward to that. Back on Earth, I had a huge extended family, with aunties and uncles constantly at my mother's house, cousins that were a built-in friendship network, and of course my mom and my younger sisters. Here, I just have Arjal. Kinda. As I step closer to the hut, I hear Bridget's distant voice call out, "Congratulations to you and Flor. How do you feel?"
How do you think I feel?
Erec's miserable words stop me in my tracks. Oh, he doesn't want me. Never has. He's always wanted Tia, and has made that perfectly clear. Even in front of his clan, he can't pretend that he's happy about our resonance. I can't even be mad. Of course he wants her. Of course he's upset that he's stuck with me. I just wish it didn't hurt my silly feelings. Swiping away a stupid tear, I turn and walk away from the scatter of huts as quick as I can. Find Arjal, I tell myself. Get it out in the open. Nothing has to be decided today. You can take your time. You and Erec have at least a year to figure shit out between the two of you. Heck, maybe Arjal will want to be a stepdad. Even as the thought crosses my mind, I shudder. I don't want that. Trying to picture Arjal as anything more than a buddy is impossible, especially since I've spent the last day being pounded by Erec. It's probably the resonance speaking, but I don't want anyone else. I don't even want to consider it. I find Arjal seated atop the large cluster of rocks that juts out into the choppy sea. It acts as a pier for those that like to fish but don't want to get into the water, and I know he calls it his thinking rock. He likes coming here when he's troubled because he feels like he is gazing out at the long-lost island and seeking advice from the ancestors. Of course, he's there now. He gazes out at the bottle green waters of the ocean, his long mane whipping in the breeze behind him. "Arjal?" I call out, moving up to the base of the rocks. Can we talk? I hold a hand up so he can help me onto the boulders, but instead he gives me the saddest look in the universe and gets to his feet. He hops down next to me, his hair fluttering, and then straightens. His expression is just heartbreaking. You already know, I say softly. Of course he does. Arjal is observant. He takes his time and watches over things, tries to figure out the best strategy. He's not a scowling pillar of opinions and decisions like Iraq. The look he gives me is wry.
Of course I know. I saw the way you looked at him when he arrived. In that moment I knew.
My chest feels tight. How did I look at him?
Like you were seeing him for the very first time.
Oh. His answer steals my breath away, and I try to recall seeing Iraq in that moment. I can't. How funny that he took one look at my reaction to Iraq and knew, and yet I had no idea until the song hit, and it's been mindless fucking ever since. Even now my cooey is humming, but the noise feels lonely and discontented without Iraq's song nearby. He hears it and turns away, wandering near the shore. I walk next to him quietly, trying to get my head wrapped around this entire weird situation. I feel like I need to apologize, but I know that's ridiculous. I've done nothing wrong. It wasn't as if I activated my cooey. It wasn't as if I begged for it to match me with Iraq. Heck, it wasn't as if I paid special attention to him over Arjal. I did nothing wrong, yet I still feel like a naughty child that's been caught being bad. To make things worse, my cooey keeps singing so loudly that Arjal keeps glancing over at me. The beach feels both noisy from the waves and far too quiet. Deciding to speak up, I glance over at him. I hope we're still friends.
Of course we are friends.
He gives me a chiding look.
Resonance does not change that. It just means you have someone new to hunt for you.
Well, it actually means a whole hell of a lot more than that, as my sore pussy can attest. But sure, we'll go with that. I guess that means you and Tia, huh? Since you're the last two holdouts? I don't know what that means for Iraq, considering he still wants Tia, but I guess if he wants her as a pleasure mate even after we resonated, maybe Arjal and Tia can work out some sort of agreement. He grunts, pausing and gazing thoughtfully out at the waves that endlessly roll towards the shore.
It is odd. When I first met Tia, I liked her. She was charming, and she liked to show me how to kiss. But I quickly realized she liked to show all the males how to kiss, and I no longer felt special to her. I put distance between us, and ever since then, I have not felt anything for her. It is very odd to think that she might be my mate.
Arjal shrugs.
Of course, I might have no mate at all.
I doubt that is it. Your cooey is just waiting for the right moment and the right girl.
Humph,
is all he says. He glances over at me again.
So, Iraq is the right one for you?
I manage a weak smile, trying not to think about the conversation I overheard just a short time ago. Guess so.
Perhaps I should have seen it.
Arjal says, thoughtful.
Iraq has always known what he wants. He would let nothing stand in his way. Perhaps he grew tired of waiting for Tia and influenced his cooey into realizing you were the perfect mate for him.
Everything he says is wildly wrong, but it's sweet of him to think that. I don't point out that Iraq still wants Tia, that I don't know where I stand in all of this. It's awkward. I want to be mad at Iraq, but At the same time, I want to crawl into his arms and kiss the hell out of him to convince him that I'm the right mate for him, not Tia. But he's loved Tia for years. And like Arjal says, Erek has always known what he wants. Knowing that just makes me feel worse, because it's pretty obvious that I'm not what Erek wants. Not even a little bit. I linger out on the shore with Arjal, talking about nothing and everything. We steer away from Resonance and talk of fishing, of all things. Of a large sturgeon he caught the other day. And when he cut open the belly, inside was a strip of leather with shell beads on it that must have come from our shore. It's nice to talk about absolutely nothing instead of myself and Erek, and I spend far longer than I should with him. My cooey grows more insistent over time, until I'm twitchy, and my skin hurts. I know it's trying to drive me back towards Erek, but I think of his angry response earlier, and it makes me linger on the beach, listening to Arjal's fishing stories. He hasn't asked about Tia or Erek, or what we plan to do. I suppose that's a good thing, because I don't have an answer for him. I don't know what's going to happen between myself and Erek, or Erek and Tia. Just that tomorrow is probably going to be pretty ugly, and worse if we don't stop resonating soon. Maybe tonight will be the trick. I rub my purring chest, my skin itchy and hot. I should be annoyed that I'm going to have to suck it up and turn around and fuck Erek while he's moping over Tia, but right now I'm so damn needy that I don't even care. I just want this itching ache inside me to be satisfied.
You should go find him,
Arjal says in a quiet voice, distracting me. I glance up at him, pulled out of my thoughts. He dips his chin, indicating my chest. Sure enough, I'm no longer rubbing the valley between my breasts where my cooey is purring, but squeezing one of my tits instead. Oops. Blushing, I drop my hand and pretend to straighten my leather skirt. Right.
All will be well,
he tells me, his voice gentle.
Resonance always knows. It is never wrong.
You know, you say that, but Resonance has been wrong before. Look at Rahash's parents. They hated each other. Don't tell me Resonance had an excellent plan for that, because I don't believe it. Arjal looks unconvinced. He shakes his head at me, then turns back to the rolling waves.
Perhaps they cared for each other at one point. Maybe Resonance was not totally wrong, but they poisoned it somehow. I see nothing but happy couples here on the beach, and I think Resonance is right. It knows who belongs to who. It brings them happiness, and if I have not resonated, perhaps it is because it has not found my right mate yet.
He smiles faintly at the horizon.
It always knows. I must trust in that.
Says the alien man who doesn't have to go fuck someone that's pining for someone else. I scowl at his back. You keep telling yourself that, buddy. I'm leaving. I pause because despite his words, it's been easier to talk to him about this than I thought. I expected anger, yelling, at worst sobbing. But Arjal has been calm about it, even giving me a pep talk. You're a good friend, you know that. Tia's going to be a lucky girl. He turns to me and gives me a faint smile.
My thanks.
I give the valley between my breasts another little rub, then head towards camp and my hut. Might as well get this over with. I'm tight and clenched with anxiety and a hint of resentment as I approach my hut. There's a plume of smoke coming from the smoke hole, which tells me Erek is inside and waiting for me. Do I tell him that I overheard his complaining that he resonated to me and not Tia? Or do I choke it all down and just jump on his cock to get things over with? After a quick inward debate, I decide to play it cool. Even if we argue, we still have to fuck. We can squabble over who ends up with who later, once my cooey is calmed down. With that decided, I take a deep breath, relax my shoulders, and then pull back the privacy screen over my hut and step inside. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but I can tell immediately that Erek has made himself at home. The pile of furs that make up my bed has doubled, and there's a bunch of hunting junk near the entrance. Erek bends over my fire pit, poking at a few roots roasting near the coals. He straightens the moment I enter, his hard expression roaming over me as my cooey gets loud and excited at the sight of him. He grunts.
I have been waiting. Your food is almost burned.
He points at my cushion near the fire.
Come, sit and eat.
I'm really not all that hungry.
You are going to eat to keep your strength,
he tells me in that bossy Erek voice of his, using a carved bone skewer to pull one of the roasting roots out of the fire.
And tomorrow, I am going to repair your fire pit. You need larger stones around it. Who put this together for you, Ajal?
His lip curls as if the thought disgusts him. I did, I snap, annoyed at his bossiness. And it's fine. Erek gestures at the door with his skewer.
You need a larger cover for that, too. It is going to let all the wind in. I will make you a better one tomorrow.
Pisting Yawa. This alien is going to piss me off, isn't he? By the time Tia gets here, I'm going to throw him at her. Glaring, I thump down on my seat next to my fire. Is he deliberately trying to make me angry? Because if so, it's working. Insulting the hut I put the finishing touches on myself because I had no mate? It's not the way to get me in the mood to have sex. He stabs the root with a smaller skewer for eating, sprinkles herbs on it, and then hands it to me.
I know this is the way you like your food.
He gets to his feet and sniffs the pouch over the fire.
Your tea will be ready soon.
Some of my annoyance eases. He's taking care of me, and that's not something I'm used to. When was the last time someone fussed over me specifically? Not since I was back home, and Nanai made me a special birthday dinner and tisked at my then short hair and lamented why I was single even as she stuffed me full of food. Now my hair is long, and she'd be happy that she'd be getting a grandchild. Thinking about her makes me a little sad, and I nibble on my root.
You were gone a while.
He sounds surly. I was. I agree. I needed to think.
How did Ajal take things?
He tips a cup into the pouch of tea and then holds it out to me.
Was he furious?
I shrug. He took it pretty well, actually. Erek grunts.
Surprising.
Is it? I eye him over my cup and take a sip, then another bite of food. Erek skewers a bit of meat and holds it over the fire, and I know that's for me, too. The man is trying to stuff me like a turkey. He frowns as he turns the meat, and I wonder if he's thinking of how he's going to break the news to Tia. I've been thinking about that, too. She's bound to be hurt. You'll need to be careful with how you approach things with Tia. You had more of a promise between the two of you than I did with Arjal. She's going to be hurt. You should probably start with telling her that it's all resonance-based, the connection between you and me. That you didn't want to sleep with me, and that you still don't, that you held out for her all this time, but resonance took us both by surprise, and that's why we fucked. Not because we wanted to. He stiffens and shoots me a grumpy look.
I will handle Tia.
I'm just saying. Be gentle with her. He turns and gives me an incredulous stare.
Why does everyone keep saying I am not gentle?
Wow, that was a big reaction. Surprised, I shrug. Because you're a wreck. You're more ferocious and determined than gentle and easygoing. I thought that was obvious, but he only seems more irritated. His expression turns dangerous, his eyes narrowing as he regards me.
I can be gentle.
Okay. I'm sure you can. As I take another bite of the root, he sets the roasting meat aside, wedging it between two rocks so it can continue to hang near the flames. Then he turns his gaze toward me once more and slides closer.
You sound as if you do not believe me.
My cooey grows louder, fascinated at this new aspect to Erek. I lean away slightly, both unnerved and aroused, as he moves to my side, his arm brushing against me. I believe you.
Do you?
He eyes me up and down, studying me, and then reaches out and gently brushes a lock of hair back from my face.
Finish eating your food, and I will show you how gentle I can be.
It sounds like a threat and a promise both, but my cooey fires up with excitement. It purrs loudly, my breasts shivering with its song, and I take another bite of root as he leans in closer to me and breathes deep. What are you doing? I ask, my mouth full. It's hard to eat when you're getting distracted by a man sniffing you.
I like your scent,
he murmurs, his voice practically a purr.
You smell like your cunt has been stuffed with my seed.
I choke on the bite in my mouth. Jesus Christ, that is utterly blatant and incredibly sexy. He leans in and lightly puts his fingers on my jaw, tilting my head and offering my ear up to him. His teeth scrape over it in the next moment, and hot need pulses between my thighs. I bite back a moan, my eyes fluttering closed as he sucks on my earlobe. Erek, what is this?
Foreplay. Stay still, so I can be properly gentle.
And he licks the shell of my ear. I swear it feels as if he's licking my pussy as the tip of his tongue traces a line on my flesh. I've forgotten all about eating, my roasted root and delicious tea forgotten. If he wants to feast on me, who am I to stop him? I moan as he tugs on my earlobe with his teeth, then kisses down the side of my neck. This is vastly different than all the times we've touched before. Every other time we've mated, it's been fierce and frantic, as if we're determined to fuck as quickly as possible. This doesn't feel like the other times, though. This feels like a seduction, and it's all the more confusing. I'm not sure we should be doing this, I breathe. I make no effort to move away, either. I don't think I could. Between my cooey and Erek's magnetic presence, the world could collapse and I wouldn't get off this cushion. Tia.
I will handle Tia,
he says, and then mouths my neck again, his other hand tilting my head so I give him unrestricted access to my throat. Whimpering, I clench the cup in my hand as his lips and tongue tease my throat. When he scrapes his fangs against my skin, I jerk. And the rest of my tea spills in my lap. Shit! Erek chuckles as if he's pleased by my ridiculous reaction. He draws back and plucks the cup out of my hand, tossing it aside. Then he leans in again, rubbing his large, proud nose against the line of my jaw.
Have you eaten enough? Drank enough? What can I get you?
I'm okay, I manage. I should change, though.
Let me help you with your skirts. Stand for me.
My knees feel weak. Who is this man, and what has he done with a wreck? He looks the same, right down to that strangely appealing man bun at the back of his head, to the downy beard that clings to his jaw. But this purring, seductive side of him is new. I don't know what to think. I just know that it's making me incredibly aroused. My limbs feel sluggish as I get to my feet, and when his hands go to my waist and he tugs on my skirt, I put my hands on his shoulders to steady myself. Gazing down at him, I see the moment he pulls my skirt down to the floor, freeing my legs. His big hands skim up the backs of my legs, all the way to my buttocks, and Erek looks at me as if I'm a feast. It's a little strange that I still have my boots on, but he's not paying attention to them. And frankly, neither am I. He squeezes my ass, groaning as he flexes his hands.
Can I take your tunic off?
I nod, a strange knot in my throat. I don't know why I'm both aroused and on edge. At this point, we've had sex multiple times. Nothing should surprise me. Still, this feels different. He takes the hem of my tunic and lifts it to my breasts. I pull it the rest of the way, tugging it over my head and then tossing it aside. This feels different, too, and I realize it's the first time I've been completely naked in front of him. I'm sure we undressed at some point in the cave last night, but the focus wasn't on my body. It was just on having sex as quickly and as often as possible. I'm still resonating, but this feels different. It's like he's devouring me with his gaze. It's like he's seeing me for the first time. I wait for Erek to say something, to comment on my small breasts or my body, which is more or less lean all over. I look good, but I also don't look like Tia, and I imagine he's comparing the two of us. To my surprise, he reaches out and brushes a knuckle between the valley of my breasts.
I have not played with these. Are they sensitive?
Oh, I swallow. Yes. He grunts, tugging me down to the floor against him. I go to my knees, straddling one of his thighs, and my breasts are more or less at eye level for him.
You will have to tell me such things. I want to know all the parts that are sensitive and feel good to touch.
Why does it matter? Since we're just doing this to fulfill resonance, why does he care what turns me on? You... The breath hisses out of my lungs as he leans in and his mouth closes over the tip of one dark nipple. I cry out, clinging to his man bun as he nuzzles my breast, teasing the small peak with his mouth and then latching onto my nipple once more and sucking. Oh, God. Whimpering, I clench my hands in his hair, holding him there as his tongue teases circles around the tip, his hands sliding down to my ass and holding me tightly against him. Oh, fuck. I don't know what to do with this tender, foreplay-loving Erek. I whine as he sucks hard on one tip and then releases it, only to move over to my other breast and repeat the motion. His tongue has ridges, and when he drags it over my now taut nipple, I can feel each one gliding against my skin. It's like nothing I've experienced before, and I flex my hips, lost in the moment. He groans, and one hand slides between my thighs as he moves back to my left breast, grazing his teeth over it, and then sucking hard once more. His hand moves to my pussy, and then he brushes his fingers along the seam of my folds. Nothing has ever felt so intense. With a whimper, I widen my stance as I straddle his leg. Other than his spur, he hasn't touched my clit, and I didn't realize how bad I needed it until this moment. I hold my breath as his calloused fingers skim over my flesh, and then he pushes into the well of my core, skipping my clit entirely. Oh, I fight back a wave of disappointment as he gently eases his finger in, pumping and nuzzling at my breasts. It's still good foreplay, at least. I concentrate on enjoying the moment, closing my eyes. Maybe he'll work his way back to the front. If not, I can always guide him there. But I'd have preferred for him to figure it out on his own.
I like your teats.
Erek tells me, teasing one nipple with little circles.
They fit perfectly into my mouth.
I rock my hips on his hand. I need more, Erek.
Patience,
he says, as if I'm the greedy one.
I am giving you foreplay.
And you're doing amazing, I agree, panting. If you could just... The words choke in my throat as he crooks his finger inside me, rubbing against a spot on the inner wall of my channel.
Ah,
he murmurs, pleased.
That is the spot. It was too ticklish before, but perhaps now it is better.
My mouth can't form words. I wheeze as he licks the tip of my breast again, his finger rubbing against what surely must be my G-spot. My legs jerk as if electrified, and I clench tight around his hand, hunching over.
Shall I stop?
He whispers. No. I pull on his hair harder. Don't stop. He rumbles with pleasure, but I don't know if it's Erek or his cooey. I'm drowning in a sea of tickling sensation, of my body immediately clenching hard and fast, and when he takes my nipple into his mouth again and sucks, I go off like a rocket. A hard, furious orgasm rips through me, and I cling to Erek as he continues to work my pussy with his finger, rubbing my G-spot in slow, maddening touches as he makes love to my breasts with his tongue. I clench, and I swear I can feel my cooey fluttering deep inside me as he teases my body. I don't think I've ever come so hard, not even with resonance. Erek makes a satisfied sound and tugs me toward his mouth, capturing my lips in a hungry kiss. He tumbles us to the furs as if his own need is finally taking over, and slips his finger out of me. I open my eyes, dazed, just in time to see him lick my slickness off his hand. The sound he makes is absolutely feral.
You taste so good.
You want to taste me? I whisper, tracing my hand down one of his biceps. He's got a thick vein here that fascinates me, and I can't resist touching it. He groans, and I think for a moment he's going to do just that. But then he pushes my thighs apart and surges between my legs, and he's inside me, seated to the hilt. His spur teases my clit as he thrusts deep, and then I'm racing towards another orgasm as he shuttles inside me, moving so fast that I couldn't possibly keep up, even if I wanted to. It unlocks the next climax, and I come again as he pounds into me with frenzied effort. By the time he comes, I'm wrung out. He collapses atop me with a low, deep groan and clutches me against him as if he's afraid I'm going somewhere. We pant in silence for a few minutes, and when I come to my senses, I realize he's still atop me, sprawled over my body, as if it's where he belongs. My heart squeezes painfully. I'm definitely cursed. How could I receive a blessing like resonance only for my mate to be taken from me and given to another? It's got to be a curse. I've pissed off spirits somewhere. I'm not even sure if this planet has spirits, but it must. And tomorrow I'm going to take a page from my mother's playbook and sacrifice something to appease any wounded parties that might be dwelling in the shadows. Because knowing that Erek's going to fuck me and get me pregnant and then run straight to Tia the moment we stop resonating, it hurts far more than it should. we're supposed to just be friends, and yet my brain can't seem to wrap around that concept. It keeps trying to play the what next game without realizing there is no next for us. Erek props himself up on his elbows, gazing down at me. His hips grind against mine, and I realize that he's still half hard, even though he just came. Fucking resonance.
I am sorry,
He tells me, and then brushes a sweaty lock of hair off my face.
I meant for foreplay to last longer. I could not hold out as long as I wanted.
He's apologizing? For boning the brains out of me. I manage a chuckle, pushing my sad thoughts away. If it lasted any longer, I'd have melted into a puddle. A satisfied grin stretches his face, and, oh, I like that far too much. There's a wildness to Erek, a brute force sort of edge to his personality that is making me zing like crazy. I shouldn't be fluttering all over from his stupid smile. I've seen him smile a dozen times before. Just not when he's balls deep inside me. That makes things different. Definitely cursed. As my cooey continues to hum loudly, I run a hand down his side. Do you think this land has ghosts?
Ghosts?
His brows furrow.
I do not know what you mean.
I pat his arm. Doesn't matter. All places have ghosts. I'll find something for them, too. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to have my hands full with offerings to appease whoever I've made unhappy. Then, perhaps with a few happy spirits, we'll counteract whatever damage Sukhob is sure to inflict.
Chapter 8. Erek. Because we have resonated, there is a feast and a celebration that night. Flor and I emerge from our hut and spend time with the others, but we yet hum with need. After eating and greeting the newly returned Dixon and Ojek, who have also resonated, we retreat back to Flor's hut and are on each other once more. We kiss and touch, mating through the night and into the early morning with a frenzied purpose. Yet even after a full night together, we still resonate to one another. Shortly before dawn, I grab her by the hips and push into her from behind, only to find her wet and willing. I rock into her body until we both come, my cock buried in her pussy and my spur pushing against her back entrance. For some reason, I find that fascinating, and it makes me want to take her again, just to watch the way our bodies join together. But the moment we are done, Flor gets out of bed and gets a pan of water. She chips the ice off the surface and then cleans herself, shivering as she mops between her thighs.
More resonating,
She says, a hint of defeat in her voice.
I'm sorry. I know you want it to be done.
I grunt, my hands behind my head as I relax in the furs. I find I am not quite so ready to be done. Resonance is intense, but it is an excellent kind of intense. It will end soon enough. Come back to the furs. We can get another round in before the morning meal. She frowns at me and shakes her head.
No, I need to get to work this morning.
Work? On what? I sit up, not liking that she puts on her clothes. I miss the sight of her warm brown skin already. What is more important than resonance?
Fishing,
She says promptly.
I need a couple of fish and some vegetables.
For what? I study her. If you are hungry, I can feed you.
Not hungry, don't worry about it.
She waves a hand at me, dismissing my questions.
Have you seen my boots?
I am confused, as confused about that as I am of her abrupt nature this morning. She is being cold to me, as if she has no time to talk with her mate. Did I not give her enough foreplay? Was I not gentle enough to satisfy her, or does she still long for Arjal? The thought fills me with jealousy. What is so special about him that she cannot see me, even with resonance? You should eat something, I offer. Maybe she will let me feed her. I can heat up the food from last night. Flor bends down to lace one boot up her calf.
Don't bother.
When she is done, she straightens and tosses a cloak over her shoulders.
I'll see you later.
And then she is gone, and I am left with an aching cock, a throbbing cooey, and wounded pride. Well, I am not going to sit in her furs and mope. If she is not going to stay in the hut and resonate with me, I will follow her on her errands. If Arjal so much as sniffs near her, I will chase him away. He does not get to go near my mate. He lost his chance with her, and I intend to remind him of that. Decided, I get to my feet and hunt for my clothing. She mentioned the ancestor spirits. I will have to ask the others if they feel ancestor spirits around them. Back on the island, we always felt we were surrounded by our ancestors who had passed, but they did not speak to us, and we did not offer to them. Perhaps humans think differently. Have they done this before and I simply never noticed? Have I been too lost in thought about one particular female to notice what the rest of them were doing? I will be better about noticing in the future. Then again, it does not matter now. I only intend to notice one female. Mine. Once I have on a loincloth and some boots, I shove my favorite knife into my belt and duck out of the hut, scanning for Flor. I do not see her immediately close by, so I close my eyes and concentrate on the scents in the wind. There. Following her scent, I head toward the shore and then pause. She did not speak lies. She is fishing by herself. She stands near one of the rocky tide pools, a spear in hand as she studies the contents. Good. She is being safe. Sometimes the tide pools catch large shells with tasty creatures inside, or occasionally a fish. I am glad she is not taking a raft as the sea does, or heading out with nets. I would have to stop her. I pause because I do not think she would like it if I tried to stop her. She would be furious, and I would much rather have Flor smiling at me. Frowning to myself, I rub my chest and consider my options. If I go up to her, will she be annoyed that I am at her side again? Will I be seen as needy? Perhaps I should get her some food instead. She did not eat a morning meal, and she needs food to keep up her strength, so we can finish with our resonance. That, and it would please me to feed her. I head toward the main fire where the females that stay at camp take turns cooking meals instead of hunting. Something is cooking, at least. I move toward it and am greeted by the others near the fire. Several females nursing cups of shrimp tea and holding their kits.
Good morning,
says Ursel, the chai's quiet mate. She is the one making food today. She stirs the pouch and picks up a bowl.
Do you want some?
I lean over the pouch, nostrils flaring. It is a seed gruel. I make a face at the thought of eating it. Ursel just chuckles.
I'm going to take that as a no. Feed yourself, then.
I point at the paste. Does Flor like eating this? She arches a brow at me.
Why don't you ask her?
Why do you not just tell me? Why must every female be difficult? Ursel rolls her eyes and shakes off her spoon, setting the bowl back down.
You know what? Feed yourself. Or don't. I don't really care.
She moves to sit by the fire on one of the logs there and murmurs something to Kali, Mtak's mate. Both of them eye me with disdain. Bah, it does not matter if they like me or not. I pick up the spoon and sniff the gruel again, deciding to try it if it is something I have seen her eat in the past. I glance around the fire at the other females, and pause. A short distance away, Ojek stands next to the sea. They talk to Arhosh and his mate, who are all smiles. Ojek has his back to me, and his long braid is a neat and tidy line down his back. His hand is on the sea's shoulder, and I notice her yellow mane is tied in the same way his is. As I stare at them, she laughs at something, looks up at Ojek with a radiant smile and caresses his lower back, dangerously near his tail. They look happy, content. Their residence must have been over quickly. I scowl at the thought, my own cooey yet singing endlessly in my chest. Flor needs to eat more, I decide. I bet Ojek made the sea eat all the time. With that decided, I grab one of the bowls and slop a large spoonful of the mess into the dish.
You're welcome,
Ursel calls, her voice light with amusement.
Make sure you grab a spoon unless you plan on eating that with your fingers.
Kali giggles, and I contemplate heading back to my hut. No, not my hut, Flor's hut, since I have brought my gear there. My mood is growing darker by the moment, and the giggles of other females are not helping. Nor is the sight of Ojek gazing down at the sea with such intense devotion. I am happy for him, I truly am. I am just annoyed for myself at my current situation, and I yet resonate as fiercely as I did when I started. Turning away from the fire, I clutch the bowl to my chest when someone calls out,
There, a dragon!
A shadow flies overhead. I pause, gazing up at the sky as Atar, the golden dragon, flies in fancy circles over the encampment. On his back are 2 laden baskets, and as I watch, a head pops out of one of them. Oh no, T'ia. This morning grows from bad to worse.
Irek, there you are.
Ojek turns and sees me, his face alight with happiness.
I have heard you and Flor to be congratulated. Have you heard that the sea is finally mine, and I am hers?
I grunt, hugging the bowl of gruel to my chest. I want to race away and find Flor so we can meet T'ia together, but she is down on the beach and Ojek is dragging the sea toward me. The pretty female Ojek has lusted after for so long smiles at me, her expression sweet.
I hope you're not too disappointed.
Why would I be disappointed?
Because I know you don't like me.
The sea gives Ojek another radiant smile, taking his hand in hers and squeezing it.
You never have, but I've turned over a new leaf.
Why do I care if she is turning over leaves? What does that have to do with anything? There will be more Shadowcat clan. I do not see a problem with anything. I watch as a few of the others stand and head for the slope to the north, where Atar will land. I need to get away, to find Flor on the beach and pull her from her fishing. Make her eat, and then we will talk to T'ia together. She will see that we are meant to be mates, and it will all be explained easily. But I need to make sure I find Flor first.
You have always been dismissive of the sea in the past.
Ojek comments. He puts both hands on his mate's shoulders and gives her a gentle push toward me.
I would have you tell her she is welcome.
Distracted, I try to move toward the beach. The look on Ojek's face is determined, though. He stands at the sea's side, and she looks worried, as if I have time for this. I do not care, I say, and I mean it. If they are happy, I am truly unbothered. I have bigger things to deal with. I gaze over Ojek's shoulder. T'ia has dismounted and is searching the crowd gathered nearby. The pit of my stomach sinks as I see her gaze lock on me. She races across the sands toward me, a wide smile on her face. I panic. I must go and find Flor, I say to the sea and Ojek. We will speak later.
Oh, I see Flor right now.
The sea tells me, nodding at something behind me.
Here she comes up the beach. Irek,
T'ia cries in that moment, pushing past Ojek and the sea. She flings her arms around me and kisses me on the mouth, the gruel in my hand smashing against my chest in a hot, sludgy mess. She makes a happy sound, her arms dragging around my neck as she hauls me down against her, and her tongue pushes against my lips. That does it. I jerk backward, horrified, and swipe the back of my hand over my mouth. The taste of her is awful. Ugh. She gasps, recoiling as if stung.
Irek, what the fuck?
Her scent is in my nose, and the taste of her lingers on my lips, awful and invasive. I turn my head, spitting upon the beach to try and rinse the taste from my mouth. I rub my lips again, and when I look up, everyone is staring at me. The sea and Ojek have wide eyes. Ta'ia's expression is full of shock and hurt, and the rest of the tribe, Wula and Gren, Urk and Chalro, Tvi and Dek, and all the others, stare at me as if I have committed some sort of atrocity, as if I am the one to blame. Veronica rushes up to Atar's side, the big golden male striding towards us.
Ashtar,
she cries.
You were supposed to say something.
I was in battle form,
he tells her, and then nods in Ta'ia's direction.
I'm supposed to tell you that Irek resonated to someone else.
Ashtar,
Veronica says again, a groan in her voice. She puts a hand to her forehead.
Seriously? He what?
T'ia looks at me with utter betrayal.
I was in battle form. She is not psychic. What was I supposed to do?
Atar gestures at T'ia, who continues to regard me with distress.
We only stopped at the fruit cave, and we were too far away for me to receive my mate's thoughts. After that, we came straight here. By the time I was in range to tell her, it was quicker to just land.
He shrugs.
It seemed smarter to return instead of leave again. Return to Kroto and shift, tell her, see if she wants to stay, and then return.
Veronica just smacks her forehead again.
You resonated?
T'ia asks me, her voice so full of hurt that it makes me ache.
And you didn't tell me?
As if this is all some plan of mine. It was on the day that Attar left. There was no way for me to tell you. Her gaze leaves me and she stares at something over my shoulder. My heart plummets. When I turn, I see Flor standing in the distance, a stony expression on her face. I wipe my mouth again and she glares at me. Well, now, this is much worse. Flor, I say, turning toward her. The only thing that matters is her. I do not care if Tia hates me. I do not care if the entire tribe thinks I am cruel through no fault of my own. All that matters is Flor and her good opinion. And right now she is looking at me with disgust. She turns and walks away, and I chase after her because I cannot stand the thought of her abandoning me. I am her mate. She is mine. I race to her side and touch her shoulder. Flor.
No,
She tells me, shrugging me off. Her expression is tight.
it's not right that this is how she finds out. You need to sit and talk to her. Make sure she's okay. The woman you love deserves that much, don't you think? Don't let resonance influence you so much you forget who you care for.
What are you talking about? Flor shakes her head.
You and I will figure us out later. For now, you need to go and talk to Tia before it all gets fucked beyond saving. I've got fishing to do, and I want to be alone anyhow.
She gives my arm a pat and then turns away, brushing past Irvin and Brigitte, who watch from nearby. I stare after her, and I feel strange, unhappy. Why is it that she is pushing me toward Tia, after we have resonated? Am I not her mate, and she is mine? But she is acting strange. Steph, the one with the outcast mate, suddenly appears at my side. She gives me a gentle smile and steers me quietly toward Tia, who remains standing where she is, her expression devastated.
I think we need to sit and talk this out,
I do not feel like talking. I want to chase after Flor and talk to her. I want to touch her and breathe in her scent instead of the offensive ones perfuming the air around me. But it is clear from the expectant looks of the rest of the tribe that they wish for me to talk to Tia and soothe her hurts. And she is my friend, so I suppose I should, even if it feels as if I am betraying my mate, somehow. Reluctant, I let Steph drag me forward. Tia's eyes are brimming with tears as she watches me. Her arms crossed over her chest. Her expression is accusing, as if I was the one that chose resonance and not my cooey. I am not unhappy with it, though. Perhaps that is why she stares at me with such misery in her gaze.
Well, that is all solved,
Attar says loudly, clapping his hands together.
Now let us partake of this fruit feast you greedy ones have prepared.
What fruit feast?
Lise calls out.
Are you high? Were you chewing leaves?
I hope there is a feast of some kind to distract me from Tia's heartbroken gaze. Chapter 9. Irek.
Does this feel uncomfortable to anyone else? Because it feels awfully uncomfortable to me.
Lise complains.
Does everyone have to stop and stare? Resonance happens all the time, guys. It's not like they're going at it on the beach. Let's break it up, shall we?
Normally I find Lise, the mate of our Hosh, annoying and loud. Today, though, I am glad for her loudness. I am glad for her interfering, as I feel the eyes of the tribe focused on us, hot and intrusive. I believe there should be no secrets kept amongst a clan or a village, but right now it feels very uncomfortable to have everyone fascinated with the pain on Tia's face and the discomfort on mine. I turn as Lise shoos curious tribe mates away, but I do not see Flor. She has vanished again, right after seeing me with Tia. I need to find her. I turn on my heel only to see Steph step in front of me.
Irek,
she says in that calm, knowing voice, and puts a hand up.
I know you're feeling frustrated and trapped by this confrontation, but I feel that you and Tia need to sit somewhere quietly and talk this out before things fester.
Frowning, I gesture at the shore. But my mate...
Your mate?
Tia wails.
She's your mate? You sure didn't wait very fucking long.
Everyone turns to stare at us again. Atam snickers nearby, only for Brigitte to nudge him with her arm and give him a cross look.
In private,
Steph says again, voice tight.
Come to my hut and let's have you hash things out. Don't you think you owe each other that much?
I think it is a good idea, but I want my mate, my Flor, there as well, because she is an important part in all of this. Flor needs to have this conversation too.
I agree, Setef says. But it might be easier if you and Tia talk first, and then the three of you can talk once you and Tia are on the same page.
I grunt, though I do not know what a page is or why I should step upon it. Everything in me wants to rush after Flor, but I glance over at Tia, and more tears stream down her face. She suddenly looks very young and sad. I think of Flor, who is older and wiser and who does not cry so piteously that she makes me feel like I am the worst thing that has ever happened to her. Flor does not react like Tia. She would not make me feel guilty like this. Perhaps Setef is right. Perhaps it is best to talk to Tia first. If nothing else, so she will stop her incessant weeping. Fine, let us go. I gesture at the cluster of huts, my gaze sweeping the beach just in case Flor has returned. There is no sign of her, though. No doubt she has raced off to have Arjal comfort her. Something hot and angry boils through me at the thought of him holding her close, and I lurch in the sand, staggering forward. Setef catches my arm.
Don't run off, Irek. You really do need to talk to Tia. This isn't fair to her.
I rake a hand through my mane, tugging it free from the knot atop my head. A knot that Flor put there. For some reason, that makes me feel worse. I want it back. I want the knot back, and I want Flor here at my side, smiling up at me. All of this feels wrong. I growl, low in my throat, my cooey song rippling through my chest.
Juth, love,
Setef calls in that mild voice of hers.
Will you go ask Flor to join us? I think that would make Irek feel better.
Juth nods, shifting their kit on his hip and heading down the beach after my mate. His stumpy tail flicks with calm motions, and I wish I was as relaxed as he was. I should be the one going after her. Instead, I must deal with Tia and her tears. I bite back a groan of frustration and guilt. Why did Atar not take a few extra moments to tell Tia what happened before returning to camp? Even as Setef steers me and Tia toward her hut, I glance over at the big golden male. His mate is giving him an unhappy look as well, as if she is displeased as much as we are.
All I want to know is where the fruit went,
Atar says again, shrugging.
Do we truly need that big of a feast? It seems silly to snatch all the fruit.
What are you yammering about?
Lise asks him.
Why are you obsessing with fruit?
I do not hear the answer because Tia chokes on a sob, and Setef steers her away, glancing back at me. I follow because what else can I do? I want to find my mate, but if I abandon Tia in this moment, all will look at me as the worst of creatures. Even so, I hesitate. I step towards the beach and towards Flor, because the pull for her is greater than for Tia. Setef grabs my arm and then drags me back toward Tia.
Juth will find her, Irek. All will be well. Talk first, or you will hurt Tia even more.
Guilt makes me pause and then follow after Setef. I hate it, but she is right. Flor is not leaving. She cannot, not while we resonate so. I must be patient a little longer. Tia weeps the entire walk back to Setef and Juth's hut. Once inside, she collapses dramatically onto the pillows set near the fire pit and sobs anew. I know she likes attention, and I know she likes to make big gestures, but for the first time, I am annoyed at Tia's actions. Must she be so loud? Obvious. I glance at Setef. She sits down nearby and gestures that I should sit too.
It's okay. This is a safe space to talk.
What if I do not feel like talking? I eye the comfortable pillows across from the females as if they are filled with dung. I have no desire to sit down and get comfortable. I just want to leave. I want to find Flor. Rubbing my chest, I glare at my surroundings. Flor should be here.
Fuck Flor!
Tia cries, sitting up suddenly. Her wild curly mane, now much longer than before, puffs around her face.
How could you, Irek?
How could I fuck Flor? Is that what she is asking? It should be obvious. It was resonance.
Now, Tia,
Setef says in a gentle voice.
I realize you're feeling hurt, but I want to remind you that resonance chooses the partners, remember? Irek did not choose Flor. Resonance did. You cannot blame him for a biological urge. And assigning blame won't help things. Maybe try phrasing it as, I feel betrayed, instead of accusing directly.
Tia looks directly at me.
I feel betrayed,
she hisses. echoing Setef's words.
I feel like you didn't even wait for me to get here. You just fucked the moment you felt something resonate.
Confused, I nod. Of course, that is what you do when you resonate. She breaks into fresh sobs.
How could you? I was coming here to be with you.
Her words make me flinch. I knew the truth of it, but hearing it aloud is entirely different. Guilt surges again. But it was resonance, and I am not sad it chose me. Flor is a good mate for me.
What about me?
Tia asks pitifully. Tears stream down her face.
How can you throw me aside like I was nothing?
I give Setef a confused look. Because it was resonance, I say again. Does she not understand this part? Did she forget what resonance is? Setef makes a sympathetic face. She clasps her hands in front of her.
I think what Tia is trying to communicate is that she feels betrayed because you did not wait for her arrival to fulfill your resonance. Oh my God, you already fulfilled it!
Tia shrieks.
Seriously? I thought you just resonated a day ago.
It was 2 days ago, I clarify, and it has not yet been fulfilled. Tia sighs.
Well, that's something at least.
I continue. We have mated many times, but we yet resonate. We will probably need to mate many more times before it takes. Tia's eyes widen. Setef puts her face in her hands.
Are you serious?
Tia asks. Why would I not be serious? Is this the important conversation we were to have? I am growing more annoyed by the moment. Setef clears her throat.
Okay, this is going poorly. Let me step in here, Eric. Tia is hurt and blindsided by the timing of things. She's hurt, and she is lashing out at you because you're the source of the hurt. I think she was expecting her return here to be very different.
Her voice gentles, and she looks over at Tia.
And you are attacking him because you feel he's responsible somehow. But you know how this works, Tia. You've seen it happen 12 times over. Resonance can't be fought. I thought it was exaggerated until it hit me. And then I understood. Trust me when I say it's impossible to fight it. You can no more stop resonance than you can hold back the ocean.
Tia sniffs, wiping at her face.
But, Marian, Chai... No,
Setef says gently.
Even they would tell you that it's a terrible idea.
I remain silent, my arms crossed. I am comforting the wrong female here. I should not be concerned with Tia's tears. Flor is the only one that matters now, and being here is a waste. I feel for Tia and her pain, but no more than I would for any other female of the tribe. The emotions I felt for her vanished the moment my kui sang. She will understand it someday.
It's just... it hurts,
Tia says, more tears tracking down her face.
The timing is awful. You made me think that I was coming here and that we'd be together.
Some of my calm dies away, and I am left with nothing but annoyance. You wish to blame me for this? You, who said nothing in your messages about how you felt? Do you know how many times I had others read them to me, hunting for words that would tell me your true feelings? Instead, you would tell me about herbs and whose kit was teething, as if I cared about any of that. I glare at her. You were the one that chose to leave for 3 turns of the seasons.
You never visited me, she cries. I was in Croton this whole time. You could have come to visit me and tell me how you felt.
Bah! How did I ever find this female attractive? She is lovely to look upon, true, but her words fill me with irritation. You remember incorrectly. You played games with all the males, myself included. I told you that I wished for you to be my pleasure mate. You told me that I pushed too hard, that you did not want to choose anyone. So when you left, I did not push. I waited patiently for you to come to me. I shrug. 3 days ago, I would have been overjoyed to welcome you to my furs. But now I have resonated, and everything is different.
Yeah, you didn't wait very long to jump into bed with Flor.
Tia says bitterly.
Not very long at all.
We did not wait, no, I agree. And I do not like the way you say my mate's name. Best you change that tone of yours. She is my mate, and she does not deserve your anger. Tia looks taken aback by my strong words. I mean it, though. Flor has not wronged her. If anything, Flor is equally as wronged as Tia is. She did not want me for her mate. The realization bothers me, and I wonder if our Jarl is comforting her. He should be sniffing around Tia now, not my Flor.
So you are in love with her?
Tia says. She is my mate. I have stated this over and over. How is it yet unclear?
But are you in love with her?
She insists. Why does she continue to circle around what she already knows? I resonated to Flor. She is my other half. Of course she has my heart. Such a thing does not need to be stated aloud yet again. I am tired of answering you.
That's not love.
Tia's tone is accusing.
That's convenience.
I do not have to answer. She will not listen anyhow.
Of course it's not love,
says a familiar, quiet voice. Flor. She stands in the doorway of Setef's hut, Juth at her side. Her expression is closed off and remote, and for some reason it feels as if she is as angry with me as Tia is. Nonsense. I have done nothing wrong. I cross my arms over my chest because the urge to move to Flor's side is overwhelming, and I know I would not be welcome in this moment. At least she is here. Now we will get everything resolved.
Chapter 10. Flor. Why is it that every time I encounter Irek now, he's busy telling someone how much he doesn't love me? Not that I care. I'm not in love with him. It's just... damn. A girl's feelings could really get hurt with this shit. Tia glares at me, her face tear-stained and her eyes red. Irek looks similarly indignant, his arms crossed over his chest and his expression closed off. Neither one of them is handling this well, and I don't blame them. I know how long Irek's been waiting for Tia to return, and now she's returned to this. That's not love. That's convenience. Tia's accusing words remind me that she's right. I'm not part of this relationship. Not really. I'm a uterus that needs to get pregnant to appease a particularly demanding Kui. And why shouldn't Irek's Kui be utterly demanding? He's the most demanding male I know. It'd be funny if I weren't caught up in all of it. And it is. I just vaguely feel like I want to throw up and run away. Preferably both.
I found her,
Juth says, even though it's unnecessary.
She was fishing.
I wanted to get something for the hut, I blurt out when all eyes turn to me. To get rid of the curse. To my surprise, Tia brightens.
You think it's a curse?
I don't know what else it could be.
It is resonance,
Irek growls, pinching the bridge of his nose.
That is all it is. Our Kuis have decided.
Yes, but maybe it's not a real resonance.
Tia straightens, tossing her hair back and looking hopeful for the first time since she landed.
Maybe the reason why it's not sticking is because Irek resonated to the wrong person.
Steph's brow furrows. I'm not sure that's how this works.
Is there something wrong with my voice?
Irek straightens, his hands going to his hips, his tail lashes, and I can see frustration written clearly on his hard face. He glares at Tia, and then at Steph. Finally, his gaze goes to me, and it softens just a little, and a quiver starts low in my belly again. How sad am I that I'm getting turned on by a bit of eye-fucking from an alien confronting his long-distance girlfriend. That I'm encouraged by the fact that he's ignoring the hot young thing crying at his feet. The hot young thing he's lusted over for years to boot. In exchange for the new toy, a.k.a. me. And that I'm excited by this. God, this is so messed up.
Listen to me,
Irek says.
This resonance is not a mistake.
His gaze goes to Tia.
You can think what you like, but it is a real resonance. Flor and I have mated. We resonate to one another. To say otherwise is insulting to both me and her.
But,
Tia begins.
It is resonance.
Erek says sharply.
It is done. Flor is mine, and I am hers, and that is all to it. Resonance has decided.
Tia slumps onto the pillows, hanging her head again. I want to tell her to have some pride, to straighten her backbone and tell Erek she doesn't need him. But I understand what it's like to feel rejected. I've been there before in my relationships, and I don't want to ever feel like that again. Maybe that's why Erek's words don't sit right with me. No one's asked me what I want. Erek frowns.
Again, it is resonance.
Right, which means we get together and make a baby. No one's asked me what I want after that. He narrows his eyes at me, his gaze locked on my face.
Very well. I am asking now.
Everyone's eyes are on me, and for a moment, I grow nervous. I need to say exactly what I want, even if it's not going to make people happy. That's tough for me. I like nothing more than to make people smile, to bring joy to their day, not to ruin it. But if I don't speak up now, I might be dooming all of us to loveless relationships. I know this is hard. I begin slowly, thinking. For all three of us, 4 if you count our jaw, and we probably should. He's not here, and I wonder if that was a mistake. I don't want to speak for him, but he also wears his distress plain on his face. Here's the problem. Up until 2 days ago, Erek was waiting for you, Tia. He loved you and wanted you to be his mate. I can't imagine that shifting so rapidly simply because of resonance. But I also know what resonance is like. You can't trust your mind. You can't think clearly because all you can focus on is sex. Even right now, I shiver because Erek gives me a heated look, and it affects me far more than it should. Steph clears her throat. I think this is a good point, Flor. It's impossible to be logical and think clearly in the throes of resonance. Perhaps this conversation should be tabled until all the hormones settle and all parties can sit and come to an agreement, whatever that might be. She gazes at each of us. Can we all agree to that? Tia nods.
I'm not happy, but I understand.
Great, I say. Cool. We'll get the whole baby-making thing under control and have this conversation again later, when we're all thinking with our big heads. Now, if we're done here, I really do need to catch a fish or two. My nanai would insist on me handling the spirit shit first. If the spirits ain't happy, nobody is happy. And I'm not the most superstitious woman, but I'm also not taking any chances. I duck back out of the hut, smiling at Juth and baby Jethany as I pass. I scoop up my fishing gear from where I left it outside the hut, and I barely make it 3 steps before my cooey starts purring like crazy. I don't even have to turn around to know that it's Erek. My body wouldn't react like this for anyone else. He storms to my side, all heavy feet and surly scowl, and I decide to ignore his bad mood. You going fishing too?
I need to talk to you,
Erek says, keeping pace with my much smaller strides.
I am not happy with what just happened.
Because Tia's upset? She can't blame you for resonance. She might be upset right now, but once this is all done, you can make it up to her. I keep my tone perky. Cheer up. Soon you will have your cake and eat it too.
Bah, I am not interested in cake.
He sounds grumpy. I am. I'm ready to have cake again, personally. Maybe we can get some of that fruit they were talking about and have someone make a cake. My mouth waters at the thought. Every resonance has a party, right? I wouldn't mind having 2 of them. You think Hannah will open up the stores for us and... He snags my shoulder. Not hard, just enough to stop me from walking.
Flor, how many times must I tell you that I am no longer interested in Taia? You are my resonance mate. You are my mate. How do you not understand that?
Frustration is written clearly across his face as he looms over me.
How can I make it more clear? When I think of my mate, I only think of you. I only want to touch you. I want to kiss you.
I reach out and pat his chest, interrupting his conversation. That's your cooey talking, buddy. 2 days ago, you were still in love with Tia, and I realize we're caught up in a biological baby-making hurricane of hormones, but you can't change your mind that quickly about who you care for. Love grows over time. We've been together for like a heartbeat.
2 days,
he says grumpily. Aw. His surly, displeased expression should not be as cute as it is. My cooey gives a happy little purr, and his immediately sings loudly to mine, setting off another cacophony of cooey songs. Damn it. Erek covers my hand with his.
I am listening to your words, but I think you are wrong. What I feel will not change the moment we stop resonating. Wait and see.
I will. I don't believe him, but I'm not going to argue. Until then, I want some fish.
For your curse, yes?
He rubs my fingers, and I realize I'm still touching his chest, and my nipples are pricking with anticipation. I think about last night.
I can be gentle.
Shit. Now I'm so turned on I can't think straight. I bite back a whimper. Might not be a curse, but my mother would say not to take chances, and a curse seems more likely than you magically falling in love with me in a single day in which we didn't do much talking. I slide my hand out of his and pretend to examine the fishing pole I'm gripping with my other hand. I'm just skeptical.
We did not do much talking that day, did we?
He runs a knuckle down my arm, and I swear that even though I'm wearing a long sleeve, he might as well be rubbing my bare skin. I bite back a whimper of arousal. Nope. We were too busy.
Perhaps I did not need words.
Fuck. Erek's voice is so husky that it's practically filthy.
Perhaps my cooey made me realize what I had ignored for far too long.
Or perhaps it's a curse. I remind him again.
Perhaps.
His finger traces along the fur of my collar, and even though he's just touching my clothing, I don't think I've ever been more aroused in my life. I pant, leaning closer to him as his tail strokes against my skirt, as if seeking entrance.
Are you sure you need fish right now?
Maybe we can wait a bit longer.
Then let us go to your hut and see if we can complete our resonance.
He purrs at me. I wonder if it's possible to orgasm from heated looks alone, because I swear I'm going to combust if we don't touch soon. I hand him my fishing pole. He tosses it aside and gives me a challenging stare. Shit. I race for my hut with Erek hot on my heels so we can fuck. Again.
Chapter 11. Erek. I run my hand over Flor's flank as we lie in the furs together, her back to my front. My cooey yet resonates to her, and I have to admit, This pleases me. While the need is never-ending, I like that it makes Flor as hungry for me as I am for her. She rubs up against me, her backside pressing to my cock and making it stir again.
Still nothing, huh? I wonder if there's a problem with our resonance.
There is no problem. Sometimes resonance takes longer. I stroke a hand up the curve of her waist and up to her small, perfect teats. Quit seeing problems where there are none. Enjoy this moment. Flor glances at me over her shoulder, shooting me a wry look.
I don't think I could enjoy it any harder if I tried.
I grin at that. The matings are good. Better than good. Incredible. Something inside me feels as if it is reborn each time we come together. She is the perfect mate for me, and I am frustrated that it took me so long to realize this. Have we not been friends for some time? Does she not always make me laugh, feel good? And yet my stubborn mind was so focused on Tia and her kisses that I did not see the female in front of me the entire time. It took resonance to open my eyes, and now that they are open, there is no turning back. I need to convince Flor that she is mine. As if she can hear my thoughts, Flor sits up with a yawn and stretches, her arms over her head.
Okay. Well, much as I like boning, those fish aren't going to fish themselves. I'd better get dressed and head out.
I watch her as she climbs to her feet, annoyed. Why is it that this female is always leaving our furs and me behind? I could go with you. She picks up her tunic and shakes it out.
No, I think I need a little space to clear my head. Get my thoughts in order. You go on hunting.
How am I supposed to hunt with a constantly hard cock? It is too late in the day to hunt.
Well, whatever.
She gives me an apologetic look, but it is clear her mind is made up. I watch her, feeling abandoned and annoyed as she cleans my seed from between her thighs and then finishes dressing. She heads out of the hut and leaves me alone. Is she deliberately trying to put distance between us? Or is she tired of my company already? What if the affections I feel are only one-sided? What if Flor is tired of me already? I am the one that clings to her, not the other way around. I am not used to this, and I do not like it, not one bit. I need to make Flor give her heart to me. She already has mine, but it is obvious she is guarding hers. One night of gentleness will not be enough to convince her that I am the right mate for her. I need to do more. I should feed her, I realize. She needs more food for the resonance to complete, and feeding her will show I can be a good mate. I jump to my feet, determined and dress quickly. Atar, the dragon, mentioned fruit, and I know all the females love the treat. I will get some for my mate, and she will shower me with kisses and ride my cock in thanks. This is an excellent idea. My head full of images of Flor riding my cock as she eats fruit, I emerge from the hut and adjust my loincloth, because my cock is already painfully hard at such a thought. I sit on the edge of the hut's platform outside, watching the tribe as I put on my boots and wind the leather straps around my calves. Several of the females with young are clustered near the fire, as is Dixon and Ojek, who are feeding each other tidbits. My lip curls at the ridiculous sight, and my chest stings with envy. Flor does not feed me like that. Dixon has a look of utter devotion on her face as she gazes up at Ojek, her happiness evident. Bah! I should be happy for both of them. Ojek is like a brother to me, and I am truly glad that he has the female he has coveted. I am just lost in my own problems. I watch them for a moment longer, and when no one produces fruit, my gaze strays to Atar. He carries one of his sons in his arms, standing a short distance away from the fire. I notice he talks with both Urch and Archosh and their mates, a concerned look upon all faces. And Arjal is there. My competitive side makes me stride up to them, interrupting the conversation. I would have some of this fruit you mentioned, Atar. My mate likes sweet things. And I cast a triumphant look in Arjal's direction. I should like to feed her well.
Swing that dick in another direction,
Lise tells me with a roll of her eyes.
The adults are talking here.
I check my loincloth just in case my cock has worked itself free and truly swung in her direction, but everything is covered. Arjal gives me an angry glare, but I ignore him, looking at the others. What are you speaking of? They exchange looks.
It's complicated,
Harlow says, after a glance at her mate.
We'll tell everyone what's going on once we've figured out the best course of action.
Action for what?
This is leader shit.
Liz says. She does not like me, and that dislike makes her words short.
So, go away.
I cross my arms over my chest. Am I not the leader of Shadowcat clan? Now you have done it, Arhosh mutters. His mate only gives him a wry look of understanding. Arhosh sighs and gestures that Atar should continue. The Draconi male shifts the kit in his arms, handing his son a toy. He glances over at me and then back at the others.
We were discussing how Tia and I went to the fruit cave to bring back some treats for everyone, but when we got there, it was cleaned out. All the fruit was gone, even the unripe ones. The vines are untouched, but someone's stolen the jerky and furs we had there as well.
He nods at Arhosh.
I was just telling them that it doesn't seem like something Croatoan would do. The fruit cave is a long walk for them, and when we left the village, no one was headed in that direction. We would have seen them heading back with a laden sled, but there was no one on the trails.
Arjal rubs the fur on his chin.
Metlax, then. Sabren and Matak said they have seen more of them hunting lately.
Liz shakes her head.
The Metlax stay farther in the mountains. If they're coming closer to the beach, that's a whole new problem. It doesn't seem like a Metlax thing,
Arlo says.
They would have torn apart the vines or fouled the pool. You know they're destructive. But you said everything was clean.
Neat and tidy.
Atar agrees.
If I hadn't been there recently, I would have assumed that no fruit was in season, so not Metlax then.
Liz turns to me.
Well, great leader, you wanted to be part of this conversation. Any bright ideas?
Someone has clearly stolen and will not speak up. We need to find where they've hidden this fruit and retrieve it. Perhaps it is someone from Strongarm or Tallhorn. Arjal bares his teeth at me.
You dare!
What is more likely, I retort, that the Tallhorn decided to snatch the fruit while out on a hunt, or that Metlax left a tidy cave? Urgh tilts his head, and I can see he agrees with me.
Is it possible that it's someone else?
Erlo asks, her expression thoughtful.
We didn't know Pakanjuth survived the island's destruction until they showed up. If it's not someone here in Icehome, and it's not someone from Croatoan, perhaps there's another survivor.
And that survivor is hungry and needs supplies.
Arjal agrees. He seems relieved.
This makes sense.
Bah, my idea has far more merit. I still do not know if I believe this tale of fruit-stealing survivors. Then it is another outcast. We scoured every leaf on the island. If someone from Longtail had survived, we would have known it. If it was Strongarm or Tallhorn or Shadowcat, they would have come home.
There is a logical explanation,
Erlo says.
We simply need to find it.
Urk exchanges a look with Arhosh.
We should send hunters. Strong ones, no kids, no females. If they ate fruit once, they will return for more.
Arhosh gives a curt nod. We will send a party out in the morning. Atar, you stay. If it is not a friendly outcast, you might be needed to guard the village.
I will go,
Arjal says. And I add automatically. I am determined not to let the Tallhorn leader best me at anything.
Oh no,
Liz says to me.
You're not going anywhere until you've knocked up Flor. You're too distracted to be useful to anyone except your mate. You're staying right here and playing house with Flor-de-Lisa until your cooties settle down.
Bah, I hate that she is right. I cannot leave Flor's side. Not right now. Not when we sing so strongly each time we cross paths. I rub my chest, and then rub it a little harder when I catch Arjal scowling in my direction. That makes me feel a little better. I will tell my clan to stay close to camp then. You should take Atam with you. He has the best nose of us all. He will tell you what he senses. And he will tell me everything Arjal says. Arhosh gestures at all of us.
Spread the word. The fruit caves are off limits for visiting now. We will send a group of strong hunters with Arjal in the morning to investigate. Once they determine it is safe, we will open the fruit caves again. Until then, no one goes there but Arjal and his group. And no females.
His mate puts her hands on her hips, but he raises a hand to fend off her objections.
If it is an outcast, he will be unpredictable around the female. You know this to be true.
Damn it, I do,
Liz mutters.
Always sidelining the vaginas, this damn planet.
I speak to the Shadowcat clan members, and Juth, one by one. Juth does not recall any other outcasts, but he does not dismiss the possibility that another could have hidden themselves and survived. There were always others, he says, that had left their small clan and never returned.
But at the same time, he does not think it is possible that they would find the fruit cave and eat all of its contents. Even Pack and I could not fill our bellies with bags full of unripe fruit, no matter how hungry we were. And there would be rinds somewhere, surely. He is right, but according to Attar, there was no sign of any such thing. The sea and Ojak, however, have different ideas.
So, my old master had gardens,
The sea says, her expression eager as she stirs a watery-looking pouch over their fire.
and those gardens had a lot of maintenance pots.
Bots, I echo. I have never heard of such a thing. What are bots?
Bots are technology, independent machines that handle the maintenance of such things. My master had bots that would prune his flowers or add fertilizer to something that needed a bit more attention. Weeding, spraying for insects, things like that.
She raises her spoon in the air.
They would fly around or crawl between the plants, depending on the type of bots. There could be some in the cave that are on the fritz. Maybe they had some sort of program boot up that is making them strip the plants of the fruit, thinking they're doing the right thing. And I saw a maintenance door when I fell down inside the fruit cave.
I have never seen such things.
Ojak says, leaning over and sniffing the pouch over the fire.
And you have added too much water, my mate. It should be making a thick broth.
Oh, shoot, what do we do now?
She looks distressed.
Did I ruin it?
He shakes his head and touches her shoulder comfortingly.
We add more ingredients and more herbs.
He lifts his chin and gives me an amused look.
And we give the extra food to Iraq and his new mate. I hope you are hungry, my friend.
For the sea's cooking, no one is that hungry. Tell me more about these bots. Do they camouflage like we do? I let my color shift to demonstrate, turning the same dark color as the nearby shadows. Is that why we cannot see them?
Oh, no, I don't imagine they camouflage. If they're like the bots back at my old master's gardens, they're programmed to only come out when no one is around. It's so they don't ruin the experience by showing how the sausage is made, so to speak.
I look over to Ojak to see if her words made sense to him. He just shrugs. So, what do you think we should do to stop these bots? I ask, more interested in a solution than hearing about her master at his gardens. She holds a knife awkwardly and begins to cut a root, and I am relieved when Ojak takes the knife from her before she hurts herself and demonstrates how to cut properly.
Right, well, it got me to thinking. We don't know that there are bots after all. I'm just throwing theories out there. But Penny did say that when she and Sabran went to the ancestor's ship, they found some old writing on the walls. And when I fell and saw the writing on the door in the cave, it reminded me that I can read Old Sach. That's the language the ancestors spoke from a long time ago. It was a fun hobby for me to learn their words because my master was on a museum board and we got invited to a lot of parties to stare at artifacts. I thought it might impress if I learned an old language.
She grimaces at Ojak.
I'm sorry if I'm rambling about Johanny again.
It is all right, my heart. We are resonance mates now. That changes everything.
He smiles patiently at her and wiggles the knife.
Now, watch. I cut in this direction, away from myself.
She watches him, biting her lip.
You're so good with your hands, Ojak. So strong.
The look he gives her is full of pride and heat. I clear my throat, reminding them of my presence. Desi, you spoke of the ancestors. What does this have to do with the cave and the missing fruit?
Oh, right.
She smooths a hand on her mane, flustered, and pulls her gaze away from Ojak and his strong hands.
Well, Ojak and I were talking, and if there are bots in the cave, there should be a manual uploaded on the ship somewhere as to how they were built or how they work. And Penny's mention of the writing on the walls made me wonder if they left a message for someone else on how to run them. I thought it might be worth looking at what was left at the ship for some clues.
It is not a bad idea. If the sea can read the ancestors' words, perhaps she will uncover other secrets they have left for us to find. Would it not be wiser to go to the fruit cave and look for these bots ourselves?
Yes and no, the sea says. Just because the bots are in the fruit cave doesn't mean that the maintenance manuals are, whereas any decent computer would have records like that available. You wouldn't believe the amount of knowledge that could be stored on machines, even ones that are 1,000 years old. And I could be wrong, it might not be bots at all, and then we'd just be underfoot if it really is Matlax stealing the fruit.
And Archosh and Uruk said they do not want females anywhere near the caves while this goes on. If it is dangerous, I will not risk the sea.
Ojak gives his mate a possessive look.
I will take her to the ancestors' cave, but not to the fruit cave.
It is a sensible plan.
and one we could do without involving the other clans. You should not go alone. All of Shadowcat should join you." This time, Ojek and Desi exchange a look.
"We've talked about that," Desi says. "Bridget and Raven have little kids, and it's heck trying to travel with little ones. I wouldn't ask them to make such a trip. I thought it might be better to go just me and Ojek."
"Bah," I say, irritated. She is right, but she has completely overlooked me and my mate. "Flor and I will join you then." Desi bites her lip again and glances at Ojek. Ojek chops with great determination, not looking in my direction.
"It is just, you both are resonating right now. Very hard."
"So?"
"So it might be distracting for you both,"
Ojek continues.
Desi and I know how it feels."
Desi looks over at her mate again, her expression soft with adoration.
"We've finished resonating, and I still want to throw him down on the furs several times a day. This stuff takes a while to settle down."
Ojek gives his female a heated look, and I grow distinctly uncomfortable at just how very interested they are in one another. I have no desire to see Ojek claim his female while we are trying to have a conversation. Flor can handle it. She is very strong and capable.
"What about you?"
Ojek asks, amused.
"Can you handle it?"
"Bah, I am fine. I am not weak with hunger for my mate. We will go with you, and we will see what the ancestors said about bats in their caves. When do we leave?" Desi looks to Ojek, who shrugs.
"In the morning, if you say you are not troubled by resonance, we will pack our things tonight and ready for the journey."
I nod. "It is decided then. I will pack and let Flor know we will leave with you."
Flor. I wait for Tia to seek me out and get everything off her chest. I'm sure she will. She has to be feeling a lot of things right now. Hell, I'm feeling a lot of things right now. I try to put myself in her position, though. I try to imagine what it'd be like if our Joel had resonated to her and it was just me and Arek left unresonated. But every time I think of it, I think of Arek and his smug smile that makes me crazy, and how he touches me, how it feels to have him deep inside me when we have sex, and how he watches me with that intense gaze, as if he wants to devour me whole, as if he can't get enough of me. So I'm having a hard time picturing anything but our resonance, and I guess that makes me feel vaguely guilty too. Despite Arek's distractions, I was able to catch a pair of fat, nice-looking fish. I'm going to cook them as if I'm preparing a feast, and then offer them to the ocean as an apology, in case I've offended any unseen spirits here in this world. My mother was both Catholic and a huge believer in the old ways, so I've been taught to pray to a saint on one hand and make an offering on the other. I think of her now as I gut and scale the fish. Sure enough, the flap to my hut opens and Tia storms in without asking for permission. It's the height of rudeness, but I ignore it because I'm guessing she's too worked up to be polite right now. She immediately glares around my hut, her gaze landing on the extra-large pile of furs that make up our joined bedding.
"I'm told Arek's living with you now," she says in a tight voice, "and I get his empty hut."
Sounds about right, I say calmly. It's on the tip of my tongue to apologize, but I'm not sure that I have anything to apologize for. Sorry about my biology. Sorry my cooey didn't pay attention to yours. Sorry we're being showered in bad luck that's making this mess happen. Look, Tia. She closes her eyes and raises a hand in the air.
Don't even bother to tell me you tried to fight it off, because we both know you didn't.
We didn't, I admit. Resonance is impossible to ignore. I can't imagine holding out when it hits you. It's like your entire brain gets rewired and all you can think about is fucking.
"So you fucked my boyfriend," she says flatly.
Was he yours? He wasn't sure. I tried to be polite about this, but now I'm bristling. She makes it sound like I'm a homewrecker. because Iraq had me read your letters to him over and over again to the point that I practically memorized them. And I can tell you that there was never anything in any of them that would have given him hope that you two were a couple. You never told him you loved him or that you missed him. All you talked about were herbs and what you were up to. You never asked about him. Do you know how many times I watched him hope for some sort of personal note from you? Something? And each time I watched how disappointed he was when there wasn't one. So you can say Iraq is a lot of things, but he isn't a cheater, and he damn sure isn't your fucking boyfriend. Tia flinches. I immediately feel guilty because it's not like me to punch when someone is down. I'd rather uplift people, bring a smile to their faces. It's just that she's getting on my nerves. It might be due to the resonance hormones, or it might be due to the fact that she's blaming Iraq as if he hasn't been patiently waiting on her for years. But I'm not having it. Look, I say, trying to keep my tone as gentle and non-confrontational as possible. Neither of us meant for this to happen. We didn't do this on purpose. It doesn't matter if it's on purpose or not. It's done. She sniffs hard, fighting back tears. I'm tired. So tired. I told him I wouldn't keep him if he loves you. I say dully. Everything in me fights the idea of just walking away from Iraq, but I know the situation is a mess. I know that if he wants to be with her, it's going to hurt me more in the long run to try and force him to stay with me. He's free to leave. She makes a huffy sound, indignant. So what? I wait for him to finish fucking you and then come crawling back to me? You got any better ideas? I glare at her. Tia buries her face in her hands. I hate this. As if I'm having a splendid time. But it happened. Now we just have to figure out how to proceed from here. I say the words, and yet they feel wrong the moment they come out. Truth is, I am enjoying myself. I am enjoying the time I spend with Iraq. Maybe I'm shameless, but I love fucking him, and he's really, really good at it. I'm not even sorry that it happened. I'm just sorry that it's causing such a mess. I don't know, Tia says, voice hoarse. She glares at me for a moment longer, and then shakes her head. I don't have the answers for any of this. I don't think any of us do. Chapter 12. Flor. What? I pause in my actions, currently busy bundling several freshly cooked fish to a tiny raft. What do you mean we're going on a journey? With his arms crossed as he stands nearby, Iraq looks short-tempered and annoyed. His tail lashes, his mouth set in a firm line, and he looks so damned sexy it's distracting. I add another sprinkle of herbs to my food offering. Even if I'm going to be sending this into the ocean later tonight, it should be the best food I can make. Iraq rubs his chest, watching me.
You are hungry. You should eat.
I'm not hungry, I tell him. I'm making an offering for good luck. He's already looking at me with skepticism, so I don't tell him that I plan on sending this little raft off into the waves once I've finished loading it with fresh food. I'm not sure where the spirits on this world dwell, but if they're watching me, they'll see I'm making an effort to appease them. Man, I wish I'd paid more attention to my mother's teachings. She was full of advice from her homeland that I'd rolled my eyes at. Now I'm regretting that skepticism. I hope I'm doing the right thing and not offending even more. Iraq saunters up to me.
I can help you with your offerings, if you like, when we return.
I straighten. First of all, you didn't say where you were going, and second of all, we're still resonating. And third of all, are you sure you want to bring me? He takes the spoon from my hands and sets it down, then rubs the flecks of spices off my knuckles.
You have made a mess?
I'm distracted by his tenderness. Okay, and his nearness, and how good he looks, and his scent, and the purr of his cooey, and everything. I stare at his chest, and the hard muscle covering him, and the expanse of pale blue skin. Erek rubs my hand with his thumb.
Are you sure I cannot feed you?
Me? Oh, no, I'm fine. Distracted, but fine.
I will make you something anyhow,
He says, giving my back a pat.
Come, we will eat and discuss plans.
Well, I guess I'm eating after all. I bite back a smirk at that because Erek reminds me of my mother in that regard, always pushing food toward me even if I'm not hungry. For Nanai, it was a love language, a way to show she cared. I'm not sure what it is with Erek. I just know he never offers to feed anyone else, and it makes me feel warm and a little giddy inside. Once he sits down, Erek stokes my fire as I clean my hands off. He puts on a pouch of tea and pulls out some dried jerky, offering me a piece.
The sea has an idea to go to the ancestors' cave.
Oh, that's not what I expected to hear. I sit down across from him on one of my pillows near the fire and chew on the spicy jerky. Any particular reason why?
Bots.
What? Did you say bats?
Yes, bats. She said her master had a lot of them, and the ancestors will know how to make them stop harvesting the fruit.
Oh, shit. I blink in surprise at Erek. There are fruit bats here on this planet? Are you serious? He shrugs.
Apparently, the sea said she knew all about them and wishes to commune with the ancestors to guide them.
Huh. I guess that would explain why all the fruit went missing. Sort of. Except, don't you think we would notice a whole bunch of bats that suddenly showed up? Erek shrugs again.
The sea says they only come out at night.
Oh. Yeah, I think I've heard that about fruit bats. Wow. Here I thought I'd heard everything. I shake my head, fascinated and puzzled by this revelation. That's a lot of fucking bats if they cleaned out the cave. He grunts.
We will accompany Ojek and his mate to the ancestors' cave. A journey is easier with more than one hunter to rely on, and the other females have kids.
I just shake my head at him. I'm not sure I can envision going on a long journey while we're resonating like this. It's hard to concentrate on anything when he's near me, and the old ship is several days' walk away from here. How is that possibly going to work? They might have kits, but we're resonating, Erek. Did you forget about that? The big doofus smirks at me.
As if I could forget such a thing. As if you are not foremost in my thoughts at all times.
Okay, well, at least we're on the same page with that. He moves to my side, sitting next to me by the fire. Leaning close, he bumps my shoulder gently with his arm. It's a friendly sort of gesture, or it should be, but it just reminds me of how close he is, and my cooey starts going mad in my chest all over again.
I have not forgotten a thing about resonance, Flor. But we do not know how long it will take. We cannot stop our lives while we wait for it to grab hold. We must be part of the tribe, and right now, Ojek and Desi need us.
He leans a little closer, angling his head toward me.
Are you worried I would not see to all your needs when we travel?
A shiver ripples over my skin at the sultry tone of his voice. Not at all. I
will take good care of you,
he murmurs, and it's clear he's thinking about sex. Even if his cooey wasn't singing as loudly as mine, it'd be obvious.
I want to take my time with you tonight. I want to go gentle again, if you will let me. I enjoyed it.
Did I think I was shivering with arousal before? My nipples tighten and I practically moan aloud at his words. I can't look away from him, from the decadent slant of his eyes as he watches me, the long fringe of his lashes, the softness in his hard mouth as he gazes down at me. His man bun has gotten loose and his hair is disheveled and flows over his shoulders, begging to be touched. Actually, all of him is begging to be touched, just like all of me is prickling and perked at the thought of his fingers brushing over my skin. You have to ask if you can be gentle. Do you think I'd say no? His mouth crooks up at the corner, and my heart flips.
I do not know what kind of touches you prefer, but I would like to know.
I like all of it, I admit boldly. Sometimes rough is good, but gentle is good too. As long as I get off, I'm a happy camper. A wreck rumbles low in his chest, moving closer.
And what are you in the mood for right now? What sort of touches do you dream about?
I clench deep inside with anticipation. Any touches? What am I dreaming about? I can do anything I want. Immediately, an idea forms in my head, and I arch a brow at him. I kinda wanna suck your cock. Is that weird for you? We haven't done that yet, and I really like the idea of taking the control from him, of blowing his mind while I, blow him. Feel free to tell me no. He looks shocked, all right. Erek blinks at me for a long moment, speechless.
You would do that for me? Give me pleasure and take none for yourself?
Oh, silly man. This time I'm the one that leans, and I put my hand between his thighs, rubbing the bulge under his loincloth. What? You think if our roles were reversed, you wouldn't get any pleasure out of eating my pussy? His gaze grows heated, his breath catching.
I would love that.
Me too. I drag my nails up the leather of his loincloth, my gaze locked on his. I know it's not exactly fulfilling resonance, but I don't have to suck you to completion. I can just get you nice and hard and wet with my mouth, pleasure you a little while before you come inside me. A hot flutter of arousal stirs inside me as I speak, because I love the way his lips part with rapt attention. I love the way he's clearly so into this, and both surprised and pleased that I want to touch him. Let me guess. Tia never volunteered to suck you off. Why does the thought of Tia's mouth on him make me so irrationally jealous? He has a history with her, I know he does, and yet every bit of me wants to form claws and scratch her eyes out because now he's mine. But Erek shakes his head, unable to look away from me.
We never went beyond a few mouth matings.
Well, now, I am a petty bitch, because hearing that makes me happy. Really happy.
What a shame, I purr. Guess I'll have to break you in.
Break me all you like.
Erek rasps, leaning back on his hands and offering his body up to me.
I am all yours, my resonance mate.
There's something about his wording that's so arousing I don't even correct him. I slide my hand up and down his shaft, my cooey humming with anticipation as I rub Erek through his leathers. If I do something you don't like, tell me, and I'll stop.
He snorts.
I will like all of it.
So you say.
I joke. What if I want to plant a finger into your backside because I like it? To my surprise, his eyes flare with heat and he doesn't back down. My last boyfriend would have absolutely been horrified at the idea of any sort of ass play. But it looks like Erek is up for a challenge. How fascinating. And how utterly fucking sexy. Heat pulses low in my belly, and I give the front of his loincloth a tug.
Take this off for me?
I've never seen a man move so fast. Erek practically rips off the long strip of leather that consists of his loincloth, leaving behind only the thin beaded belt at his waist. It can stay as long as it doesn't get in my way, I decide. I put a hand on his knee and push his thighs apart as he leans back on his elbows, his breath coming in short, hard pants. I admire his cock. I've felt it plenty of times inside me, but sometimes it's nice to just be able to relax and enjoy the scenery. And this scenery is particularly impressive. He's just long enough to make me pause, and he's thick in girth, with a pair of heavy balls that somehow seem completely appropriate for someone with his arrogance. Equally appealing are the ridges that flare along his shaft, ridges that are very noticeable when he's driving in and out of me. I trace a finger along the most prominent one, close to the head of his cock, and then rub the underside. Erek's face contorts, his cock jumping.
I thought you were going to use your mouth.
Someone's impatient. I'm playing, I tell him. Let me explore already. I run that tickling finger down his shaft towards those heavy balls, and then trace them with a touch. Both his sack and each of the ridges are a darker blue than his chest and arms, as if all the blood has rushed there. Your skin is a much darker shade here. Immediately, his color drifts and changes, slipping away from the pretty blue to my warm golden shade.
Better?
I always forget that he can camouflage himself, and seeing it is both fascinating and unnerving. I shake my head, gripping his shaft in my hand. I liked you as you were. I wasn't pointing it out because it was a bad thing, just commenting. Now you're the same shade as me, and when I touch you, it looks like I'm jerking my own cock. Maybe he doesn't catch the teasing in my voice, because Erek's expression remains serious.
But it is yours, Flor. All of me is yours.
Sus medio sip. That's fucking hot. Biting back a hungry whimper, I settle on my belly between his thighs and move my face towards his cock, giving him a slow, exceedingly wet lick. He groans, straining up against my lips as if reluctant to let me pull away from him. I lick him again, this time focusing my mouth on the head of his cock, and I suck on the tip, swirling circles with my tongue. He hisses, his gaze locked on my face, watching me with intense fascination. I deliberately get showy, flicking my tongue over him with great enthusiasm and meeting his gaze as I give him each deliberate, slow lick. No man has ever looked at me the way Erek is looking at me, like I'm the most powerful, sexy thing he's ever seen, and the fact that I'm touching him is blowing his mind. I lick him again, then take him into my mouth and suck on the head for a while. He's too big for me to deep-throat comfortably, so I rub the base and toy with his spur as I work the rest of him with my tongue. I lift off of him with a wet sound, and then give him another small, playful lick. How does this feel, Erek? His cock twitches in my grasp again, and I press kisses to the head as he gazes at me.
I do not know which is better,
he says in a hoarse voice.
the feel of your lips or the sight of you taking me into your mouth.
I grin, and then take him into my mouth again. He groans and jerks his hips, trying to go deeper, his hands locked on the wood floor of the hut. His entire body is curiously stiff, as if he's afraid to get comfortable and make me stop for even a moment. Erek hisses again, and then touches my shoulder, even as a burst of his taste floods into my mouth.
Wait,
he says, panting.
Wait.
Lifting my head, I bite back a tiny smile as he collapses on the floor of the hut, his hands pressed to his face, his cock and tail twitching uncontrollably. Should I?
Need a moment,
he interrupts, shuddering.
Or I will come on your tongue.
Is that all? That's not such a bad thing. I don't mind the taste. I'm drunk on power, giddy with just how turned on he is. I know if I touch him, even just a quick brush of my fingers on his thigh, he's going to erupt like Mount Pinatubo. I like the power play of a blowjob, but something about touching Erek like this is so damn satisfying. I kind of want to make him come just to see him erupt and know I've driven him past his boundaries. You sure I can't finish you off? He sits upright with a jerk, his tail skidding across the floor, his wild eyes focus on me.
I want to be inside you. Resonance needs that. Needs us. You.
He licks his lips, watching me with utter fascination. Then he groans again, his gaze on my mouth. I shiver at how distracted he is, utterly pleased. I love how I've made him dissemble. Getting to my feet, I slip out of my skirt and sad leather panties, then pull my top off. Once I'm naked, I grip my tits, squeezing them in front of his rapt gaze. I don't know if that touch is for him or for me, because I'm aching and slick after teasing him. You want me on top? He nods quickly, flinging himself to his back again, right on the floor. It's rather sweet, and I love that he reaches a hand out for me. My alien Prince Charming, with a huge erection and a lovelorn parasite. Oh, and a long-distance girlfriend. Can't forget about that. Thinking of Tia ruins my mood. I only have Erek for as long as we're resonating, and I'm torn between being angry at him for the situation and being upset that I'm going to lose him. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of tired. I give my boobs that I'm clutching a nice little pat and then deliberately move around the prone Erek to the bedding. If we're leaving in the morning, I think I'll just call it an early night. I yelp as he grabs me by the hips and hauls me down against him. I lose my balance, sprawling over him on the floor. My butt is on his chest, and I squirm to get off of him. As I do, he grabs me by the hips and hauls me back against him again, and this time I practically sit on his face. And I yelp again. Erek, stop it!
Why do you want to stop now? Is not the point of resonance for us to mate until we create a kit. I still need to come inside you.
He rubs the rounded curves of my butt.
Not that I mind this. It is an excellent view, my mate.
I'm not your mate, remember? I'm also trying to figure out what to do with my legs since he's reluctant to let me go. I press my palms on his chest as I bend my knees and try to straddle his shoulders. Let me go.
Right now, I have a better idea.
I can't tell what that husky sound in his voice means until he pulls me down, and then his mouth is on my cunt, and I'm sitting on his face again. His tongue strokes through my folds and into my core, and I writhe with the sensation. Oh my God! He groans, his hips jerking, and his cooey purrs even louder.
You taste so good.
Fuck, I breathe, bracing my hands against his stomach. Erek!
Tell me I can lick you again,
he demands.
Let me lick you like you licked me.
I want it more than anything. God, who wouldn't want a man to ravenously eat her out? But I'm also aware that it's not me he truly wants, that it's Tia. If I get addicted to our bed play, it's going to hurt even more when he throws me over.
Flor,
he murmurs.
My beautiful mate.
Oh. I've never heard him say my full name like that. It's such a mouthful that most of the aliens don't even bother. But hearing it makes me feel seen. So damn seen. Like he wanted to learn it just because it's mine. I whimper and lower my hips over his waiting mouth. With a hungry sound, he's on my pussy again, licking me like a starving man. His tongue strokes over my sensitive clit and up to my core, and then he's tonguing me hard, lapping at me with ticklish, arousing strokes even as I rock against him. I've never sat on anyone's face before. It feels incredibly intimate, and yet so damn good that I can't even stop to think if he likes this or not. Shit, I can tell he likes it just by the satisfied sounds he's making, the way he rubs his mouth over my flesh as if he's never had such a good time. I suck in a breath when he tongues me deep, fucking ridges on his tongue too, and I stare at his cock so erect and needy that it's weeping a strand of pre-cum onto his belly. He drives his tongue into me again, and as I work my hips over him, trying to get myself off, he rubs a hand on the inside of my thigh. In the next moment, that hand is between my legs on my clit as he works his tongue into me again, and I cry out, collapsing against his chest as I rock harder against him, so close to coming. Don't stop! Erek, bless that delicious surly alien, never stops fingering me. He just keeps rubbing in the same pattern, his tongue eagerly diving between my thighs, pushing deep inside of me, and I choke as I come so hard that I see stars. Even after I come, my legs clamping around him and my body collapsing over him, he continues to tongue me and work my clit until I'm bouncing on his face again, another orgasm rocketing through my system. This time when I come, I squirt, and I'm a little horrified at the realization. But he only makes a pleased sound and continues to lick my folds, enjoying all of this, and God, this is not fair, not fair, not fair. I want him for myself. I don't want Tia getting anywhere near him. I whimper miserably at the thought. Immediately, Erek stops, pressing his mouth to the inside of my thigh.
What is it?
He asks.
Is it too much? Should I stop?
My heart hurts all over again, because he's checking in with me to make sure I'm still having fun. Man, Sukhob is a bitch. Want you inside me? I pant. Now, please? He gives my pussy one last kiss, as if reluctant to leave it behind, and then releases me, his hands skimming down my thighs in an almost
reverent fashion as I climb off of him. I immediately turn and get back on my hands and knees again, rocking my pussy against his dripping shaft. "Can I ride you?" Erek's eyes gleam with delight, his mouth wet and flushed from his ministrations.
"I am yours,"
he tells me. For tonight, I think. And then I push all the heartache aside, because I'm seating myself atop him, and it feels so good that it drowns out thought of anything else. I'll worry about the future tomorrow. Chapter 13. Flor. I wake up the next morning with Irek pressing kisses to my shoulder, his hand slipping between my thighs to tease my clit.
"Do you feel it, Flor?"
I blink awake, not feeling anything but Irek's erection against my backside.
"Resonance,"
he murmurs, his teeth nipping at my ear as he rubs a tender circle around my clit.
"We have stopped singing."
That wakes me up immediately. I put a hand to my chest, expecting to feel the insistent thrum of the song there, the song that practically makes my tits feel as if they're vibrating. But it's silent and still. No, not entirely silent, I realize. There's a low purr there, like it's been sated. And then I gasp because Irek is rubbing the side of my clit with his finger and making me arch against him with need, and there's no point. I'm pregnant now. He doesn't need me in his bed. Wait. He pauses.
"Flor?"
I push his hands away, sitting up and scooting out of his grasp. "We're not resonating anymore. You know what that means." Irek sits up.
"It means I will not have to walk all day with an aching erection."
He pauses, eyeing me and how I'm drawing away from him.
"Hopefully."
"No, it means you can take Tia," I remind him. "We can separate now." He frowns in my direction as if I'm speaking gibberish.
"Why would I wish to take Tia with me?"
"Because you love her." Irek groans, flopping back in the furs and covering his face.
"Again with this. Why do you not believe me when I say I do not want her now? That I want you as my mate and no other?"
"Because up until a few days ago, you and I were spending every waking minute of downtime going over her letters, looking for hidden meanings." He props up on one elbow, his hair a mess around his horns. I vaguely recall grabbing fistfuls of it last night as I rode his face again for a second time. I might have screamed a few obscenities into the night. Just a few.
"That was before resonance,"
Irek says, as if this is the simplest explanation ever.
"Resonance has made me realize that Tia is not the right one for me, that the right one for me was standing nearby all along, and I was too blind to see it."
He rubs his chin thoughtfully.
"I wonder if resonance merely gives us a push in the direction we need. It always selects the right mate. Perhaps it sees the heart far more clearly than we do."
Or perhaps he's still thinking with his little Irek. "Don't you find your change of heart a bit sudden?"
"Resonance is always sudden,"
Irek says.
"Do you truly think I would choose Tia over you at this point? She does not make me smile. She does not make me laugh. She does not share gossip with me or listen to what I say."
He gives me a deliberate up and down look.
"She does not ride my face as if my tongue must be conquered."
Okay, I say, interrupting before he can get too lewd, though I kinda appreciate the lewd. "I'm just saying that I don't buy it yet, that's all."
"Then I will make you buy it, whatever that means."
He pats the furs.
"Come and sit. I will make you a meal before we go. You should eat."
Not hungry.
His eyes gleam, and he pats his chin.
Then come and sit.
I laugh. How is it that such a surly man has such a good sense of humor? Why does that sly smile he gives me make my heart flip in my chest? I don't know if I believe that he's not in love with Tia anymore, but I guess I can sit on his face for another round before we head off on our journey. A little extra pussy licking never hurt anyone.
Chapter 14. Irek. Eat some more, I tell my mate as we walk a short distance behind Ojak and the sea. The weather is good this day, which means it is easy travel for the human females. Ojak has taken the lead, his mate at his side, and I remain a bit farther back with my mate so we can spend time alone together. I know Ojak thinks the same, because I have seen him fuss over the sea with small touches and taps of his tail, and he constantly watches her. I would tease him over it if I did not understand it so very well. It has been a day of pleasurable travel so far. The snow is crisp and new, but not so deep that our steps get mired in it. The wind is in our favor, and I pick up the scents of game and nothing more as we travel through the valleys and cliffs of the rocky landscape. We do not go up into the mountains, but around the base, heading for the distant ancestors' cave. I have been this way before once or twice out of curiosity, but never beyond the ancestors' cave. It makes me think of the times I could have gone to Croatoan, but I was stubbornly waiting for Taia to come to me. Foolishness. I see now that she is but a young girl, and I am no longer pulled by a young, silly girl. I would much rather have the adult female at my side, one who knows herself and her body, and who is comfortable with who she is. One who does not eat enough to feed an infant night flyer, much to my chagrin. Eat, I tell her again as we walk. I shoved a large chunk of jerky under her nose. You do not eat enough.
Oh my God, Irek, quit trying to stuff me full of food. We'd had lunch just a short time ago.
She makes a face at me, crossing her eyes.
I'm going to become as round as a balloon if you keep stuffing me full of food.
I should like that, I tell her. More of you to sit upon my face so I can feast. She bats my arm, chuckling, and then takes the jerky. With an exaggerated motion, she tears into it as if to say, see? She chews, and I watch her with satisfaction. Flor is slender, and yet I am already imagining her body fat and rounded with my kit, her teats full and jiggling, her thighs and buttocks equally full. She is beautiful in all ways as it is, but it pleases me to feed her, to know I can provide for her, to know that she is taken care of. Plump thighs will mean she will never hunger as we did on the island, struggling to find enough game. So I pull out another piece of jerky for her to eat after this one. She chews as she walks and glances over at me as she does.
What?
What do you mean, what?
You keep staring at me with that goofy look on your face.
What goofy look?
This one.
She puts on a foolish smile on her face, mimicking me. When I snort with amusement, she continues.
Makes me think you're getting a boner from watching me eat.
I am providing for my mate. She carries my kit. Both of these things fill me with joy. Of course I should smile. It takes everything I have not to reach over and touch her flat stomach. Soon we will have another Shadowcat clan member. Our people will go on. She makes a face at my words.
Oh man, it sounds weird, but I totally forgot about the baby part of resonance.
She touches her belly with a worried expression, her steps slowing.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to be a mom. It's a lot easier to be Tita Flor, play with the kids and spoil them, and then hand them back to the parents when they cry.
I slow my pace to match hers. We are in no hurry. We will not reach the ancestors' cave tonight, so there is no rush. I glance up ahead at Ojak, but he is lost in conversation with the sea, a goofy grin on his face as he gazes upon her. Is that how I look? As if the person standing next to me is the source of all happiness? Probably. I do not mind it. Turning back to Flor, I offer her the second piece of jerky. You will be an excellent mother. Worry not. She gives me a little smile.
You're just saying that to get into my pants.
Your pants would not fit me, I say, and then add, but I would not mind if you rode my face again. Flor bats at me with her hand again, but she is smiling. She looks up at me, her expression thoughtful.
You put your hair in a man bun again.
I touch my mane. You did this for me the other day and seemed to like it. I want you to look upon me with approval.
Should I take it down? I like it. It keeps my mane neat. She shakes her head, her expression growing a little shy.
No, I like it that way. It shows off your features. You look handsome.
I grunt. I like that she enjoys gazing upon me. It fills me with a curious sense of pride, as if I have done something mighty, even though I have done nothing at all.
So, what are we doing now? You and me?
She asks. I wave the jerky in front of her because she still hasn't taken it from my hand. I am feeding my mate and my kit. Flor takes the jerky from me with an amused expression and holds it in her grip. She stops and gazes up at me.
I mean, what are we doing? You and me. For the future.
The urge to touch her is near overwhelming. I reach toward her, and when she does not pull away, I gently touch her cheek, stroking her soft skin. Just being able to touch her eases the anxious edge of my spirit. We will go on as we have in the last few days, I hope. I should like to continue to take care of you. I should like to be your mate, most of all. I expect her to bring up to Ia again, to throw that in my face once more. But she only gazes up at me, expression thoughtful. She leans in against my hand.
You ready to be a father?
More than ready. The thought brings me an almost unbearable joy. I would love a boy, or a girl, or both. Her eyes widen and she playfully bites my thumb.
Let's just focus on having one baby right now, all right? 2 at once is too many to consider right now.
I grin. We will consider it for our next residence then.
You think there will be another?
I know it.
Spoken like a man,
she replies, but she's smiling up at me.
It's so strange to be thinking about babies now when all we've thought about for the last few days is sex.
If it helps, I am yet thinking about you in the furs. I nudge the jerky she's holding toward her. Now eat.
Sus Mariosep,
she mutters, and takes a big deliberate bite, glaring up at me. Then she nods her head at the sea and Ojek.
We should catch up with them.
Am I pushing her too hard? She is carrying my kit now. What if this is too much for her to do? What if she needs to walk slower? Or stop for the day? Do you need to rest?
I'm fine.
She takes another big gnawing bite out of the jerky.
Well, not completely fine. All of this baby talk is making me miss my mom.
I put a hand on her back again, gently steering her along the path as we start walking again. Your mother would be pleased to know you are carrying my kit. She gives a small laugh around the jerky and then offers me a bite.
She would tell me that it's about time, that she's wanted more grandbabies forever, and how come I held out for so long? The usual mom stuff.
I like the amusement in her voice. You were very close with your mother?
Yes and no.
Flor pauses, thinking.
I miss all of my family, of course, my sisters, my father, but I think about my mother the most. You know, I became a nurse to make her happy. She was a nurse too, wanted me to follow in her footsteps. I sometimes wonder what she'd think if she knew I wasn't doing any kind of nursing anymore. That I'm not needed because of Veronica. And that I'm kind of glad for it.
Glad? I know she has mentioned in the past that she was a healer back on her planet, but not in the same way that Veronica is a healer here. She would tend to wounds and make the injured comfortable, but she had no ability to heal them, as she had no kui. This is the first time she has mentioned that she is glad to not be a healer, though. Why glad?
Because it's a lot of pressure, she confesses. This is an alien planet with no reliable technology to speak of. People are giving birth to babies right and left. I would feel so overwhelmed if it was all on my shoulders to keep them all healthy. At first, I was upset that Veronica was the healer and not me, but then I realized how big of a relief it was that everyone turned to her instead of me. It feels like I can relax and just be me and figure myself out instead of being responsible for everyone on this beach. I guess I don't have the calling like my mother did. It was just always assumed I'd be a nurse because that was what Mom did. And I don't miss it.
She looks up at me.
What about you? Do you miss your family? Think about them often?
I ponder this. It feels good to talk to Flor in this way. To confess to her things I would never say to Ojek or Udran or Atam, for fear of my words being taken the wrong way. I do not. Is that bad?
Nope. We all have different coping skills. I get it.
She reaches for my hand and takes it in her grasp, squeezing it.
And they've been gone for a long time, right?
A very long time, I agree. Thinking back to those first days after the Great Smoking Mountain exploded and took half the island, and almost all of the people with it. Of days of hunger and ash covering everything. Of fear. Of sleepless nights, terrified the ground would shake and the mountain would finish us off and sink into the seas. My memories of the time before the Great Smoking Mountain died the first time are very vague. It feels as if everything started that day we returned from our hunting trip to find that our clan was gone, our caves destroyed. It was only us left, and we started over in that moment. Ojek, Udron, and Atam looked to me for guidance, and I took charge. They became my family that day, and I made sure they were fed and taken care of, even if it meant I had to go without. She squeezes my hand again.
That's enough hardship for a lifetime, right? Nothing but full bellies and good vibes for the future.
Yes, I agree. Our mating will be one of nothing but joy. I vow this to you. Flor lets out a little sigh.
Nanai would be sad she never got to give me a wedding handaan. That's a big feast among my people. Weddings are full of traditions. You eat certain things to bring good luck. You hope someone breaks a plate by accident because it means the couple is blessed. There's these little sticky rice cakes called kalamai that you eat at your wedding so you'll stick together. It's all about making sure the couple is prosperous. Oh, and the bride always eats the wedding cake first so she can get pregnant. Though I suppose we've got that part nailed down.
She pats her belly.
At least we're being spared the bad karaoke.
I do not want her to miss out on an important thing for her people. When we return, I will make you a wedding feast. A brilliant smile lights up her face and my heart stutters in my chest.
You will?
She asks, her fingers squeezing mine tight.
Really?
Really, I agree. And it will be a feast only for you, not for you and the Seaboth. I do not want to bring bad luck upon you. Her smile grows even broader, and my heart is filled with such emotion that I stop and grab her by the shoulders, bending down and kissing her hard. Flor blinks up at me in surprise.
What was that for?
I wanted to kiss you. Her cheeks color with a hint of emotion, and she leans up and gives me a quick peck on the lips.
I'm glad,
she whispers.
I like kissing you too.
I have been chasing after the wrong female all along. Truly. My Kui is far wiser than me.
Chapter 15. Flor. Even though engaged people aren't supposed to travel, another superstition my mother would sigh over, I figure resonance is different. We're more or less mated, even without an official ceremony, and I enjoy getting out of the camp with Erek and Daisy and Ojak. The last time I got farther than a few hours from camp was when we all went to Croatoan to visit the other tribe. It's been quite a while, a year and a half maybe, and it's nice to go adventuring again. Even nicer with the company I'm keeping. Daisy is sweet and chatty, and it's clear she's utterly in love with Ojak. He's been besotted with her for what feels like forever, so seeing them so happy together feels less like a surprise and more like everything fell into place. Not so with my resonance. I look over at Erek and find that he's watching me as we walk. It makes me blush, and I get quiet because I don't know how to deal with that. I'm too old to be shy, but there's something about Erek's intensity that makes me feel like a squirming virgin. Maybe it's because he feels like forbidden fruit. He's not supposed to be mine. He's supposed to belong to Tia. Except he resonated to me. And when I told him to bring Tia on this trip instead of me, he got offended. Does he really have feelings for me? Or is he still dazzled by resonance? I don't know what to think, and it's frustrating. So I focus on the pleasures of the trip. Of the lovely weather and the sunshine, however weak, warming our backs. Of powdery snow and Erek pointing out things to me as we walk. I've done some hunting, but I'd rather fish or do busy work near camp. But when Erek points out the delicate trail of a hopper that wanders across our path, or when he lifts his head to pick up the scent of a distant Dvisti, I'm hit with a strange kind of yearning. It's obvious that he loves hunting. He loves this world. Even though he came from the warm tropical island and now lives in an Arctic region,
his pleasure for the outdoors is palpable. It's fascinating to see, and it makes me want to spend a little more time hunting, hopefully, with him. You know a lot. I tease him as we walk. Can you identify everything by the tracks? He gives me a smug look.
Of course.
Okay then, hotshot. I lift my chin in a challenging expression. The next set of tracks we run across, you have to identify what it is. Erek's eyes gleam.
Is this one of your human contests? What do I win when I am right?
I lick my lips and give him a suggestive look. How about I suck your cock? Only if you're right, of course. His gaze goes to my mouth, and he gives me a hungry look.
Ojek.
Huh? He points ahead of us at the snowy trail.
The next set of tracks. I must identify them to win my prize. Those belong to Ojek. The smaller ones are the Z.
My jaw drops. You sneaky son of a bitch. I can't help but laugh, though. I guess I fell into that one.
You did, and I should like my prize.
Right here, in the snow, in the middle of the valley, we're only 100 feet or so behind Daisy and Ojek. I'm scandalized, but also a little titillated at how naughty he is. You don't think they'd notice? Erek's color ripples as if he's about to camouflage, and then turns back to his normal blue. I'm fascinated by the color shift. Is that his version of blushing?
Not right here. Later, when we are alone.
I arch a brow at him, but now my mind's on fire with ideas. I wonder how public of a blowjob would I be able to give him? Or a hand job? I imagine us sitting by the fire, cozy and warm. Would anyone notice if I stole my hand into his lap and began to work his shaft? The shadows can hide a lot. I'm intrigued by the prospect. Intrigued and also rather turned on. This will be fun. Before I can say anything else, he freezes in his tracks. His head cocks and he sniffs at the air. Up ahead, Ojek grabs Daisy in his arms, heading back toward us. Huh? I say, gesturing. Do you think they— I choke on the words as Irek hauls me into the air and flings me over his shoulder. I smack against the pack on his back and then bounce against him as he jogs back the way we came, Ojek at his side.
You smell them too?
Irek asks Ojek as they race through the snow.
Hard not to,
Ojek replies.
We go downwind.
Through my jouncing on Irek's shoulder, I shoot Daisy a look. She seems just as confused as me, trying to brace her hands on Ojek's back. His braid smacks her in the face, and I fight the urge to giggle at the ridiculousness of all of this. When Irek sets me down in the snow, he puts a finger to his lips and then more or less pushes me towards the cliff walls. A quick glance around shows me that we've backtracked the way we came, now hiding at the edge of the gently sloping valley we were crossing through. Irek puts a hand on my head, forcing me into a crouch.
Get down and be quiet.
I smack his hand away, but I do as I'm told, and a moment later Daisy is at my side. She grabs my arm and clings to it, her eyes wide. Irek hands me his spear and then his pack, and as I watch, he pulls off his loincloth and tosses it aside. Before I can ask what the fuck he's doing, his skin color ripples, and a moment later, he's a mixture of snow white and blue-gray shadow. This time, when he crouches in front of me, I realize what he's doing. He's camouflaging, and when he presses his back to me, all but blocking me from the world, it's to hide me. A quick peek shows that Ojek is doing the same, squeezing Daisy against the canyon wall next to me. "What is it?" she asks.
Hush, my heart,
Ojek whispers.
Metlax, come this way.
Irek doesn't say anything to me, but his hand goes possessively to my bent leg and he gives it a squeeze, even as his now blue-white tail snakes around my ankle.
He stares straight ahead, a scowl on his face.
Our tracks are plainly visible,
He whispers to Ojek.
I should cover them. No time.
Ojek whispers back.
Let us hope they are not intelligent enough to notice.
And then Erek squeezes my leg again, and I hear something. The distant crunch of snow, the angry hoot of what must be a metlak. I'm silent, huddled behind my naked mate as the sounds increase. It's not just one hoot, it's several, and the shuffle of feet in snow is so continuous it sends a prickle up my spine. Exactly how many of these things are there? I've never personally seen a metlak myself, because they keep to the higher parts of the mountains, and on the coast we're in a sheltered, lower part of the land. I've heard they're far more common back where the Croatoan tribe had their home before, in the caves back to the north of their current village. I have to admit I'm curious. I've been told they're intelligent, that they use hand signals to communicate, and that they can be vicious when startled. I guess I expect them to look a bit like monkeys, and when the first one comes into view, I suppose I'm vaguely right. The metlak that takes the lead walks more or less upright, his back slightly hunched over as he strides forward. His arms are long, his fingers tipped with menacing-looking claws, and the tail on him is short and nub-like. He's taller than I am, and his long limbs are covered in a dirty white fur that I get a whiff of and nearly choke on. That fucker stinks. The face is not like a monkey at all, though. The eyes are half hidden by the filthy white hair covering his face, but they're rounded and large, and he blinks like an owl. The snout ends in a vicious-looking beak, and as I watch, the one in the lead strides forward, makes a gesture, and then continues to prowl along the path. He passes by us without noticing our presence, and I'm grateful for Erek and Ojek both as Daisy quivers next to me. Another one races forward to join the first, and then another, and then there's an absolute flood of the metlaks following the one in the lead. The stink of them all together is so bad that my eyes water, and I'm boggled as they move through the valley, oblivious to our presence so close nearby. I know it's because we're downwind, that we're hidden in the shadows, that both Ojek and Erek are camouflaged in front of us, but it feels strange to crouch nearby and watch as dozens of the creatures wander past, and not a single one picks up on the fact that there are tracks all over the snow that they didn't make. I see a tiny metlak scooped up by a bigger one and hoisted onto its parent's back, and another passes by with a tiny baby in its arms, making a soft, shrill noise at it. It takes them a while to pass, and even when the last straggler races after the others, we remain where we are, silent. We watch as they head through the valley, and where the path forks, they head off in the opposite direction from where we came from, moving deeper into the mountains instead of heading for the shore. I touch Erek's back with cold fingers when the last of them disappears out of sight. "Are we safe?" I whisper. When he nods, I ask the question burning on my mind. "Where are they going?" He glances back at me.
I do not know. I have never seen so many together all at once.
"Should we warn the others?" Daisy asks, biting one of her nails. Ojek thinks for a moment, and then glances at Erek.
They do not head for the fruit cave or the beach. It is not our concern.
Oh, are we near the path to the fruit caves? I didn't realize. You think they're the ones that stole all the fruit?
Not if they are coming from that direction,
Ojek says, pointing where the exodus emerged.
Unless they are circling back. But those do not look as if they have eaten fruit.
He gestures at his mouth.
Their fur is not colorful here.
Excellent point. Something tells me that they're not the cleanest eaters. Ojek's got a point that they'd probably be multicolored if they'd eaten the bright red, pink, and orange fruit. Maybe they're hiding from Skyclaw? Erek's tail gives my leg a squeeze.
We would have seen signs on the snow that Skyclaw were in the area. They would have left spoor.
Oh.
But it is a good idea,
Erek tells me, and he looks proud at my suggestions.
You have the mind of a hunter.
I know he's just flattering me because he wants to get laid, but I have to admit, I like the look of approval he wears on his face, as if he's delighted that I'm trying to solve the puzzle of the Metlax. It makes me feel good that he's proud of me, even in small moments like this. So, what do we do now?
We wait a bit longer to ensure they are not doubling back, and then we go on our journey.
Erek rubs my knee absently.
We will keep you safe.
I know. I'm not scared. I'm just wildly curious at this new puzzle piece. What would make the Metlax flee in such a large number? Does it have anything to do with the missing fruit? What is changing? And why? We don't see any other Metlax for the rest of the day. Their appearance has changed the mood, though. We're no longer having a lovely jaunt into the mountains. Now we walk in silence, worried that rounding the next corner might mean some new sort of issue. There's a lovely safety in just a normal sort of day, and with two strange occurrences in such a short time frame, I can't be the only one that's worrying. Close to sunset, we change directions, leaving the valley we walk through for a spot tucked away in the cliffs. It's a hunter's cave, full of supplies, blankets, dried fruit, and the markings of a cache nearby. This particular cave is spacious but narrow, with a chamber in the front and one at the back, where I see the remains of an old fire pit. Daisy volunteers to start a fire and make some tea, and I supervise, even as I watch Erek and Ojek out of the corner of my eye. They're discussing the situation in low voices at the front of the cave, and I can tell just by the way that Erek's tail lashes that he doesn't like whatever conclusion they come to. Ojek returns to the back of the cave after a moment and presses a kiss atop Daisy's head.
Was it easier to start the fire this time, my heart?
I'm getting better, she tells him enthusiastically, beaming up at him. Tea is next. He smiles at her, rubbing his thumb over her cheek, and then tilts his head toward the front of the cave.
I will take watch, just in case there are more Metlax in this direction. Call my name if you need me.
I discreetly turn away as she gives him an adoring look, because they're getting a little too cozy for comfort, and it seems rude to stare. Instead, I watch Erek as he stomps into the back of the cave and makes himself busy with unrolling furs. I know that mood of his. He's pissy because someone disagreed with him and he didn't get his way. Luckily for him, and Daisy and Ojek, I'm getting better at diffusing his temper. I get to my feet and move to his side. Yeah, he's super grumpy, tugging at the leather straps that hold the furs rolled closed with his knife as if they personally offend him. I slide my arms around his shoulders, leaning over him. I whisper into his ear. I think it's already dead. Erek pauses, staring down at the furs in front of him. His shoulders shake, and then he wheezes with laughter. Mood diffused. And how awesome do I feel that I can make him laugh like that? I chuckle and nip at the side of his ear. Don't be grumpy. What did Ojek say to get you all upset? He sighs.
I said we should follow the Metlax, see if there are more signs of what they are fleeing. He wants to continue to the Ancestors' Cave. He says it is safest, and Z will be a big help there.
You trust Ojek, don't you? I scratch lightly at his chest. When he nods, I ask, "So are you just annoyed that he's not listening to you? Or is it something more?" Erek hesitates, then gives me a disgruntled look.
I find him annoying, because everything he says begins with "Desi."
He makes a face.
Desi is tired. We should stop early. Desi likes this trail mix, not the other one. Desi wants to make the fire.
Now I'm the one that's fighting back giggles. Are you annoyed that your best friend resonated? How do you think you sound to him?
Well,
He huffs.
I would not suggest that we stop early if you are tired, because I would carry you.
I thump his shoulder, chuckling. You would not.
I would, and I know you will eat everything I put in front of you.
He barks with laughter as I try to swat at him again. There's a wide grin on his face as he avoids my mock slapping hands, and I realize he's teasing me back. And I like it.
What?
He jokes.
I did not speak lies. You were just chewing on my ear.
You are going to sleep alone tonight if this keeps up. I fight back laughter, trying to be angry.
No, I will not.
He takes my hands in his and wraps me around him again like I'm his cloak.
Because Flor likes to put her cold fingers between my legs when she sleeps, and Flor likes to snore when she lies on top of me, and Flor insists on kisses in the morning.
This time I tickle him to shut him up. Chapter 16. Flor. It's a little after dinner that I decide to enact my dastardly plan to toy with Erek. In a way, I guess I'm testing him. If he wants to be my mate, truly, he'll be down for some silly games. He'll understand that my idea of foreplay is getting the upper hand and teasing him about it. If we're truly meant to be together, he'll play along with me. I hope. So yeah, I guess I'm determined to see just how far his so-called love goes. Or if he'll get annoyed with my clinginess, my sense of humor, my inability to be serious for long stretches, and go back to Tia, who will probably look up at him with doe eyes and watch him flex his muscles. Me, if he tries to flex a muscle at me, I'll just crack up. But really, I think Erek needs someone to laugh with him and at him. Someone to keep him grounded and remind him that he doesn't have to be right or in control all the time. So, I watch for my moment. Ojek comes in and sits by the fire for a few, praising Daisy for the tea she made and the roaring fire she has going. I sit next to Erek on the floor across from them, and I shiver. I'm still cold. You think you could get me a fur, Erek? I smile sweetly at my mate. I'd love to just bundle up. My mate looks concerned.
I can put more fuel on the fire.
No, a blanket would be lovely. I point at one of the ones in the pile for our bedding that night. That white one, on top. He retrieves it for me and then immediately offers me another piece of jerky. Ugh, I guess I have to eat that now, since every time he worries about me, he tries to feed me. I quickly scarf the jerky, chewing hard, and when he hands me the fur, I settle it across my knees and over my front, the edges of the fur on my shoulders. The other side I drape over his lap. Erek, that irascible alien, tries to push it off his lap.
I am not cold.
I am, though, and I like leaning against you, I say, demonstrating just that. Humor me, all right? And I place the blanket over his crossed legs again, snuggling against him and resting my arm on the thigh closest to me. He makes a resigned noise, but leaves the blanket this time, and we continue talking with Daisy and Ojek from across the fire. Daisy's feeling herself tonight, enthusiastic about languages.
She goes on and on about how much time she had to herself back when she was living on some cat-people planet called Praxi, and how to entertain herself she'd learned languages or something. I admit I pay less attention the longer the story goes on. Ojek is riveted because he's always rapt whenever Daisy speaks. Erek watches them, but I can tell his mind is wandering. Since nobody is paying attention to me, it's the perfect time to be ever so slightly naughty. I slide my hand from the top of Erek's thigh to the inside, my fingers brushing over his skin. I make sure to keep my movements small so the shadows and the blanket hide everything. If Erek notices that my hand is going south, he doesn't say anything, so I get a little bolder. I move up his leg, find the edge of his loincloth, and rub my fingertips along the crease of his thigh where it meets his pelvis. I can feel him stiffen next to me, and his tail gives a hard thump behind us. I sigh dreamily and lean my head on his shoulder, holding the blanket to my chin as I pretend to listen intently to Daisy and Ojek discussing Praxian common tongue. I ease my finger deeper, rubbing lightly against something that feels soft and delicate. His sack, no doubt. I'm tired of just using one finger, though. I feign a cough, and as I do, I use the movement to hide the fact that I push my whole hand into his loincloth. Ah, much better. Now I can curl my fingers around his cock and work it slowly, while I pretend to pay attention to Daisy and Ojek. He's growing harder by the second, filling my hand. I rub down his rigid length, teasing his balls before sliding up again, and then wrapping my fingers around him and squeezing. I tighten my grip and move up and down, working his shaft. I wonder if it'd be too obvious if I spit on my hand and slide it back under the furs. Erek pulls my hand out from his loincloth and jumps to his feet. He tosses the blanket aside and hauls me in front of him.
I need to speak to Flor alone. We will return soon.
Daisy says something that sounds like agreement, but I'm too busy biting back my delighted laughter at making Erek break. He holds me in front of him as he marches me to the front of the cave and then outside. Feels a bit like I'm a naughty child being taken to the principal's office, but I'm enjoying it. After all, I definitely have been naughty. I bite back my smiles as we head outside, and then a gust of cold air blasts me in the face. I shiver, crossing my arms over my front, because now it is a little chilly. The moment we're outside, Erek shoves the privacy screen over the entrance and then gives me a wild-eyed look.
Flor.
Yes? I flutter my lashes at him, all innocence.
You were touching me in front of them.
He's both accusing and flustered, and it's fucking adorable. I want to eat him up with a spoon. Yeah, I was. Is that a problem?
You think they don't know what you were doing?
He rakes a hand through his hair, pulling it free from his man bun. You think I care if they know? Is he mad? Because I was touching him in front of them. I thought the Sakui were into that sort of thing. Vektal's made it clear that his people are fine with public displays of affection. Is this an Erek thing, or is he mad they're seeing Floradiza touch him instead of Tia? They know we resonated. They know we're together. I hesitate. We are together, aren't we? He growls.
You still doubt.
And then he grabs me by the arms, leans down, and kisses me. Hard. I wrap my arms around his neck and moan, breathless, as he kisses the hell out of me. Why is it that kissing him is always so damned good? He never uses too much tongue or clashes his teeth with mine. It's always perfection and just the right amount of enthusiasm and intensity. Of course I doubt. I pant between frantic tonguing.
You're not supposed to be mine, and then you complain when I can't keep my hands off of you?
No complaining.
He corrects between nips of my lower lip.
Just that you cannot finish what you start if we are in front of them.
He slides a hand to my backside, squeezes it hard, and hauls me up against him as if I weigh nothing.
And if you touch me like that, I want to do all kinds of things to you.
Well, I whisper against his mouth, I do owe you a blowjob. He makes a hungry sound low in his throat.
You do.
With a smile, I slide down out of his grip and to my knees. It doesn't matter that it's snowy and a bit chilly. All that matters is the hungry look on Erek's face, the way he watches me like he wants to devour me whole. I can't wait to touch him, and I don't care that we're right in front of the cave with only the privacy screen and the front chamber of the cave separating us from Daisy and Ojek. Let them listen in. I'm feeling the need to show the world that Erek is mine. So I tug his loincloth down and rub my face against his already dripping cock. The head is wet with pre-cum, and I take him in my hand, sliding my lips over the tip. This is mine.
All yours,
he rasps. I'm the only one that gets to touch you? Ever? I look up at him, hating that I asked that question, but it feels necessary to me. I'm going to need proof over and over again that he really is mine.
You're the only one.
You wouldn't rather have Tia's fingers on you doing this? I pump him with my hand, squeezing as I do. He makes a pained sound, and to my surprise, he grips his hand over mine, shaking his head.
Do not mention her when you touch me. It makes my cock shrink.
Does it? I'm surprised to hear that, and even more surprised when he has to roughly jerk himself again as if he's losing his ability to stay erect. Does he truly feel that way about Tia? Why is that so damned flattering? Why does it delight me so much? Why do I keep pushing and pushing about this? I guess I just need to know for sure. Words are easy enough. It would be easier if there was action, proof of some kind. Then I'd know for sure. I just have to trust his words, and the fact that his cock is softening at the mention of her. Let me take care of you. I touch the tip of my tongue to his cockhead, and Erek groans. He doesn't let go, but instead feeds his cock into my waiting mouth, and the sound he makes is one of pleasure. He definitely likes the sight of that. Erek jerks his cock again, the tip bouncing on my tongue, and I rub his sack with my other hand, then move up to his spur and toy with it. I touch him everywhere, even as I suck on the head of him, and his salty flavor fills my mouth. Erek makes a low, gasping sound when I hollow my cheeks out. Oh, he likes that.
Stars,
he breathes.
Stars are moving.
Boy, I must be doing something right if he's seeing spots. I suck harder, working him with eager hands. His breath hitches all over again.
Flor, wait. Stars.
Does he not want to come in my mouth? Too bad. He's never finished there before, and I'm eager to get him off, to have him flood my mouth with his release. I love making him absolutely wild, so I squeeze and drag my hand over him with even more enthusiasm. He's got to be close. The taste of him is pouring through my senses, the scent of his warm skin in my nose, the taste of him on my lips, the heat of his cock under my grip.
Moving,
he says in a blurry voice, even as he shuttles his cock into my mouth.
Stars are moving. Flor, you should see them.
I glance up at him as I tongue a circle around the head of his cock. He's not looking down at me, though, but up at the sky. Curious at that, I lift my head off of him and keep working him with my wet hand, even as I look up in the air. There's something bright turning in the sky, all right.
Over a distant mountain, what looks like a boxy car covered in lights floats in the air, leaving plumes of white in the starry sky. I shriek, forgetting all about pleasuring my lover. Oh my God, it's another spaceship! Chapter 17. Flor. Erek barely has time to tuck his cock into his loincloth before Daisy and Ojek are racing out of the cave to join us. My mate pulls me close, his arms going around me as if to protect me, and I'm glad for it. I immediately feel safer, as though the spaceship can't hurt me no matter what terrible things it's bringing here. Oh, wow, Daisy says, squinting at the ship as it slowly turns in the sky and begins to angle up as if to leave. That's a freighter, a small one, but a freighter nonetheless. It actually looks like Neri's ship. Do you suppose she came by to say hello again? I cling to Erek as the ship seems to shudder and then slingshots out of the atmosphere, disappearing and leaving nothing behind but a trail of smoke and trails of light that fade and leave shadows on my eyes. Neri, that's your friend that brought you here. Daisy smiles. Yes, Marduk's old friend, though it looks like we just missed her. Do you suppose she brought something for us again? Maybe more knives or noodles? She's so casually easy about the fact that a strange ship just showed up here, but then again, Daisy had a very different path to this planet. She chose to be here and had Neri take her. Me, personally, I still can't get past the terror of realizing that I could have ended up as someone's slave. That captivity was going to be my fate until I landed here with all the others. Maybe I'm not so unlucky after all. I slide my arm around Erek's waist and hold him tighter, and he cups my head, then scratches my scalp, the move familiar and comforting.
You are positive it is a welcome visitor?
Erek says.
In the glowing bird?
It's a ship, Daisy reassures both Shadowcat men. And I'm not an expert on Masoka spacecraft, but that does look like Neri's freighter. Or it did. It's gone now. Croatoan isn't in that direction, right? I ask, and Ojek shakes his head, pointing farther to the south. So she didn't go visit Marduk. Maybe she's the one that stole all the fruit? Daisy frowns. Why in all the planets would Neri need to steal our fruit? She could buy it for cheap on any station. I don't know, but it makes sense. And maybe the Metlax saw her ship and that's why they're fleeing? I feel as if all the pieces are coming together. Do you think she dropped another passenger off? Oh dear, that's a good question. I suppose we should check it out. Daisy looks unconvinced. But we were supposed to go to the ship. I really want to see what the ancestors wrote on the walls. Erek keeps a hand firmly against my back, but he gestures at the darkness.
Do you mark that mountain in the distance, Ojek? I do,
Ojek says.
And I am in agreement.
Agreement over what? I ask, glancing up at Erek. He gives me a possessive look.
We will split up in the morning. Desi and Ojek will go to the ancestors' cave, as planned, and check the message that was left. You and I will travel to that mountain and retrieve what this Neri left behind, and we will meet back up there.
Oh, it makes sense. The last time Neri showed up, she left a pod full of supplies and a person, Daisy. It's entirely possible she left another person behind, or even a crate of noodles, if she stole all the fruit. I guess we should get whatever it is before the Metlax do.
Then it is decided,
Ojek says, his gaze on Daisy.
We will go our separate ways at dawn and meet up again by the mountain. Shall we split our supplies?
His mouth twitches as he regards Erek.
Or did you need more time alone out here with your mate, my brother?
Bah, Erek says, and his tail flicks in that impatient sort of way. But he's not saying no, and he's not going inside. His hand remains on my back, just above my ass, and I decide that I'll be the one in charge right now, so I give Daisy and Ojek an impish look. We need another 5 minutes alone. Daisy giggles. Ojek just gives me a knowing smirk. And Erek holds me tighter. I think he likes my boldness. He'd better. If we're going to be a mated pair, and if he truly wants to be with me, he'd better be prepared for the entire world to know that we're together. I don't plan on keeping anything a secret. Besides, I could use a distraction. That ship has me rattled. Daisy might not worry about it, but I can't help but wonder what sort of changes it's bringing to our world.
Chapter 18. Irek. Flor curls up against me in the furs, her sleep fitful and restless. It is clear to me that she is afraid, and the appearance of the bird with the colorful lights, the ship, is responsible. It makes me unhappy, this worry of hers. It is not something I can fix with my hands. It is not something I can order about. It is not even something I can hunt or chase away. I am supposed to protect my mate, and I cannot protect her from this. If it is a ship, it is full of people like Mdak, with strange abilities and machines that do things I cannot even fathom. I have always felt I could handle anything the wilds could throw at me, with the exception of the Great Smoking Mountain. Now I feel that some sense of overwhelming fear, of things beyond my control, I cannot change, and that it will somehow frighten my mate. So I do not sleep. Instead, I stay awake and I watch over her, holding her close against me. Flor says before dawn, rousing.
You're holding me kind of tight, Eric.
I release her reluctantly. My apologies. She rests her chin on my chest, gazing up at me with sleepy eyes.
Bad dreams?
I shake my head. I worry I am not a strong enough mate for you. That makes her sit up. She blinks down at me in surprise, her teeth bare and enticing as she gazes at me.
Are you feeling all right?
What a strange question. I am fine. She leans in and pries at one of my eyelids, peering at my eyes.
Did you hit your head? Because you don't sound like...
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
like Iraq right now.
I snort, catching on to her games, and I snag her hand in mine. I rub her knuckles against my lips instead. I am yet Iraq. I just do not like the ship.
You think I do?
She makes a face and leans closer to me.
I know Daisy thinks we're all super best friends, but I don't trust anyone wandering about with a ship. I don't think anything good can happen with that. I mean, what if the ship has another gal on board? Are Tia and this new lady going to have to fight it out for our jaw?
She tilts her head.
I'm sure that will be flattering for his ego, but it's just going to cause problems.
I do not think the person in the ship cares about our problems, I say, grazing my teeth over her soft skin. I like that we share thoughts like this. Flor has never been shy with her opinions, and I enjoy our conversations. They are real conversations, I realize, not giggling and silly nothings that Taia would say. The only thing she wished to speak of were kisses. Kisses are enjoyable, but I would rather hear Flor tell me her thoughts on the ship.
That's exactly it,
my mate hisses, her eyes widening.
I don't think they give a fuck at all if they mess up our balance, and that's the problem. We've got a good thing here. Everyone's kind to each other. We're family. We look out for one another. I don't want some stranger fucking all that up.
She bites her lip, giving me a worried look.
I'm afraid it's our luck. Do you think Shadowcat has been hit with ill luck?
Ill luck? I shake my head. Not at all. If we have any luck, it is all good. She sits back on her knees, surprised.
Really?
I nod, turning her hand over and pressing my lips to the inside of her wrist, where she is softest. I am positive our luck is good. Ojek resonated to the female he has pined after for many moons. I have resonated to the cleverest female, the one I did not realize was perfect for me until my cooey opened my eyes. Now you carry my kit, and my small clan will grow in size. I touch her stomach, caressing her skin. What is that, if it is not good luck? Flor pauses, considering this.
I suppose if it were bad luck, you'd have resonated to Tia, huh? And I'd be with Arjol?
You could chew that tallhorn up and spit him out, I agree, grinning. You need a fierce, strong mate.
Apparently I need one that is ready to tell me how amazing he is, she teases. Because you are quick to toot your own horn there, buddy.
I reach up and touch my horn, confused. What is toot, and why do you think I am doing it to my horn? Her eyes widen, and then she collapses atop me, giggling.
That's not what I meant,
she gasps, her shoulders shaking.
But damn, is that funny.
I am glad I can make you laugh, I say, peevish. It is another one of my duties as your mate.
Aw, someone's grumpy.
She throws a leg over my chest and straddles me, naked. My cock, already morning alert, now stiffens with anticipation. But she reaches in for my face and squeezes my cheeks between her fingers. A rather unappealing expression, I think. She jiggles my face.
Still feeling lucky to have me?
Yes, I say. You are the best mate in the world. All other females pale before your magnificence.
Good answer,
she cries, and leans in to give me a smacking kiss. Her lips brush over mine again, and then she makes a breathless sound, scraping her nipples against my chest.
Do we have time for a quickie before we head out?
I nod, glancing over at the front chamber of the cave where Ojek sleeps with his mate. There is a privacy screen, but it will not conceal much. They have probably heard all of our conversation already. You will need to be quiet.
Fuck that,
she tells me, and slides down to seat herself over my cock, rubbing her cunt up and down my shaft as she gives me a wicked grin.
I'm going to make you yell my name.
A short time later, I have indeed called her name loud enough that the hills will ring with it. I am not even embarrassed. I like that Flor stakes her claim upon me. I like that she has decided that I am hers, and she wants everyone to know this. I am a smug hunter as we say our goodbyes to Ojek and his mate the sea a short time later. For what male can be grumpy after such a morning? I know Flor is worried over what the strange ship will have brought, but I am no longer afraid. I have my mate. I will let nothing pull her from my arms. You should eat, I tell Flor as we set off, holding out a thick chunk of dried fish. You need your strength.
Why are you always feeding me?
She retorts, even as she takes the food from my hand and glares in my direction.
You got a secret feeding fetish or something?
I am feeding you because you are my mate and you carry my kit, I tell her proudly. You need your strength. You are puny, even for a human, and thus you must eat constantly so my kit will grow strong in your belly.
Do you know the absolute misogyny you just spewed?
she asks between bites.
You're lucky you got me and I'm easygoing because no other woman would put up with your bullshit.
You are lucky you have me, I retort back, because I shall give you all manner of things to put up with. I pause, and then add, and food. Flor laughs again, the sound light and happy.
You, sir, are a huge dork.
I am your dork, I reply. A dork must be a strong-hearted hunter who knows what he wants, and I am certainly that. She sighs.
You are indeed.
Her gaze strays to the mountains that we head for, and worry crosses her face.
You think we'll be able to find whatever was dumped?
I am hoping it will be obvious. I gesture at the skies. There is no snow to cover up anything left behind, and I know the area the ship was in, so perhaps it will not be so difficult to locate.
What do you think it is?
She asks as I hand her another piece of dried fish.
I'm kind of hoping for noodles for our wedding feast, you know?
I grunt, making a mental note of this. When we return to camp, I will ask if we have any of the nude hulls left from last time. I know Lise and Erlo saved some for special occasions. I do not see what could be more special than my mate and her feast, but of course I am biased. I would not mind more of the metal knives, I say. Ojek has one, and it is very useful.
Ooh, you're right. I changed my wish. I hope there are some more of those, too.
She puts her hand in mine, finishing off her meal with large bites, and I wrap my fingers around her cold ones, wondering if I have ever been so content. Even holding Flor's hand fills me with quiet pleasure, my heart full in ways it has never been before. The morning passes quickly. For all that Flor is slight in comparison to me, she is strong. She can keep a good pace and does not ask for many pauses to rest. I am impressed with her hardiness, but then I recall how she trapped my face between her thighs last night and grinned to myself. No, my mate is quite strong in her way. When the twin suns are high in the skies, we approach the area that the ship flew away from, and I lead us up the sloping cliffs to get a better look, my tail wrapped around Flor's arm to anchor her close to me. We get to the top of the cliff, and I am struck speechless. Did I think we would miss this spot? It would be impossible to do so. Down below the cliff, the valley has been blasted free of snow, revealing the hard ground underneath and the yellowish-brown moss that covers everything. It has been cleared in a huge circle, and in the center of the circle are the black oblong shapes, the pods, as the humans call them. They are lined up in rows, and it takes me a moment to realize some are open. A figure sits atop one, huddled in a blanket, and another figure wanders around, looking lost and alone.
Sus Mariosep.
Flor breathes at my side. Her hand steals into mine.
Eric?
I see them.
Do you think all of those pods are full of people?
The shock is evident in her voice.
Like someone just brought them here and left them?
I do not know. I rub my thumb over her knuckles absently, my gaze on the pods below. But there are at least 2 people there, and they will need our help. You said you did not have a kui when you arrived, yes? Her eyes widen and she jerks her hand from mine, hurrying down the rocky side of the hill.
Oh my God, you're right. We have to get to them. Come on.
We hurry down the steep slope, small rocks and bits of shale tumbling with us as we do. I keep a careful eye on Flor, making sure she does not harm herself in her haste to get to them. Once we get to the bottom, she races across the ground, pulling off her cloak, and I realize she is frightened they will freeze in this cold weather. Have I not been told all about how humans cannot handle the weather here? That even when the islanders walk about in loincloths, the humans cover themselves in layers of furs. And these humans do not have layers of furs or a kui to keep them warm. Flor gets to the first one, a female, and immediately whips her cloak around the human's shoulders.
Start a fire, Iraq, she barks at me, and get out any extra furs or clothing we have.
I nod, immediately tossing down my pack amongst the pods and using my knife to dig a hole for the fire. The strange moss, normally covered by layers of snow, will probably burn, so I need to get down deeper. I can use the moss as tinder at least. Breaking a few fuel cakes, I pile the fuel into a heap, moss on top, and use my spark makers to get it burning. Once I have it started, someone races to my side and holds their hands out for warmth. I look up to see another female, her teeth chattering, the tip of her nose bright red. Her eyes are dull and lifeless, and she has no kui. Here, I say, pulling off my short cloak and holding it out to her.
I can understand you.
She looks shocked.
What are you? Are you a devil?
I point at the fire. Watch that. If it looks as if it will go out, yell for me. I must check on my mate.
I come in peace, she blurts out as I get to my feet. You know that part, right? I come in peace. I do not know what she's talking about, nor do I care. I leave her by the fire, heading for Flor. She has 2 females sitting atop one of the pods now, both of them sharing her cloak. She holds the wrist of one, counting aloud, and then peers into the female's eyes. Any aches or pains, any discomfort anywhere? Cold, the female says. I'm so cold. I know, Flor soothes. My husband, he's the big blue guy, is making a fire. He'll give you something to eat and we'll take care of you, okay? I'm a nurse, and I need to see if the others need help. If you don't have any immediate injuries, go with him, all right? She casts a look over at me. I nod. Whatever she needs me to do, it is done. No questions asked. Iraq, she says to me, helping one of the females down. This is April. The female staggers toward me, her bare feet against the moss. She wears nothing but a thin, pale piece of leather that looks as if it is not warm at all, and her limbs are so cold they are almost the same shade. He's going to get you something warm to wrap up in. She turns to the other female. What was your name, honey? I don't know. The female bursts into tears. It's okay, my maid soothes, her tone both full of authority and sympathy. It's probably a stress reaction. We'll get you settled, and I'm sure it'll come back to you. Let me look at your pupils again, and then you're going to go with Iraq and April, okay? The female is still as my maid looks her over, and then Flor sends her to me. Come, I say, herding the females. The fire is warm and I have food. My mate will take care of you. Where are we? The nameless female sobs. Why are you blue? You are in Icehome, I reply, and I am blue because my mate likes it.
Chapter 19. Flor. The pods are an absolute disaster. There are far too many of them. It's disheartening to see. 1 new person stranded, we could handle. 2, we'll figure it out. Close to 24? I'm feeling overwhelmed. But there's no time for that. These people need help. When I get to one pod and find it full of nothing but goods, I tap the flashing button to open it, grab the blankets, hand them to a waiting Iraq, and go on to the next pod. I've still got my nursing instincts, and I know how to triage. We need to get these people warm and fed before they go into shock, and we'll figure out how they got to this point later. I'm utterly grateful for Iraq. I know I start snapping orders at him the moment I see someone in need, but he never questions my bossy attitude. He does what needs to be done, and looks to me for more instruction. He's good with the people we're waking up, too, patient and kind, without making them even more afraid. He's such a good assistant, and if I wasn't so busy with everything, I'd kiss the hell out of him. I'm briefly annoyed that we sent Daisy and Ojek onto the Ancestors ship, because we could really use another pair of hands right now. These people have no clue what they're doing here on this planet, and half of them don't even know their names. I'm mentally going through what could cause that. Did whoever dropped them here crash? Were they rough with the pods, and are half of these people concussed? I don't have answers. I do know whoever did this is an absolute dick. No one that's in these pods is prepared for life here on a wintry planet. They have thin blankets, scraps of clothing, and no shoes. Every woman I examine seems to have a normal pulse and no physical injuries. But if we don't get them out of the cold and snow soon, someone's going to have frostbite. I'm more concerned about head injuries, since half of them seem to be struggling with the basics. What's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? And the like. The males are slower to emerge from their pods, and due to their sluggish movements and dilated pupils, I'm guessing they've been drugged with something. I suppose that's good, as they all look like variants of Gren in some way or another, and I remember how violent and wild Gren was when he first arrived. He's a big pussycat now, but that's because I know him and he knows me. Gren is a splice, which is a male that's been genetically created from several different aliens to be a fearsome gladiator. Looking at these men, I see most of them seem to be splices too. I see horns and scales and fur and terrifyingly strong bodies. There's one that's a cat alien that must be Praxian, the race Daisy's old master was. And there's even a human man, though he looks strangely out of place with the others. But they've all been dumped here, which means that, for better or for worse, they're now part of our family. You're safe, I tell each one as I help them to their feet. My maid and I are going to help you. We'll take care of you. You're with friends. By the time the last pod is emptied of its occupants and the staggering, frightened occupant brought to the roaring fire, I'm exhausted from checking everyone over. Irek is on top of things, though. He's digging through the supplies, making sure each person has a blanket wrapped tight around them, and handing out food and water.
Drink slow,
he tells one female.
small amounts, and pass to the next. There is enough for everyone. We do not know how long your stomach has been empty, so take small sips.
I watch him for a moment, grateful, and then count heads. There seem to be 10 women and 5 men, but if I don't take into account the supply pod, there are 18 now empty stasis pods. I'm missing 3 people. At least I'm pretty sure I am. There's no reason for 3 empty pods to be here. I look for footsteps in the snow, but it's all been burned away in this area from the ship that landed here. And I can't leave camp. Not when so many people need help right now. Does anyone know of a friend that's missing? I call out. Do you have a buddy you need to find? No one answers. I don't know why I'm asking. Half of them can't even remember their names. I pull Irek aside and share my concerns with him. There's 3 pods that are empty, I say, worried. Someone might be out in the snow looking for help. He considers things, looking over the group, and then at me.
We cannot leave these people. They need our help more.
His words make sense, but I still fret over the thought of leaving 3 confused strangers out in the snow. Shouldn't we split up, though? Go searching for them? You could stay here by the fire with the others.
No,
Irek says in a calm, easy voice. And I could go out into the snow looking for them. They can't have gotten far.
No,
he says again. Or I can stay and you can go. He grabs my hands and clasps them in his.
No, my Flor. I understand your heart. It pains me that there are others that are missing, but the ship was here last night. Whoever was in those pods could be deep in the mountains by now. They could be taken by Metlax. They could be dead.
Irek rubs my hands.
Or they are pods that could be empty. We have no idea if there were truly people in them, and our new humans are not able to tell us. It is not wise for you to go searching in the snows, and I will not leave your side.
He gives me an understanding look.
If they are meant to come back, they will come back. But you and I must focus on the people in front of us right now that need our help.
I know he's right. Perhaps whoever was in that ship had some empty pods and just dumped them. I don't know for sure that they were occupied, but something in my gut tells me they were. It makes the most sense. And yet, Irek is right. The people huddled around the fire need our help. If those people lost in the snow come back, we'll help them. If not, when Ojek and Daisy return, I'll approach the topic again. You sure you won't go looking for them?
And leave my pregnant mate alone with these strange males that have no kui?
He shakes his head slowly.
I am not leaving your side. They already watch you with hungry eyes.
They do? That might be a figment of his imagination, but I get it. A small, horrible part of me is glad he's staying with me. It makes sense, anyhow. You triage your patients, and 15 needy people right in front of us take precedence over 3 possible people that might be lost. Like it or not, we've got to take care of the issue at hand. So I nod and give his hands a squeeze, and we return to the fire. I move to one female's side, making sure the blanket is tight around her shoulders. She's letting it slide as if she's too warm, and that might be the onset of a fever. I can't tell given that my body now runs hotter than hers, and I have no thermometers, so I'm just going to have to wing it. Okay, we've got some food. Is everyone getting warmer? Has everyone drunk some water? All extremities covered? Erek moves back to the fire and begins to dole out chunks of the Ka trail mix. One woman takes a bite and immediately wheezes, choking on the spices.
It's like you pepper sprayed my mouth.
Is it? I don't remember it being that awful pre-cooey, but I also don't mind spicy food. I turn to Erek. Maybe just jerky, baby. He nods and pulls it from our stash, handing it out and asking no questions and not fussing, even though we run out.
Tell me which one of you is the leader,
he says. When no one responds, he glances over at me and then back at them.
Is no one in charge?
I eye the glazed eyes of a male with cat-like features and blue skin, a mix of Praxian and Masoka, maybe. He has a hand on his head and doesn't look to be very focused. Maybe one of the drugged ones is in charge. I have a bracelet, says a woman suddenly holding up her wrist. I watched mine, says another, hugging her knees to her chest and shivering. I didn't understand it. Understand what? I ask, curious. The woman holding up her arm gestures at the bracelet, and then I see a small flashing button on the inside. She taps it, and then the air crackles, and something that looks like a 3D projection appears in the air. It's an older Masoka woman with tattoos and a leathery face. Neri, if Daisy is right. Lucky you, the woman says, clapping her hands once in front of her. Turns out you're a clone, and not just any clone, but an illegally made one. Normally, an illegally made clone is immediately euthanized, but someone with a lot of credits paid to have you dropped off somewhere safe and hidden away. So here you are. The recording spreads her hands wide. It's a little chilly here, but the locals are nice, and they'll take care of you. Tell Daisy and Marduk I said hello, and that I hope they're getting keffed hard and regularly by their prospective mates. As for you, my little clone, I left you some supplies. Play nice with your new buddies, and have a great life. The recording winks out, and then there's silence. What's a clone? One of the women asks in a wobbly voice. Is it what I think it is? I'm not a clone, insists a blonde. She looks insulted at the thought. Clones don't have memories, do they? And I have memories. My name's Isadora. I have a flower shop called Busy Blooms in Oregon, and I know I'm not a clone. Then how'd you get here? Asks the first woman. Isadora hunches her shoulders. I don't know. You have the same bracelet I do, says another. If I'm a clone, you're a clone too. I'm not a clone, Isadora exclaims. I can prove it. I have a scar from an appendectomy right here. She lifts her blanket and shoves her shift up, not caring that she's exposing her crotch to the world. She bares her abdomen and then runs her hand over smooth skin, frowning. Where's my scar? You're a clone, says the first woman again, convinced. Another woman pulls her arm out of the protective warmth of the blankets and extends it thoughtfully, then taps the button on her bracelet. The same message begins to play. Lucky you. Turns out you're a clone. Lucky you, chimes another bracelet, and then another. The message plays over and over again. Turns out you're a clone. I share a glance with Erek, worried. If these people are clones, is that why they're missing memories, or is there brain damage I can't see? And why is it that Ketchup and Hot Sauce, aka the twins Thrand and Vortis, are clones but they've got bright red skin and these people don't?
Illegal.
Erek muses, tripping over the G sound.
My mind tells me this word means it is not allowed. Is this right?
I nod, still processing all this information. If this is shocking to me, I can only imagine how terrifying it must be for these people. There's a dark-haired woman who wipes at her cheeks, crying as her recording plays, and another is eyeing her surroundings with terrified eyes, as if she wants to bolt. And one of the males, the biggest cat guy, is eyeing the closest female with interest. We need to take control of the situation and fast, because it could very quickly turn into a clusterfuck. So, I step in to take control. Okay, guys, listen up. Put your bracelets away. They probably all say the same thing. I wave a hand, indicating that I'm not interested in what the message says. We don't know if that's the truth or not, and whoever dumped you here isn't around to tell us. So, here's what we're going to do. You're all safe here with us. You're probably tired and confused. You're not going to think straight coming straight out of one of those pods. Trust me, I know. We'll rest here overnight, and then we're going to get you cooties. I point at my eyes. This planet requires that you have a symbiont to take care of you. With the symbiont, you'll heal faster and you won't be so cold. You won't feel it inside you either, so don't worry about that. I'll tell them about resonance later, when they're more alert and less prone to panicking. Some of our friends are headed this way, and then we're going to help you go back to our village on the beach. We'll get you set up and comfortable. I just want you to know that you're safe with us. And there are no alien overlords or slave owners or anything. I dictate these last comments to the splices. We have friends that used to be fighters and are now living peacefully with us.
What if we don't want to stay?
One of the males asks, his words slurring. We'll get you set up on your feet and give you enough food and clothing, and then you can go. No one's keeping anyone captive. You're free to do as you like. But we hope you stay and become part of our people, our family.
What's your name?
Asks the human man. I put a hand on my chest. I'm Flor, and I've been living here for over 4 years now. Like you, I came here in a pod. I woke up confused and frightened, but the people that live here on this planet, I turn and put a hand on Erek's arm, helped us acclimate. You're wearing skins, one of the women comments. I am, I agree. We don't have a lot of technology here. We have to hunt to survive. And you're happy? Her tone is openly skeptical. Very happy. Her gaze turns to Erek. And who are you? He puffs up ever so slightly.
I am Erek, leader of Shadowcat clan. And I am Flor's mate.
Chapter 20. Erek. It is late by the time the newcomers are settled for sleep. The females pile together in a heap, exchanging names and curling up like a pile of fuzzy hoppers in a nest. One of them complains bitterly about the cold, but the others are taking their new surroundings well enough.
They're in shock,
Flor tells me.
It's too much for them to handle all at once, so they're shutting down. They're only dealing mentally with what they can. They'll have a nervous breakdown soon enough, but hopefully not before they're somewhere safe with a good support system.
She thinks for a moment.
We really need Steph. She'd know how to handle this.
I give her shoulder a reassuring touch. You are doing excellent. They are fed. They are warm. They are all safe. No one else could do more. She bites her lip, nodding as she gazes out at the clustered people near the fire. The females seem to be sleeping, but I notice the males watch us closely. It is obvious that their memories are those of a far more wary nature than the females. They do not relax in our presence. They watch, and they wait. I wonder if they are fighters, like Torand and Vadis and Gren.
I suppose there's nothing to be done until morning,
my mate says with a sigh. She moves closer to me, leaning into my embrace, and as I stroke her mane, I notice the males watch her close. A possessive snarl rises in my throat, and I pull Flor a little closer. They need to realize she is mine, that even now my mating scent is between her thighs and that she carries my kit. They do not touch her.
We should get them cooies,
Flor says, unaware of my possessive turn. Tomorrow, I wind my tail around her waist. Tomorrow will be soon enough.
Right, tomorrow.
She presses her brow to my chest and yawns.
Lord, I'm tired.
It reminds me that I have not yet fussed over my mate enough today. There has been so much to do that I have neglected her. I pull out the last of my ka, the pouch light in my hand as I hold it out to her. Have you eaten?
Feeding me again?
She grumbles, but she takes the pouch and eats a few bites, remaining in my arms. I will always feed you. I stroke her mane again. Once you have eaten, you should rest with the other females. Your presence will relax them. She fights back another yawn, taking a hunk of the peppery trail rations and holding it to her lips.
What about you?
There will be no sleeping for me this night. I will remain awake. The males do not sleep. I will talk to them, keep an eye on them. I lower my voice. But you must be alert and well-rested in the morning, my mate. The females will need you, and there are a great many of them. I want to touch her stomach, but I do not want to show the other males that she carries my kit. I do not want to make her seem vulnerable. You need your rest.
I would love to argue with you, but I'm too tired. Are you sure you'll be all right if you don't sleep?
She blinks up at me, her eyes bleary.
I know you are tired too.
Stroking her jaw, I smile down at her. I will be fine. I am used to long hunts where I do not sleep for great stretches of time. Go and rest. You are safe with me.
I know,
Flor says and tilts her face up for a kiss. I give her a light one, and the sly female nips at my lower lip, sucking on it and then releasing it with a slow pop as I pull back. She gives me a wink and then smacks my backside.
Come get me if you need anything.
I remain where I am until I am certain she is settled in sleep. She tucks herself next to one of the females shivering on the outside of the group, and I watch as the female immediately throws her arms around my mate and snuggles up to her. I cannot imagine what it is like to be so cold, but I remember Lorraine wore nothing but leaves on the island, and now she covers herself in layers of fur. So it must indeed be quite biting for the humans. I want my arms to be the ones around her, but I understand that she needs her rest, and I must speak with the newly arrived males. So I crouch by the fire and stoke it with the butt of my spear. No one says anything, so I regard the males with a casual eye. I have seen your kind before, I say. Fighters. I try to remember what Gren calls it, what Vadis says. Gladiators. The one closest to me looks as if he might be one of my people, if not for his skin, which is more gray than blue, and his massive frame. He is very wide, his neck is big around as my mate's waist, and his features are flat and unusual. When he moves his hands, I see webbing between his fingers. He speaks, and his voice is as deep as the oceans.
Does it matter? We are here now, as you say.
It matters because you are fighters, I point out, keeping my tone mild. And you are looking at my mate with interested eyes. I am telling you now that she is mine. And if you so much as put a finger on her, I will gut you and drag your innards across the valley. One of the males, the one with greenish scales creeping up his arms, bares his fangs in what might be a smile or might be confrontation.
There are many females here. Who do we fight to be given one as a prize? You?
You do not have to fight anyone. I suspected they would not understand. From what I know of Vadis and Tarand and their history, it takes time to realize they are no longer being forced to fight. These females are not slaves. They are free to come and go as they please, just as you are. The males give me puzzled looks, as if they do not quite grasp my meaning.
Then how do we win females?
The gray one asks.
If we do not fight.
You do not win them at all, I reply, and tap my chest. Your kui decides. It will choose a mate for you. It chose mine for me, and it will choose one for you too. One of the cat males rubs his chin.
So we fight this kui, and it rewards us with strong, healthy females to rut?
I bite back a sigh. This is going to be a long night. No, let me explain.
It's weird,
Flor whispers to me the next morning as we feed the fire the last of our fuel.
I really thought the guys were going to act up more. They look a bit rough around the edges.
I grimace because I do not think she will be happy with my response. All night I talked to the males. I explained resonance and the kui and how we do not fight one another, but we fight animals to make them our food. They seemed to grasp this well enough, and most of the questions were about, unsurprisingly, females. They are stunned we will let them live amongst the females, that we have no plans to separate them and keep them apart, that if any female should wish to show her affections upon a male, she is free to take her pleasure with him. They asked a great many questions about pleasuring, far too many. I tried to be patient with them, remembering what it was like when we first arrived on the beach and saw so many unmated females. I remember the giddiness of those moments, amplified by Teia's flirty actions. I remember how excited I was to play the kissing games with her, how irritated it would make me when she wanted to kiss on other males. It feels like a very, very long time ago. Now, when I think of those days, I do not feel anything but a vague amusement. Thoughts of Teia kissing other males does not bother me. Perhaps her mate is amongst these males here. If so, I am glad for her, because I am quite content with mine. You do not need to worry about them, I tell Flor. I explained resonance to them. They await their kuis to see if they will acquire a mate. Her eyes widen.
Oh, boy.
She glances over at the females still huddled under blankets near the fire.
I guess I should break the news to them, too. They're probably not going to take it as well as the men.
She thinks for a moment and then glances up at me.
So, we need one of those big things, right? Sakotsk?
I do not answer right away. Instead, I watch my mate. Does she seem hungry? I am out of my ka, having shared it with the males last night as we sat around the fire. Flor will need something to eat to keep up her strength. I pick up one of the parcels from the pods, turning it over in my hands. Is this food?
Oh, yes, it might be.
She sets it down on the ground and turns it over.
I suppose we need to figure out how to open this. The girls are probably hungry.
Bah, always thinking of others. My mate is far too kind. I squat next to her and hand her my knife. We do not need a sakotsk.
No?
She runs my knife along the edge of the square, frowning at it.
How the heck does this thing open?
Do you want me to break it open over a rock? When she shakes her head, I go back to my initial statement, watching her with amusement as she tries to pry up a corner. As for a sakotsk, I do not think they are necessary. On the island, when someone had a weak kui or theirs died, we would capture a kaari and then cut it open and steal the kui from it.
So what you're saying is any kui will work?
Flor tells me, stabbing at the strange square package.
Unlike this motherfucking package, it won't motherfucking open.
The large gray male, the one with the impossibly thick neck, moves toward us. He watches my mate stab at the package with furious movements and then gestures at it.
May I?
With a huff, Flor tosses it at him.
All yours.
He gives us a chastising look, then sets the box down upon the mossy ground. With a brush of his hand over one seam, the lid pops open, revealing the contents.
Here.
How did you do that?
Flor asks, fascinated. The big male gestures at the box, and I notice he has 2 fingers and a thumb, all of them thick. Very odd.
It has a locking mechanism.
Well, of course it does,
Flor says, annoyed with herself.
Thank you for opening this. What's your name again? I'm sure you've told me, but I'm also sure I've forgotten, given that everyone else has told me their names too.
He gestures at his chest.
I am called Kith.
He watches Flor for a moment and then glances over at me.
And I am leaving now.
He backs away, putting his hands up in the air and watching me.
What was that all about?
My mate asks, curious. I said I would gut any of them if they looked at you for too long. I admit. Perhaps he wanted to make sure I was not angered.
You what?
She gives me a horrified laugh and then shakes her head. Scooping up one of the pouches inside the chest, she opens it and then sniffs the contents.
Noodles. Part of me thinks we should save these for when we get back to camp, but we're out of food at the moment.
I shake my head and bend down to pluck one of the bags out of the package so I can sniff it for myself. The food was left with these people. If they are hungry, we should let them eat it. The scent of it is like nothing. I sniffed the package again, perhaps like dried seaweed. This is good?
I mean, it is to me, but I was a latchkey kid, grew up on ramen.
She sighs happily.
It's not gourmet, but I think we can feed a fair amount of people with one of these bags. We just need some water to boil over the fire. How big is your cooking pouch?
Not big, I admit. But if we are hunting for cuis, we can eat animal flesh as well. She hugs one of the bags to her chest and gets to her feet.
So we're not hunting a Sakotsk then?
I am a mighty hunter, but even I cannot bring down one of those on my own. Though it is flattering to think she would think so. I resist the urge to flex my arms and show off my strength. I will show her later, in the furs. Something large and fierce will do.
So, like, what, a snowcat?
I consider this. Yes, or perhaps skyclaw. Flor looks at me as if I have lost all reasoning.
You are not hunting skyclaw, absolutely not. I forbid it. That's too dangerous, and I don't want to be a widow before I have a wedding feast. Thank you very much.
She crosses her arms over her chest.
Have you seen the size of those things?
Kth, the gray male, considers us.
We need a strong animal.
I nod.
What about that one?
He points up at the sky just as a massive shadow crosses overhead. Atar, the Draconi. He is a friend, I tell the male, and a fellow tater. Flor tilts her head at me.
Oh, what?
A fighting tater, I explain, like Turand and Vadis. Her shoulders shake, and I do not understand why her face gets red. Chapter 21. Irek. Atar looks shocked at the sight of all the pods and the strange people clustered near the fire. I can imagine the newcomers feel the same as they stare at the naked golden male with equal astonishment. I am used to him shifting forms, though. It no longer startles me like it once did. I do get annoyed when Flor hugs Atar and exclaims over him,
I'm so glad you're here.
She gushes.
We can absolutely use more hands to help out. Me and Irek are absolutely swamped.
I can see that.
He rubs his chin, a dappled hint of scales on his skin. I compare him to the scaly newcomer, but they are very different. The other male's scales are raised along his arms and back, and he has a long, scaly tail. Atar has no tail, and he is not the green of the other male. He is golden all over, and I have seen him breathe fire. I do not think the newcomer can, or else he would not have been shoving his way so close to the fire pit last night, his hands outstretched.
Ojek and Daisy are meeting us back here in the next day or so,
Flor continues.
But until then, we need to start getting these people cuis, and we need shelters and supplies, clothing, shoes.
She snaps her fingers.
And we need to make sure there are no stragglers hiding out in the snow somewhere. We have more pods than people. I'm almost positive someone has wandered off.
These are all indeed problems,
Atar says, but then shakes his head, his golden mane drifting in the breeze.
But they are not problems I can help with. I cannot stay. I came to ask if you had seen Arjal and Tia. They have gone missing.
Flor gives me an uneasy look, her expression falling.
Gone missing?
Atar nods, hands on his hips as he surveys our newcomers.
Indeed, we were at the fruit cave, or should we call it the leaf cave, since there is no longer any fruit. Anyhow, we were there, and when we woke the next morning, both Tia and Arjal were gone.
Tia?
Flor exclaims.
I thought women weren't supposed to go.
Atar nods.
She snuck away and joined us. Arjal allowed it. I think she cried a lot.
He does not look in my direction, but I know why she cried.
It was a mistake. We thought it would be harmless after all, since the cave was empty.
Flor cocks her head.
Wait, I thought the fruit cave was full of bats.
Bats?
Atar looks confused. He glances over at me and I shrug.
No, not bats, just leaves and nothing else. No Tia or Arjal either. I have searched high and low for them. I even circled the valley from above, but there is no sign of either of them. Perhaps they did not wish to be found. Still, I feel they would have told us something if they wished to sneak off together. That is the part that concerns me.
Do you think it was resonance? I ask. I know the moment Flor and I resonated, we immediately went to the closest cave and attacked one another with enthusiasm. Perhaps Teia is doing the same to our Jarl. The thought of it does not upset me. Instead, it fills me with relief. If Teia is happy with a mate, then I no longer have to worry that Flor will think I want the other female. Atar shrugs.
If it was, why would they not say anything to us? We were sleeping nearby. It would have been a small thing to alert us that they were leaving. But they left all their gear behind and said nothing, and this concerns me.
He gestures.
So I'm out here, searching, and instead I find you with 20 newcomers. Are they Daisy's friends?
15,
Flor corrects, a thoughtful look on her face.
And no, I don't think so. Neri dropped them off. They're all apparently illegal clones.
Oof, that's rough.
Atar says with a shake of his head.
I'm guessing they hid them here so they won't be euthanized?
When Flor nods, he brightens.
Well, I am positive they will be welcomed here. There's always a friendly helping hand to be found.
He pauses.
Has anyone told the Croatoan chief?
I grimace, imagining Vital and his reaction. He will not be happy. He likes things neat and tidy, and every new person on the planet fills him with stress. He will not take this well at all. He will learn soon enough. Our priority is getting these people a kui and bringing them back to the beach.
No, that's my priority,
Flor says, glancing over at me.
You should probably go help look for Tia.
I frown at her, confused as to why she thinks I would abandon her when she is in need. Why would I go look for Tia?
Because you love her and because she might need you if she's in danger?
Flor gives me a determined stare.
You should go. I'll handle things here.
I run a hand down my face, again with this. Atar pretends to examine his claws, avoiding looking in our direction. Marching over to my mate's side, I put a hand on Flor's arm. Part of me wants to grab her and shake her until she talks sense. Instead, I lean in and wait. She blinks up at me, confused.
What are you doing?
Waiting for you to kiss me.
Why?
Because it will remind you that you are my mate and you are my priority.
That you are mine and I am yours, I continue, my voice even and calm. And that if you think I am going to leave you alone with a bunch of males and females who are worse at survival than Desi and expect you to take care of them, you are very, very wrong. Flor glares up at me.
Because, she hisses, you love Tia.
I do not. I bare my teeth at her. How many times must I make it very clear that you are my mate, that when I am with you, I am complete, that I lack for nothing because you are everything I have ever wanted, that the thought of touching Tia now, when you are nearby, makes me want to chop my own hands off. Her mouth twitches, and I see my strong words are getting through to her.
You're full of drama, you know that?
I am full of love for my mate, I tell her. No one else.
I don't want you to feel like you're making a mistake or you're cornered by being with me. I know I'm not a cute young thing like her. I'm older and...
You are mine. If Tia was being attacked by Skyclaw and you had a splinter in your finger, I would let them chew freely upon her because your hand comes first. Flor looks up at me, her skepticism fading. Then she sighs.
Why did that sound so romantic?
It is because you love me and you carry my kit. I slide closer and press a kiss to her brow. You want to spend your nights in my furs and your days at my side. I kiss her nose. You love my cock. You love my spur. You love my tongue.
The rest of you is kind of annoying,
she mutters, but she loops one arm around my neck and brushes her lips against mine.
But as long as you're sure.
I have never been more sure of anything in my life, I reply, nipping at her upper lip. Trust that I wish to remain at your side.
And take care of my splinters,
she teases. I will handle all of your splinters, I agree. I will warm your cold nose. I will rub your tired feet. I will fill your needy, aching She slaps a hand over my mouth.
I get the idea.
Do you? I counter. Because I tell you how I feel and you say I am wrong. I show you how I feel and you pretend like I have not caressed you and made you come. I feed you and honor you and you still doubt me and... Flor presses her lips over mine, kissing me hard.
I love you, she tells me. I'm sorry. I love you. I do. It's just...
I know, I say.
I press my brow to hers, closing my eyes. Just feeling her, just breathing in her very being. The letters. But understand me well, my mate. I do not think I was ever in love with Tia. Perhaps my head thought so, but my heart did not. I think back on the messages she sent, and I realized there were no feelings involved in them. She would tell me about herself, but she would never ask about me. I think to her, I was just a male because she needed one, and in my eyes she would be my female because I was impatient and did not want to wait for my kui to decide. It was foolishness, because if I had not been so stubborn, perhaps I would have seen you sooner. I kiss her again. Perhaps my kui just pointed out what was obvious to everyone but myself.
Well, you are stubborn, she says, breathless. I just want to be sure that you're not having regrets.
I know if I left and went after Tia, I would have regrets. If you need me, even if only to stand behind you while you give orders, I want to be at your side. She sniffs, and her eyes are suspiciously wet.
All I've ever wanted is for you to want me for me, not because the kui tells you to.
I shake my head, my chest full of warmth and the beauty that is my mate. You and I are alike. We are both stubborn, and we both can be demanding. We like to be an integral part of the tribe. We both like to talk about the foolish decisions others make and judge them. She chuckles at that, and I continue on. But most of all, you do not need me, my Flor Taleza. You have a hut. You can hunt. You can take care of yourself. You do not need me. And yet I stay because I want to be with you, and no one else. It is different with you. It is different in every way. She smiles up at me and then tilts her face up for another kiss. I make this one last longer, cradling her face in my hands as my lips move over hers. I stroke her tongue with mine, a promise for later, when we are alone, and she makes a hungry sound in her throat that immediately sets my kui to singing. It is not the noisy song of resonance, but a purr of satisfaction, one that says my mate is nearby, and we are pleased.
All right,
Flor says softly.
All good points. I believe you.
I will prove it to you again tonight, I promise, grazing her bottom lip with my fangs, when we are alone and our new helpless kits are settled in their furs. She makes a choked sound of amusement and clings to me, holding me tight. I think perhaps she is upset and needing reassurance, so I wrap my arms around her and tuck her against me, her face nestled against my shoulder. Flor only bites my earlobe and then licks it, whispering, "Tonight I'm going to ride your face again." I groan, wanting to toss her into the snow and have my way with her right now. But there are too many standing around and watching us. Attar has an amused look on his face, and two of the splices watch me touch Flor with interest. The females near the fire, well, the females are staring at the naked Attar with frank stares. Reluctantly, I pull away from my mate and clear my throat. If you are not staying, Attar, perhaps you will help us prepare this camp and make it more comfortable for our new people. We must stay here until the sea and Ojek arrive tomorrow. Attar nods.
There is a hunter cave a short flight from here. Would you like to come with me and bring the supplies back?
I would not, actually. I do not want to leave my mate, not even for a moment. But Flor brightens at Attar's suggestion, and I can tell she wants me to do this for our people. I bite back a sigh. Can you carry two of us? We will bring one of the males to help out. I'll go, says the human male, getting to his feet. One of the other males snorts, the scaled one, and pushes forward.
Your race is puny. Let the strong ones handle it.
He gives me a confident look.
I will assist.
He does look much stronger than the human male. I nod. Come, Attar. You will take us to the nearest hunter cave. We need supplies for our humans.
Our?
Attar asks, quirking a brow in my direction.
Are you claiming them?
A tribe is a tribe, I say, thinking of Jute and his son. I did not like them at first, because it was not the old way. But there are no humans in the old way at all, and I am growing fond of them. Even the sea, because she makes Ojek happy. All members are welcome to our beach home. My mate runs up to me again, gesturing that I should bend down. I do, thinking she will kiss me, but she presses her hand to my forehead once more.
Sure you're not fevered?
Bah!
Chapter 22. Flor. Seeing how helpless these women are makes me feel like a straight-up badass. It's not their fault that they don't know how to make fires or the proper way to wrap a fur around your body to get maximum warmth. But it just reminds me of how far I've come in a few short years. When I first arrived, I was crying and terrified, just like these women. And now, I'm confident and in control. I've been tending to them using nursing skills I've allowed to get a bit rusty with Veronica around, and I'm realizing I don't resent the job as much as I used to. It feels good to help out. Even if my methods of helping out would probably make the staff at the hospital I used to work at cringe. "It's snowing," cries one of the women, promptly bursting into tears. "As if things weren't awful enough." I glance up at the sky, barely a flake or two to be seen. I cluck my tongue at her. "Drink some more tea. It'll keep you warm. And this snow won't last long. Look at the sky. It's mostly clear, which means it's just going to sprinkle a few flakes on us and then clear up again." I eye the girl in front of me and the front of her tunic. "Tell me how to spell your name again." "Yasmin," she says. "With a Y and no E." Using charcoal, I spell her name out on the front of her slip near her neckline. It'll be easier to remember who is who when I can see their names. I also put a small X on her left-hand side, indicating I need to check her out post-cooey to ensure that all her extremities are operating in proper working order. The women are shivering, some of them showing signs of frostbite, despite the fact that we're in a sheltered canyon and despite the warm fire and blankets. Erek needs to return quickly, because we've got to get cooeys in them before nightfall, or it's going to be really hard on them. Another woman starts crying. Dawn, according to the front of her slip. And I lift my chin at the woman sharing a fur with her that seems to be handling the cold more stoically. "Can you get her some tea so she can warm up, Colleen?" Colleen nods and gets to her feet, doling out a cup of tea. I notice her hands are reddened and her limbs shaking. We definitely need those cooeys. "Okay," I say, tucking a blanket around Yasmin and moving toward the next girl. "Give me your name again." She's wearing the same thin linen dress the others are, and it's clearly not been made for cold weather. I remember the recording that mentioned they were clones, and shiver, because now that I recall, they're shapeless and without appeal, just like a hospital gown, designed only to do the bare minimum for dignity. Okay, so we need cooeys, clothes, shelter, food. The list keeps growing. The woman stares at me, her teeth chattering, and she hugs the fur around her shoulders tighter. "Name?" I ask again, smiling. "We're getting you some warmer clothes, I promise. Not much longer." Isadora, she chatters. "Great," I say, leaning over her front. "I'm running low on charcoal. Can I just call you Dora?" I guess." She gives me a worried look. "What is this place? Where are we?" "You're home." I give her a beaming smile. "It's a lot to take in right now, I know, but I promise it'll all make sense after a few days. You've just got to give it time." "Time. Okay." She remains still as I finish writing Dora across her chest, and then immediately wraps in her blanket again. "Your blue guy is coming back with supplies, right?" "Yep. His name is Erek. He's from this planet." I'll talk about the island's destruction some other time. We need to ease them into this world with baby steps, not vomit out the entire history the moment anyone shows interest. "You're sure he'll come back? He's not just leaving us?" "I'm sure." I smile at the thought of any guy on this planet actually abandoning a woman in need. I don't think it's in their DNA. "And he's my mate. He'll for sure come back. And when he comes back, we'll get some cooeys in all of you and you'll feel so much better." How did you get together with him?
One of the women asks, looking over at me. Her name is covered up because she's huddled in one of the blankets, and I'm suddenly realizing my brilliant plan isn't quite so brilliant after all. Oh well.
Did you show up like we did and he took care of you?
Yes and no. I keep a bright smile on my face and go to check on the tea pouch. It's almost empty, which means we need more water. I take my water skin and dump the rest of its contents into the pouch, making a mental note to ask Arek for more water when he returns. We're going through all of our supplies exceedingly quickly with so many mouths to feed. I've already refilled my skin at least 4 times this morning, and it gets drank as quickly as the snow I put inside it melts. I showed up here in a pod like you guys, but Arek didn't move to our village until a few weeks later. We just became mates very recently.
It's clear he loves you, says another, a woman named Sabrina. She's sharing a blanket with Jason, the lone human man, and she wears a dreamy look on her face. The way your blue guy looks at you is how my father used to look at my mother.
Is it?
My smile grows broader. I love that they're noticing that about him. I love that he's so obviously mine, even in their eyes. Suck it, Tia. Then, of course, I feel bad for even thinking that. It's not her fault that I got him before she did, or that the moment we resonated, he's never given her a second thought. Maybe we were meant to be after all, and really, I'm a better fit for him anyhow. He needs me to laugh with him, and sometimes laugh in his face when he's taking himself too seriously. He's a good guy. Actually, he's the best guy.
Aww,
Sabrina says and sighs dreamily.
I don't know if I'm very happy that we're stuck here instead of back home, but I guess if we can get sweet alien boyfriends, it won't be so bad.
What are you talking about? Back home, says another. We don't have a home. We're clones, remember?
Sabrina's expression dims. Oh, right.
If we're clones, why do I have memories? Isadora retorts. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe...
You've been programmed.
One of the strange-looking males says. He steps forward, and I see it's one of the males that has cat-like features, and the same blue hide and horns as the Masoka.
I imagine we all have.
Programmed? What do you mean? Yasmin asks. He taps his head.
I have memories up here. Some of them are from a distant past, of a fight that I won, but it cost me my hand.
He holds up his arm and wiggles claw-tipped fingers.
This hand. Since it's here, that's either not my memory, or it's been planted in my head. I also have a lot of knowledge of gladiator bouts, of moves to use against specific enemies, of rules and regulations. But my hands are soft, and my feet are too. My skin is unmarred.
He holds his hands out and turns them.
It is obvious to me that I have never fought anyone. Not in this body, anyhow. So somehow, these memories have been planted inside me, but they are not mine. I think the recording is correct, and I am a clone, just as you are.
Is that why some of you don't have names? Or memories of anything? I scan the small group. There are 2 girls that have no names at all, so I've been calling them Natalie and Vivian, after 2 of my sisters. The male with the cat features shrugs.
Your guess is as good as mine. I just woke up here too.
He gives me a ghost of a smile. Right. He wouldn't know unless it was planted in his head too. Doesn't matter.
Like I said, you're all home now. One of the women raises a hand timidly. Can I ask a question? When I nod, she continues. How is it I can understand your words? I don't speak alien. Speak alien? That's cute. My guess is that you have a translator, just like me. I tap my head at a spot behind my ear. The aliens have a technology that lets a chip implant translate languages for you and also accelerates your learning of those other languages. That's all. It's not something I think about often. I don't even pay attention to what I'm speaking anymore, and I'm pretty sure I've picked up enough of the alien tongue that I probably speak an amalgam of both English and the sock tongue. At least we don't have to worry about interpreting language. It's one less thing to stress over in regards to our new castaways. A woman touches her ear, worried. When did that happen? Before I can answer, someone storms up to the fire and holds something out. It's one of the alien men, the one that looks most like a cat. In his hand is a snarling, squalling quill beast that's thrashing and doing its best to get free of his grip. It bites his hand, and there are quills up his arm, sticking out of his skin, but he looks over at me calmly.
We need these alive to gut them, yes?
Another woman squeals in horror, and someone else ducks underneath the blankets. Oh boy. I study the big guy, and then the group giving him horrified looks. Do I wait for a wreck to come back and break the news to everyone that they need a cooey, or do I try to pep-talk it as best I can? As long as the cooey inside it is strong and still alive, I'm sure we can use it, I say, deciding to go with a cheerful demeanor. Okay, guys, everyone pay attention. So you've noticed my blue eyes, right? I point at the corner of my eye. That's because everyone on this world needs a cooey to help you survive. As I speak, the male alien brings the quill beast up to his face, and as I watch, bites the head off of it and spits it aside. Blood erupts, and the women shriek in horror. He turns to me, blood running down his cat chin, and holds the limp body out.
Show me where the parasite is.
Parasite? Someone squeals. It's a friendly parasite, I chirp, my smile frozen on my face. I really, really need a wreck to return soon. I don't want to be in charge. I would much rather be the sassy sidekick who just juggles the balls of the man in charge and makes him feel like a stud. So yeah, a wreck needs to return ASAP.
Chapter 23. Irek. By the time Attar drops us back at the human camp, there is a light snow drifting from the sky, and my arms are laden with supplies. The scaly male that accompanied me is not all that useful. He has been slowing down and seems to be in pain. If I ask about it, he snarls at me, so I ignore him and the fact that he does not carry much back. We have enough for now, at least. I have enough animal pelts with me to stitch together a few sleeping tents and extra foodstuffs. The dragon does not stay. He drops us gently upon the ground and noses me toward my mate, as if I need encouragement. She is all that I look at, her form so pleasing to the eye that I want to kick myself for not noticing her before resonance. Truly, I am a fool. I stagger forward with my burdens, even as Attar flies off, returning to his hunt for Taia and Arjol. Somewhere behind me, the scaly male, Sukar, struggles with his packs. I pause to set mine down. And Flor flies into my arms, clinging to my neck. She showers my face with kisses, knocking the furs and foodstuffs out of my grip. Surprised and pleased at her warm reception, I kiss her back, and she locks her legs around me.
So glad you're back, she tells me between kisses. You be in charge. I hate it.
I heft her in my arms, loving the feel of her pressed against me. My hand slides to her bottom, and I tuck her against my side, since she seems inclined to remain hugging my front like a baby night flyer does to its mother. And I like it. I like that she needs me in this instance, because Flor never truly needs me. It feels good to be wanted.
I'm botching everything, she whispers. The cat guy bit the head off of a quill beast and dismembered it to get the cooey inside, and the girls freaked out, and I'm just making things worse.
She rubs her nose against mine.
Please take charge. Please, I'll make it up to you.
I chuckle, resisting the urge to wrap my tail around her waist and to never let her go. I will handle it. I rub her nose back, not minding that hers is colder than mine. Will you look at Sakar? He is struggling. He might be sick. She peers over my shoulder, or tries to.
Is he the scaly one? I wonder if he's cold-blooded. That might be why. But yes, I'll take care of him. You take care of the cooey situation, and I'll make it up to you later.
Flor gives me a mischievous look and then licks my chin fur.
I'll let you tap my ass as much as you want.
I am less interested in tapping it than I am in mating, I say, though I obligingly tap her ass with my tail. If it is something she wants, I will happily give it to her. Flor just giggles wildly.
God, you're ridiculous. I love that, and I love you.
And she licks me again. I decide then and there that I like being ridiculous. I grin down at her. Have you eaten? We get much done before nightfall. By the time the twin suns disappear from the skies, several small tents are set up for the humans to huddle in, and the roaring fire has been replenished with fuel. Bowls are passed around for the stew simmering over the fire to be shared, while large chunks of meat are spitted over the coals, roasting away their flavor so the humans can enjoy them. Most of the humans have a cooey at this point. They seem to do fine with a cooey from even a smaller beast, and Flor watches over them, touching wrists and checking toes and fingers to make sure no one is suffering from the nip of cold. The males have been helping me hunt, except for the scaly one, who recovers by the fire, the cold affecting his limbs. He will need a cooey in the morning, I decide. Him and the rest of the taters. I expect them to be greedy and steal cooeys for themselves first, but the taters were more concerned with getting cooeys in the humans.
They are delicate,
Kuth explains to me.
and they are prized. I do not have many memories, but the ones I do have tell me that a female is the greatest of things to be won, and so they should be protected.
He crouches by the fire, watching one of the females with great interest.
The memories in my head are not good ones, but I think I should like to be a protector.
Then you shall be, I agree. We can always use more protectors. He rubs his chin thoughtfully.
And then perhaps I will purr for one of these females.
Perhaps. Kuth grunts.
Perhaps it is good to be a clone after all, if it has brought me here.
There is so much meat from scavenging cooeys that everyone feasts. The weather grows a little colder that night, but with blankets and hastily constructed tents, there is less despair than yesterday. The females are managing, and Flor takes time to sit with each one and reassure them. I keep the taters busy with hunting cooeys and discussing how we hunt animals to survive, and that while we do not have tater games, in a way, this planet is our opponent. With each successful hunt, we are proving our dominance. They like that idea very much. Once the human females are settled in their tents, Flor moves around the camp, checking on the remaining males. One of them is bundled off to a tent with the human male, but others remain close to the fire. My mate finishes her rounds and then moves to my side, pushing her way into my lap and wrapping her arms around my neck. She leans in and nips at my ear, her small teeth an erotic scrape more than anything else.
So, are you sitting out here, or are you going to go to a tent with me so I can ride your face like you promised?
I am torn. As the leader of this small group, I should remain by the fire and keep watch. But I also want to touch my mate. It is clear she hungers for me as well. I hesitate. Dixon and Ojek will be back in the morning, I think. Can you wait until then? Flor sighs.
Fine.
She presses a kiss to my cheek and climbs out of my grasp.
I guess I should get some sleep. Come get me if you need anything.
And she heads to the far edge of the camp, where a small tent is set up facing away from the others. She has very clearly set this up for us, and casts me another woebegone look, her lower lip protruding before she ducks into the tent. I am a fool yet again. I get to my feet, turning to Kuth, and one of the other males, the one with the cat-like face, Vamir. Watch the camp, my mate needs me. The cat male huffs with amusement.
Smart move. We'll be here, friend.
Striding over to the tent, I decide it is not such a bad thing to leave my needy humans and taters on their own for a bit. They are not children. It will be good for them to be independent. And it will be good for me to lick my mate's cunt. Flor is tucked under a small, sad-looking fur when I enter the small tent. It is made of a few stretched skins with 2 spears propping the skins off the ground. It is barely tall enough for me to get into, and I drop to my knees the moment I enter. My mate sits up on her elbows in surprise, tilting her head at me.
Everything okay?
I nod, plucking the fur from her body. Where are the rest of your blankets?
With the girls. They need them more than I do.
She eyes me with excitement.
Are you here to keep me warm?
Parts of you, I agree, and get on the leather skin spread upon the ground on my belly. My legs stick out of the front of the tent, but I do not care. Everyone knows why I am here already. Let them watch my tail thrash while I pleasure her.
Those are my favorite parts,
Flor says. She gives me a look of anticipation as I tug on her leggings.
Where do you want me?
Take your leathers off and spread your legs for your mate, I tell her, grinning as she flings her legs up and shimmies out of her leather pants. You have been teasing me all day, and I aim to show you that if you ask, you will get. I will always please my mate. The moment she has her leggings off, I am between her thighs. I grab her and haul her cunt toward my face, and she squeals aloud, giggling as I nuzzle her folds.
Sorry, she whispers. I should be quieter.
Should you? Her taste is mouth-watering, and I allow myself only a brief sample before I pull away. There is something appealing about making her cry out as loud as possible. Perhaps I want these other males to hear me pleasuring you. Perhaps they need to know that I can make you scream out my name. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea. With a wicked smile, I lap lightly at her cunt, watching her face the whole time. I can tell the moment her playfulness shifts to hungry need. Her eyes flutter and get soft and her lips part. I tease her clit with my tongue, using gentle, repeated licks with the flat of my tongue. Shall I be gentle tonight, my heart? Flor whimpers, her hands going to my head. She tugs my mane free from the knot she made for me this morning, and then buries her fingers in it, spreading the strands over her thighs.
I do like you gentle.
I roll her clit with my tongue and then suck on it, teasing her. I keep my motions languid, without urgency, and stroke her leg as I ease it over my shoulder. I could stay here all night, my pretty Flor-de-Lis. I murmur against her flesh. Would you like that? She makes a little noise in her throat, arching her hips against my mouth.
Please tell me you're going to be as awesome at sex in 30 years, she whispers, because if I get to have this every day for the rest of my life, I might die of happiness.
I lift my head to run my lips over the soft skin of her inner thigh. Then I please you. You are not sad that it is a wreck between your thighs instead of our jaw. Flor makes an irritated noise and yanks on my mane.
Are you trying to get me off or not?
I scrape my teeth against her thigh, then lick her there. Does it bother you if I mention his name?
I don't want to think about anyone's tongue on that pussy but yours.
She pats the tuft of fur between her thighs.
So if you keep mentioning him, I'm going to have to take care of myself.
And she puts a finger on my nose, pushing me back. The moment she does, her fingers go to her clit and she rubs it hard and fast. With a hiss, I push her hand away, replacing it with my mouth before she can react. No one touches her cunt but me, not even her. I suck hard on her clit and she gasps, her legs seizing up as I do. She locks them around my head and I decide she needs to ride my face as she promised. I roll onto my back, keeping her pressed to my mouth until she is straddling me, her cunt pressing down against my mouth. Flor moans, her hands bracing on the furs above me. She rocks her hips down against my mouth, no longer teasing. Her need is desperate and beautiful, and for long delicious moments I mouth her cunt, loving each fold, teasing the knob of her clit with the tip of my tongue, and then licking down to her core. I tease her with light, delicate flicks of my tongue until she grinds her cunt against me, whimpering for more. Tell me who you sit upon, I demand, my cock throbbing in my loincloth. I reach down to grip it, squeezing tight even as she rocks against my face. Tell me whose mouth you ride.
Yours,
she breathes. And what is my name? Flor growls, realizing my game. I want her to say it, and say it loud.
I want everyone in the camp to hear it. Let them know I am pleasuring my mate. Let them all know. It is something to be proud of. So I flick her clit with my tongue and then stop, waiting.
Iraq,
she protests, rocking against my face. Louder, I say. I want them all to hear it. She squeezes my ears with her thighs, pushing her cunt against my mouth again.
You big bully,
she pants.
Lick your fucking mate.
I will once she shouts my name, I say. And I love this. I love her neediness. I love that she does not fold when I growl at her, but growls back. I love that she is fierce and knows what she wants in the furs. I love that she rocks atop my face with abandon and only gets frustrated when I stop. She is magnificent, and she is mine. My cock throbs hard in my loincloth, and the heel of my boots dig into the moss just outside the tent. I know what it must look like, and I do not care. I am marking my female in every way possible, with my scent, with my touch, with a demonstration. They will all know Flor is mine. Say it, and I will tongue your sweet cunt, I demand.
Iraq,
she moans, rocking against my nose. Her hand steals to her cunt, and I push it away again. Louder, I demand, and graze my tongue over her clit, making her twitch. I want to shove my hand into my loincloth and jerk my cock, but teasing Flor is a greater pleasure than I have ever thought, and it must come first. Whose face do you ride?
Iraq,
Flor cries out, loud enough for the others to hear.
Please.
Hot, satisfied pleasure unfurls through me, and I grip one of her thighs, my other hand teasing between her legs. I slide a finger into her channel, seeking that ultra-sensitive spot that she loves for me to touch. Tell me what you want and tell me loud.
Fuck,
she whimpers, and then fastens a hand in my mane, gripping so tight it feels as if she might tear a fistful out. The edge of pain just adds to the pleasure, because she rocks frantically against my mouth again.
Make me come.
And where are you?
Sitting on your face,
she sobs as I brush my finger against that rough spot on her inner walls. She wheezes when I touch that spot, hunching.
So good, Iraq. Oh, please.
Louder, I demand, my hips bucking at nothing but air. Her need is slicking my mouth and chin, her thighs clamping down tight around my face, and it is glorious. I hear someone chuckle outside, near the crackling fire, but let them chuckle. She whimpers again, grinding down against my mouth. Then loudly,
Iraq, if you don't make me come, so help me God!
I suck on her clit, latching onto the sensitive bud as I rub the spot inside her, giving her what she wants. Flor makes a choked sound, rocking against me urgently, her movements hard and fast. She is close, her wet cunt juicy with need, and I drive my finger into her faster, teasing her to the edge. I can feel when she comes, her body trembling over mine and another choked cry escaping her. Flor's release floods my face, teasing every last trembling moment out of her, and I do not let up until she collapses over me, nearly smothering me with the cradle of her hips. But what a way to end my days. I enjoy the moment, then ease her onto her back, pressing hungry kisses to the insides of her thighs. She pants, brushing sweaty hair away from her face as she recovers, and she is so lovely that my heart squeezes, and my cock twitches with the need for release. I push her thighs apart and clean her with my tongue, lapping up every bit of her release, and then circling her clit with my tongue again. She moans, her thighs drawing up.
You, Iraq,
is hungry for more. I agree, finishing her thought. And my pretty mate tastes especially sweet tonight. I play with her clit for a moment, then lift my head. You do not have to scream this time. You just need to come on my tongue. Her delicious moan is delightful to hear.
Chapter 24. Flor. I'm not sure how I'm going to face anyone outside of the tent this morning. I lie in bed with a wreck, reeking of sex. There's a rock under my back somewhere, and he's hogging the furs, his tail curled tightly around my calf, and his hand on my boob. At some point last night, he'd stripped me of my tunic and then fucked me again, hard and rough. There's something about the other men in the camp that makes him want to brand me as his, and it's pure machismo.
I really should hate it. Instead, I'm eating it up. He fucked me so damn good last night, I know I'm going to walk funny today. I'm not even mad. Maybe we weren't as loud as I suspect we were. Maybe no one else will care. And I should get out of bed. The ladies are going to need breakfast, and we still have more cooeys to get, and Daisy and Ojek will be coming by sometime today to rejoin us. Then we'll need to break camp and head for the village on the beach. There's a lot to be done. I hug Arek's arm to my chest a moment longer, pep-talking myself, and then I wriggle out of our makeshift bed. Arek immediately tries to drag me down again, kissing my shoulder.
"Come, ride my face again, my pretty one,"
he murmurs, clearly randy this morning despite nutting inside me 3 times last night.
"I will make it quick."
I plant a hand on his face, chuckling when he makes a licking gesture. There's too much to do, and they'll think we're major perverts if we start fucking again.
"They will not,"
Arek declares sleepily, squeezing my tit.
"And the taters will be jealous."
I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from bursting into laughter. At some point, I'm going to have to tell him that they're gladiators, not taters. But it's too damn funny to correct. It just makes me love him all the more, and my heart bubbles over with happiness. Is this what it's like to be mated? To just wake up grinning and ready to take on the world every day? I've always considered myself a happy person, but with Arek, I feel like I'm bubbling over with joy. Like I've got so much inside me I'm about to start shitting rainbows and glitter. No wonder everyone that resonates walks around with dopey looks on their faces. I get it now. Even though Arek cleaned both of us up after sex last night, I give myself a quick wash again, using the last of my water. The tent reeks of sex, and I'm pretty sure it's clinging to my skin. I dress quickly, noticing that Arek is putting on his clothes too, though he's moving slower than me. His hair is in his face, and I brush it back from his forehead affectionately. You want me to fix it for you again? He nods.
"I like it like that. I like that you have chosen it for me."
I grin and hunt through the makeshift tent, looking for the strip of leather that holds his man bun in place. If it were any other dude, the man bun would look ridiculous. But Arek is so goddamn macho that he carries it really well. And maybe I'm a possessive sort, too, because I like that he likes the hairstyle I chose for him. When I go to leave the tent, Arek swats my ass with the tip of his tail.
"I am tapping it again,"
he calls out,
"because it is mine."
I burst into laughter, and I'm giggling as I emerge. 15 faces turn to look at me as I arrive, most of them gathered near the fire. Some of the women are smirking, a few are blushing, and one of the men looks downright annoyed. I feel a bit like a teenager that's been caught sneaking out to hook up with her boyfriend. And then I push that feeling aside. I'm a grown-ass adult, and I can do what I want. You're all just jealous, I joke. How's the fire this morning? It's good, says Sabrina cheerfully. Vivian says she has camping memories, so she's been taking care of it for us. That's awesome, I reply, beaming a smile at shy Vivian. She's one of the girls that doesn't recall even her own name, so a memory of any kind is good. Maybe some other things will come back to you. Arek emerges from the tent and taps my ass again with his tail as he comes to stand behind me. He puts his hands on my shoulders, his manner clearly possessive.
"Who has yet to receive a cooey? We will hunt early this morning."
2 women and 3 of the taters raise their hands. Sabrina clears her throat to get my attention and then points at Kith, the extremely large gray male with the webbed hands. Kith needs another. His died overnight. It died? That's alarming. Years of nursing allow me to keep a straight face despite this rather unusual turn of events. Let me check you over before you head out, then. Erek squeezes my shoulder.
You will eat first.
Not hungry, I reply automatically, already trying to think of reasons why Kith's cooey would have died overnight. Was it nicked when it was put into him? Too sickly? Or is there not enough juice in the cooey that was chosen? Erek doesn't release me, though. Instead, he leans over me, whispering in my ear, and his tail goes around my waist.
You will eat.
And he nips my ear to take the sting out of his command.
My mate needs her strength if she is going to tend to all her humans.
Bossy jerk. But I'm smiling. Fine. Give me something to eat so you'll get your loincloth out of a bunch.
It is not bunched,
he tells me.
And we have meat from last night. Let us put some over the fire and feed our new clan.
A short time later, everyone is more or less fed. I've checked over Kith, who seems to be fine except for the fact that his eyes are no longer glowing with cooey brightness. And Erek leads a small group out to go hunting for more cooeys. With all the meat that's been brought in, there's a few disgusting pelts at the far end of camp that need to be scraped and worked. And with everyone clothed and fed, now's as good a time as any to break them in gently to the life here. So I grab one of the pelts, this one a hopper hide, and sit down near the fire to scrape it. "What are you doing with that?" Dawn asks. She wrinkles her nose. "Scraping it clean of gunk so it can be made into leather," I say, making sure to scrape in exaggerated motions so they can see what I'm doing. Everything gets used, and this will be good for clothing once it's processed. It ends up very soft. "There's no civilization here?" someone else asks, and they sound terribly disappointed. "There is not. We live in a little village on the beach in a protected cove. There's another village deep in the mountains in a canyon, but it's a lot colder there. I prefer the beach." "You mean it gets even colder?" Another person, and a fresh note of despair. Do I point out that this is the much milder bitter season, and it's actually kind of pleasant right now? Nah, one awful tidbit at a time. "It's going to be all right, everyone," the cheery one says again, Sabrina. She's adorable, all rounded curves and bright blonde hair, and a face that seems made for smiling. I like her positive attitude. "If we were in a more civilized place, someone would find out we were clones, right? And no one is supposed to know. So it's best that we're here, somewhere isolated." She beams at me. "And Flor seems to be happy here." "That's because her pussy got pounded into next week," comments Colleen. Several of the girls giggle, but this is the break in conversation that I need. I'll keep them focused on the good stuff about their new life, and not on the terrible parts. "Yep, it's all part of the resonance package," I say proudly. You get scared at first because it means you're being tied to someone else for the rest of your life, but in reality, it's just your pussy getting eaten for hours on end by a guy that worships you. Sabrina sighs dreamily. "Where do I sign up?" "You've got a cooey. It'll let you know," I say. "Give it time." Colleen speaks up again, a worried expression on her face. "Are all the aliens like Erek? Are they all, giving like that?" "Women have been a rare commodity for them for a very long time," I explain. "I've yet to meet an alien that doesn't absolutely lose his mind over his woman." Sabrina nudges Jason. "You're going to have some big shoes to fill." The human man scowls.
You make it sound like I can't lick pussy for hours just because I'm human. Trust me,
A human guy knows how to please a woman, too.
Yasmin snorts and tosses her long dark hair. Not according to my last boyfriend. She pauses, confused. At least, I think I had a boyfriend. I can't remember his name, though. Clones, remember? Colleen comments. Those memories might not be yours. Are you saying I might be a virgin? Yasmin asks, an aghast expression on her face.
I would be happy to help you with that,
Scar says, speaking up for the first time. He gives Yasmin an intense stare, and she doesn't answer. Okay now, I say, unsure if Yasmin is welcoming Scar's attention or not. Women are allowed to discuss sex without men propositioning them, all right?
I am not propositioning,
Scar says, getting to his feet. He looks much better now that he has a cooey inside him, his limbs no longer sluggish.
I am simply letting her know that I would be glad to assist with any learning needs.
That's exactly what a proposition is, my dude. Colleen retorts. I'm not sure what planet you're from.
I am not certain either.
Scar replies, distracted. He turns and gestures in the distance.
And someone is coming.
The hunters? Are they back already? Unless they found a den full of snowcats or an entire herd of Dvisti right on our doorstep, it seems soon for them to return. I get to my feet, peering at the distance, and see one lumpy figure. After a moment, I realize it's one person carrying another. Oh no, an injury? I wipe my hands on the hem of my tunic, knowing I'm going to regret that later, and hand my scraper to Dawn, who sits nearest to me. Be right back. My heart thuds anxiously as I head away from the fire towards the distant figures. Scar moves into place a few steps behind me, as if I might need reinforcements. But I know everyone on this planet. I know everyone at Icehome Village, and I know everyone at Croatoan. There's no need for protection. If someone's heading to our camp carrying a person on their back, it's most likely an injury. For a moment, I worry that it's my Erek, and that Sukhob has struck, that we're unlucky after all. But Erek doesn't think that, I remind myself. He considers himself extra lucky to have me, and so I push the thought aside. I won't let luck dictate my future, I decide. Fuck that, and fuck superstition anyhow. My heart skips a jagged beat when the person gets closer and I see light blue skin and furred arms, but the stance is different. And when I see the long braid, I exhale in relief. It's Ojek, which means he's carrying Daisy. It's a friend, I tell Scar, the one we were waiting on. He must be carrying his mate.
Is his mate tired or injured?
I have no idea, I reply, and jog out to meet them. Knowing poor Daisy, it could be either. Ojek looks absolutely wrecked as I race out to meet them. His eyes have dark circles under them, and his steps slow as I approach. His gaze immediately goes to Scar, and his eyes flash warning. He sets Daisy on her feet, and then steps in front of her, baring his teeth, and his camouflage ripples. He's a friend, I call out quickly. It feels strange to realize Daisy and Ojek have no idea of all the newcomers we've just found. He was dropped here too. Daisy peeks out from behind Ojek's back and looks at me. Is Neri still here? Did she leave me a message? More or less, I admit. And she left a whole lot of people here for us to take care of. Did you guys see Ashtar? Or maybe Arjal and Tia? I eye Daisy. And are you both okay? Ojek runs a hand down his face.
We have a problem.
A problem? I echo, worried. I'm mentally going through the issues that could have happened while they were gone. They look healthy, but tired. Perhaps Daisy fell and miscarried? Or they were attacked by more Metlaks, and their wounds are hidden underneath their furs? Tell me what hurts.
Daisy shakes her head, moving forward, or trying to. Ojek puts an arm out and keeps her behind him. She casts me a worried look, barely sparing a glance at Scar, who eyes her with fascination. I deciphered the writing on the wall at the Ancestors' Cave, the message that Penny found. A prickle of worry shivers up my spine. Oh? It says that the natives in the caves aren't friendly, that the Arboretum, that must be the fruit cave, has been closed off because of attacks. 2 women were stolen away and taken to a distant island, and the others were heading into the mountains to avoid them. Avoid them? The natives, Daisy says again. The ancestors. The ones that were here when the sock landed. According to that message, they didn't die out a long time ago. They were still around when the sock landed here, and they claimed the fruit caves as theirs. And Arjal and Tia are missing. Oh, shit.
Epilogue 1. Arjal. My head feels as if it was cracked open. My memories are fuzzy, but I don't recall what caused my head to hurt. Just that I was talking to Taia by the strange pond in the fruit cave, trying to get to know her. Trying to grasp if I felt anything for her, considering we were the last 2 without resonance. Surely I would feel something. I do not remember feeling anything, though. And when I wake up and look around, I do not remember how I got here, behind the bars of a cage. The cages I have made were to catch fish, and comprised of reeds. I get to my feet, cradling my aching head in my hand, and push at the bars. They are like stone, except shiny. Odd. I slide an arm through the bars, seeing if I can wriggle my way out, and when I cannot, a sense of foreboding grips me. I have been trapped, like an animal. I have no idea where I am. On the other side of the bars is what looks like a cave, with an exit outward, but I do not know where it leads. Someone brought me here and put me in this dark place, trapping me here. Why? And where is Taia? Where are Attar and the others?
I've tried. You can't get out,
says an unfamiliar voice, in an equally unfamiliar language. The voice is female, the language one of the strange, fluid human tongues. The voice does something to me. The moment I hear it, my skin prickles all over. The ache in my head is forgotten, as all of the blood in my body rushes to my cock. My cooey all but screams with joy as my chest begins to sing. Resonance. My female is here, wherever here is. I turn quickly, scanning my surroundings, searching for the answer to everything I have asked for season after season. For so long I have waited for my cooey to find my mate amongst the tribe. Perhaps she was never in the tribe after all. Incredulous, I all but charge through the cage cave, eyeing the shadows. There is nothing in here, no furs to sleep upon, no weapons, no water to drink from, no nothing. The stone floor is smooth, and even beneath my feet, cold but not unpleasantly so. The ceiling above is equally smooth, the worn rock a few handspans higher than my horns. It is not a very big cave, but it is clear this is not a place meant for comfort. It is meant to trap. But there is someone nearby. My mate. I almost miss her, too. I stalk through the cave hunting for her, and almost stumble over the female in my haste. There, huddled in a corner, is the female of my dreams. She is human, with a pale mane. Her plump limbs are barely covered with a strange thin tunic, and her teeth chatter, her breath puffing into mist from the cold. She has pale skin, large teats, and big frightened eyes. Big frightened eyes that have no cooey glow inside them. That is not good. She will not survive without a cooey. Yet my cooey has decided that she is mine, even though she does not have one of her own. Even now my chest sings so very loudly that there is no mistaking the resonance that compels me. I drop to my knees beside her, fascinated.
Her scent is delicate and strange, yet the moment I breathe it in, it feels comfortable and right. I tap my chest, unable to take my eyes off her. Arjal, I whisper reverently. I am Arjal. I am Hunter of Tallhorn clan.
Rosalind?
She breathes, shrinking back as I crowd her.
I'm a librarian, and I don't know how I got here or what I'm doing here.
Well, that answer is obvious to me. I smile calmly at her, even though I want nothing more than to push her thighs apart and taste her. Taste my long-awaited resonance, mate. You are here because you are mine. Her little brows furrow together and she gazes up at me, confused.
I'm sorry, what?
I am your mate. We have been brought together so we can make young. Truly, this is a great day. Suddenly, the stranger outside no longer matters. The strange bars of the cage I am in no longer matter. My mate is here.
You're crazy,
she tells me, her expression appalled. I just laugh. Am I? Because I feel as if my path is clear for the first time in many turns of the seasons. This female, this Ursalind the Berry End, is mine, and nothing else matters. I hesitate and then ask the question foremost on my mind. Can I taste you? I promise to lick your cunt very well, but I have been dreaming of this for far too long. Ursalind makes an outraged sound, and her small hand smacks me across the mouth. She is adorable. I have never been so happy in all my days.
Epilogue 2. 2 weeks later. Erek. Not for the first time, I am at odds with Arhosh and his mate Liz.
You really want to have a party now?
Liz says, her arms crossed over her chest as she glares at me.
After everything that's happened the last few weeks?
I made a vow to my mate, I tell her, unwilling to bend on this. The newcomers are more or less settled for now. The weather is fair, the food is plentiful, and Flor has been patient. She wishes for a ding-ding feast to honor our mating.
A wedding feast,
Liz corrects, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Whatever, I say, cranky. A feast to honor our mating. It is important as a tradition of her people, and I made her a promise. I will not go back on my word, and if you will not help me, then I will do it on my own. I mimic her movements, crossing my arms over my chest as well. But Sabrina says she is a planner of human matings, and she wishes to help me. She says we have a few of the special foods left from their landing, and she would like to use the last of them for our celebration.
I've changed my mind,
Liz says, turning to her mate.
I totally want to do this now, just to get him to keep saying it's a ding-ding feast.
She gasps and puts her hands to her mouth.
Oh my God, I just realized the taters will be at the ding-ding feast. This might be the greatest day of my life.
I scowl at her. Truly, this female is unpleasant. I do not know how a fierce warrior like Rahosh puts up with her. My ears feel hot, thinking about how she howled with laughter when she heard me call the new males taters instead of gladiators. As if the human tongues are not confusing enough. Will you help me with this or not? Arhosh looks to his mate. Liz clasps her hands in front of her chest, her eyes swimming with tears of mirth.
We'll go along with your plan, yes. Just please say it one more time for me.
I sigh heavily. Arhosh does too. Taters, I mumble, feeling foolish, but it is for my Flor, and I would do anything for her. Even tolerate Liz as she hoots with joy. The plan is enacted. Sabrina has been casually asking Flor about her people's foods for days, and has some dishes that she is working with Loran, Tassi, and Ojek to prepare. There will be whole hoppers stuffed with herbs, roasted over the fire. In Flor's home, they were called lechon, and were made from something called a pig, but hoppers will have to do. There will be the last of the noodles, sauced and tossed with tasty leaves, flavorful roots, and bits of fish to be similar to a dish she had at home called pansit. Roots have been chopped into piles of incredibly fine bits to mimic a food from her home called rice, and they will be spiced and flavored in several different ways. Raku seeds have been soaked and boiled for 2 days now to make a thick, sweet paste that will be mixed with ice for some reason. It seems strange to want cold food when surrounded by cold, but the females are excited to taste it. Shale says it is called halo halo, But I do not know if she is teasing me. After the taters incident, I do not repeat any of the human words. The plans for the feast will go underway the moment I get Flor out of camp. I told her I need some time away from the others this day, and so we will head for one of the heated streams and spend the afternoon bathing and relaxing before returning to camp. I will keep Flor away until sunset, and then we will return and enjoy a feast. I cannot wait to see the look of delight upon my mate's face. Since the arrival of the newcomers, she has not mentioned her feast again. There has been much to do, from getting cuis to the problem with the fruit caves to settling people in their new homes. There has been another resonance and the arrival of yet more strangers, and my sweet Flor has been busy every day. She makes sure to spend time with the human females, helping them learn basic tasks and answering their questions when they are afraid or intimidated. They trust her, and I love that my Flor is so devoted to ensuring that all are comfortable. I have done the same for the taters, the new males, to let them know they have a friend in me. And they have asked a great many questions about life here, about hunting, but mostly about females. It is to be expected. I do not know of any male that is not absolutely enamored with the idea of a mate of his own. She has worked hard, and she deserves a reward. She gives much to the tribe, and I would see the tribe celebrate her for the incredible female she is. It is twilight by the time we return to camp. I deliberately walk slowly, holding Flor's hand as we head down the well-trodden trails in the hills just beyond the protective cliffs of the beach. My mate is dressed in fresh leathers, wearing a new tunic, her long silky hair pulled up in a knot at the back of her head like mine.
It was so nice of Raven to make this for me,
Flor tells me, petting the front of her new tunic again.
She made a drawstring at the front that I can loosen once I start to get big with the baby. That's so thoughtful of her.
She thinks about young a lot recently, I say to my mate. Udran says she dreams of a girl child. Perhaps they will resonate again soon.
Ooh, perhaps.
Flor smiles at that.
We could have our babies close together, her and me and Daisy, lots of Shadowcat brothers and sisters, or sisters and sisters, or whatever comes out, I guess.
She chuckles, squeezing my hand.
Do you have a preference?
No preference, just that it is an easy birth for you.
Aw,
she beams up at me.
You big softy, you.
I do not see why that makes me soft if I do not want pain for you. You are my mate. I want nothing but the best things for you. She continues to smile up at me, her face wreathed in happiness.
Well, today was a pretty good day, if you ask me. Fresh clothes, my mate washing my hair for me, and a nice hot stream to bathe in. Oh, and a quickie in the water. I like that part, too.
Flor squeezes my hand, content to walk at my side.
I'm surprised you managed to get away with me for a whole day. Everything's been so busy with the newcomers and the whole fruit cave situation.
I clear my throat. I spoke with Lise. Flor pauses.
Oh, you did?
She makes a face.
Did she tease you again?
Yes. My pride will not let me expound on it. She gets a fierce expression on her face.
For what it's worth, I think it's cute that you called them taters, and the English language is a beast anyhow.
She runs a hand up my arm.
Do you want me to beat her up for you? Only I'm allowed to laugh at the way you mangle words.
I snort. My Flor would be nothing but a nuisance to the much fiercer Lise, but I appreciate her offer. I would rather you find some bit of gossip and mock her mercilessly with it. Flor brightens.
I'll tell her I'm going to name our kid Anakin if it's a boy. She'll shit an absolute brick that I get the name before she does.
And are we going to name our son that?
Fuck no,
Flor says.
But she doesn't need to know that.
Chuckling, I am amazed at my mate's devious mind. I try not to glance too hard at the village as we head down the paths back toward it. I do not want Flor to notice anything amiss. I want her to be delighted and surprised by her ding-ding feast, or whatever it is called. We get near camp, our boots crunching on the pebbled sand. My mate makes a huh sound in her throat.
Someone must have brought back a lot of meat. Look at all those cook fires.
I grunt, acknowledging I heard her, and pause. My bootlaces are untied. A moment. I drop to a crouch and pretend to fuss with my boots, adjusting knots and all, the while scanning for the pale head of Sabrina. When I see her, she gives me a thumbs-up gesture that I am told means good things to humans. The feast is in place then. Everyone is gathered. Getting to my feet, I straighten. Flor is at my side, a relaxed look upon her pretty face. Are you ready? She blinks up at me in surprise.
Ready for what?
I scoop her into my arms, into what Sabrina says is a bridal carry, and haul her across the sands.
Sabrina says it will be a romantic gesture and Flor will love it, so I carry my mate, even though it seems a bit foolish to me. I do not know how carrying another is romantic. Will they not just think she is tired or ill? But Flor squeals, laughing with delight as one hand goes to my neck.
What are you doing, Erek?
I am carrying my ride to her ding-ding feast. I frown to myself as I stride across the sands. I am sure I said that wrong. Do not tell Lise. She does not respond, and I glance down at my mate to see her eyes are filled with tears.
A wedding feast?
She chokes out.
You remembered?
I remember everything you tell me, my Flor de Lisa. No one is more important to me than you. A hand goes to her mouth and she presses her fingertips to her lips, tears spilling down her face.
This is the best,
she whispers.
Oh, Erek.
I smile, pleased at her response. I am even more pleased when we arrive at the main fire and Irvin shakes her music instrument and Udran bangs his drum.
Welcome to your wedding feast,
Sabrina cries out, bounding over to us.
While we don't have a lot of your traditional foods, I hope you will enjoy the Ice Planet versions of lechon, pancit, and 3 kinds of not rice for dinner, and afterwards a treat of haraku halo halo.
Flor makes a high-pitched squeal again.
You dork! You were totally in on this. That's why you were quizzing me about Pinoy foods. Of course, it was all Erek's idea, though.
Sabrina gives me a smug look.
I just made it happen.
There's a loud crash at one of the nearby fires.
Shit!
Bashit cries.
One of the rice pots broke. I'm sorry.
Flor bursts into fresh tears, burying her face against my chest. Bashit looks over at us, aghast.
Is that bad? We still have more not rice. I hope that's not bad luck.
Against my skin, Flor sobs.
It's good luck.
She manages between bouts of weeping.
Breaking a dish. Good luck.
She tucks herself closer to me as if she is trying to burrow against my skin.
I'm so happy. Thank you, Erek. This is the best thing that has ever happened to me.
I just press a kiss atop her head and take a seat near the fire, with my mate cradled in my arms. This might be the best thing anyone has ever done for her, but the best thing that ever happened to me was resonating to her. Truly, there is no greater luck than mine. I squeeze my mate against my chest and whisper into her ear, "You should eat." Her laughter rings out through the camp. This concludes Flor's Fiasco by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Felicity Monroe and Sean Crisden. Copyright 2022 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.